A massive welcome here to the Extreme Festival's Regional Championships at the Pacquisa circuit in Welkom. We're in the Free State in South Africa. And a big welcome to all of our fans worldwide joining us here on our live stream feed on both Facebook and YouTube. And also everybody who might be watching us here at the circuit as well on our Facebook feed and YouTube feed. On track at the moment is On the Track Racing's Clubmans and Sports Car Club Challenge. And they'll be making their way out for their very first time of the day. And of course that is an 8-lap race that is expected. Before we go racing though, we caught up with a couple of the top contenders to find out what their plans are here today.
Next up on the track is the On Track Clubmans category. And Wayne Pereira, it's, I was going to say budget class, but apparently not.
No, not at all. All the Clubmans cars, obviously you can bring anything. Doesn't matter, turbo, V8, you can race anything in Clubmans. Everyone's welcome. It's a great club to ride for. But no, our cars cost a fortune. Thanks to my sponsors, Grange Workwear. Makes life much easier for me. Thank you, guys. Yeah, but it's tough. Even now, at this moment, we went out this morning. Johan broke a gearbox in a Subaru. Not cheap. My ECU packed up. So I hope this car doesn't pack up shortly.
Chart, I hope your car doesn't pack up. Yeah. You wouldn't have a spare ECU by any chance?
No.
It's a Honda, I don't need a spare.
Yeah. Tell us about your weekend and what you're looking forward to.
Yeah, so it's the first time me being here at Pacquisa, so steep learning curve. So at this stage I'm just trying to survive, I guess. And but you're a racer at heart, so you're trying to do the best lap you can, but not go off track. So I have to aim for the stars and hopefully meet somewhere in the middle.
Well, great to have you here. Johan, also a few problems with the car. Hope you can get that gearbox sorted. But just tell us a little bit more about the Clubman's class. So how do you get into it, for instance?
For instance, getting into it's easy. Send the guys that runs the club a message on WhatsApp. Find one of us, contact one of us. And then literally join. Bring your car, pitch. That's what happened to me. I started last year. My first race was Clubman's last race of last season. And told me, phone Dirk Lawrence, I phoned him, he said pitch, I brought my car, and yeah, and I've done a half a season or 2/3 of a season.
Well, that is fantastic, and I hope you guys do well. I hope you enjoy the weekend. Great to have you at Pacquisa. Put on a great show.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I certainly always put in a good show, and that's what we're looking forward to today in all of the categories racing. We've got On Track Racing's Clubmans and Sports Car Club. We've got the PABAR Volkswagen Challenge. We've got Lotus Challenge. We've got the BMW M Performance Parts Series Racing Club, and we also have DOE Formula Vee here this weekend. The big one, of course, is the Pacquisa 200, the 200 kilometer that'll be out on track for a warm-up race at approximately lunchtime, and then the big one later on this afternoon, kicking off at about 2:30 in the RV. We'll be looking forward to seeing all that action with 200 kilometers of racing coming your way, courtesy of the Pacquisa 200 here at Extreme Festival's Regional Championships at the Pacquisa Freeway. Great to be back here at the Pacquisa Freeway. It's been a long time since we've been playing around on this circuit, but it is fantastic to have such a big field of cars coming to play here for their next round of the championship. And this championship is still to be decided. Remember, there's still a long way to go. 3 more rounds of this one to be sorted out before we get into anywhere close to wrapping up some titles. Green flag now for the warm-up. Let's see how things go here for the sports cars at the front and a couple of the saloon cars from Clubmans, pushing them hard. So race action coming from the Pacquisa Freeway is courtesy of Two Wheels and up to 60 seconds. We're on both YouTube and on Facebook today, and we are also going live out on those two channels. If you want to be picking up on any of the action that comes from a timing point of view, you can get onto Speed Hive and look up the Regional Extreme Festival at Pacquisa Freeway, Pacquisa 200, and you'll get to see all the live timing going out as well. So that's what we're expecting here for the first part. A big welcome to Corley Phakisa and to Ronald van Niekerk, who joined us already here on our live stream, and a couple of other people who've got up early. see what's happening here at the Pacquisa Freeway. Lining up for On Track Racing. It's going to be the first race of the day. As they come around to sort things out there, we'll get to exactly how this grid's going to line up as well. It's going to the information that's been passed. There's so many things that you get given on a race day these days that are sent to you via WhatsApp groups and emails and timing monitors and all sorts. But great to see that we are about to go racing. There's two sports cars on the front row, of course, of Stuart Mack and Peter Zealy. And then behind them, you've got Dirk Lawrence in the Azoic Panel Beaters Honda. He'll be alongside Leonard Archer, who's in the Type R Civic there, all the way from ACD here in Welkom. He'll be looking forward to doing some battle on his home circuit. Chart Visser alongside Eugene Goos for the second row. And then we've got Dwayne Brown, Johan Labuskaghni, Jonathan Visser, and Fred Kruger lining up for the first race here today. So we are ready to rock and roll now for the first race of the day's proceedings. And of course, as they get into Gielkop Corner here at Pacquisa, it's the double right-hander, penultimate corner. And you'll see the Toyota from Pretoria, No Toyota at Swartkops, our official pace car here today, shifting off the circuit and handing the duties there to the front row to sort things out as they now get ready to go into the race action. Two sports cars, Stuart Mack in a sports car for the first time as well. Nice to see that. He'll be pushing hard there to see if he can run at the front end and maybe give Zealy a run for his money there. Peter Zealy, though, in the speed is a very, very fast car and a difficult machine to beat on any circuit. So should be the class of the field out front, but expect a battle between the Azoic Panel Beaters Honda and ACD Welkom's Leonard Archer. I think Dirk Lawrence and Archer are going to go at it. We've got the flag up there, the MSA flag about to drop now for the first time today. And we're about to go racing. Holding the flag for a long time. They dropped the flag. And we are now racing. Guys will be looking up to see if they can get those race faces on as they head down towards turn one. Good start there from Dirk Lawrence around the outside of that Shelby and makes his way up into second place. Good one from Chart as well. Chart was side by side there with Leonard Archer as they go through turn one. But it is the Honda that has moved up into second place. Zealy's got away off the line rapidly. And it looks like Stuart Mack might have been caught out there ever so slightly off the line. So it's a bit of work to do there for Mack to come back at the front end. Take nothing away, that little Shelby will probably have the legs down the back straight away. Might be able to squeeze through to retake that position and get ahead of the Honda. Goos going side by side there, trying to squeeze through and get into up close and personal with Dwayne Brown and of course Johan Labuskaghni in that mix there too. But how's that for a start from the man from Benoni? Azoic Panel Beaters and JDM Tuning Honda is in second place. Move on the inside there from Mack. Stuart Mack in the Shelby having a dive on the inside. Chart Visser's already through on him as well. So the two Hondas have managed to squeeze through there on the Shelby. And that could be three Hondas in the very near future because here comes the Type R Civic as well of Leonard Archer who's dived through too. So we've got Hondas 2, 3 and 4 on track at the moment. It's the speed of Peter Zealy that leads things out and he goes into the back straight with a comfortable margin. Big move there from Dwayne Brown getting through on Goos. Brown and Goos side by side. I don't really get to see that kind of action anywhere else other than Clubmans. A Ford Figo taking on a BMW 328. But great to see that action as they go through the fast right-hander. Azoic Panel Beaters Honda getting away there from now ACD's Leonard Archer. The man from Welkom on his home circuit wanting to give the crowds a bit of a thrill here. And we've got a couple of crowds that have come in. They're not huge, but not bad. A couple of guys on that banking. Oh, Goos completely out of shape there in the BM as he made a move and got through on Stuart Mack in the Shelby. Goos has now made his way up one more position, so he's up in the fifth place as they come to complete the first lap in anger here. And the first lap in anger will be, of course, in this On Track Racing Clubmans Racing Series. Peter Zealy with a 158 off the line. Dirk Lawrence 204, 206 for Archer, 206 for Chart Visser, 206 for Eugene Goos. 210 there for Stuart Mack, getting used to that Shelby. Sure we'll see his pace pick up in the race as he just gets up close and personal with a couple of that mid-pack. tailpiece there of Pacquisa trying to find a way through on him. He's got Dwayne Brown closing him down. Labuschagne in the Subaru not too far behind that. And at this stage bringing up the rear Jonathan Phakisa and of course Fred Kruger. So that's how they'll be starting things out here for this first race in Anger. It's the first race of 12 here today, the 12th one being the Pacquisa 200. The reason that we're here this weekend, big annual event here at Pacquisa that always brings along some of the top contenders from the Car Care Clinic, 111 Sports and Saloons, Sports and GTs, and the SuperHatch category. A couple of PABAR Volkswagen Challenge cars I think will be thrown into the mix as well as we start things out here for the day's racing. Down that back straight away, Eugene Gous trying to close things down. Looks like Mac trying to close things down on Pacquisa as well. Oh, problems for Archer. Archer's pulled out. Archer's pulled to the left-hand side there, and a problem there on the Honda. That Civic Type R has got a problem and it's pulled to the sideline, so that's a bit of a problem there for the man. Oh, and Gous is having some huge issues out of Hielkop corner. Penultimate corner, and that BMW gets completely out of shape every time he's come through there so far. We follow Dwayne Brown there. He's got some Red Bull Racing on the side of his car as well. Must be a big Max Verstappen fan as he comes across the line and completes another lap in Anger. He's moved himself up to 4th place. Leonard Archer has gone into pit lane. So there's a bit of an issue there for Archer's car. And unfortunately, that's going to be a big concern for him, because if it's broken on the first race, remember, he's got about 4 races he'll be competing in throughout the day. And the big one, of course, he wouldn't be competing in is the Pacquisa 200, but that's not the way to start the day if your car hasn't even made 2 laps in Anger. So at this stage, we've got some concerned faces down in Leonard Archer's pit. Dwayne Brown going through there and pushing hard. You can see he's giving it everything he can to try and close down there on Pacquisa. Brown versus Phakisa versus Gous in the BMW. We saw that BM is a little bit out of shape on a few occasions. Come now out of the boot, coming into Coca-Cola corner right now. Left-hander up on the banking just above the cars. There's actually a big Coke bottle there. So been there since MotoGP days, and that's of course why this circuit was originally built. Purpose built for MotoGP to come to South Africa for 5 years. And then we've also got, of course, the incredible oval. It's only been used once at this circuit. The banking on the back there you can see is where the oval track runs. Tri-oval. It's something completely unique in South Africa. As I said, only been used once in Anger. Pacquisa International NASCAR event was here. Not NASCAR itself, but the feeder class, of course, to NASCAR came out here. AMCAR were the cars that came out here to South Africa. Gigazulu, the late great, of course, winning that event. But it's Eugene Gous who's now starting to close things down. Normally out in the little Chev, remember, he's a big Chevy fan. That's probably why he's got that BMW so light on the back, so it feels like a Chevy. But the Master Mo's BMW going really well, and they're starting to close things down there rapidly onto Dirk Lawrence. So looks like he might have a bit of a run here at the front end to give Lawrence a bit of a go for second place. No one's going to catch Zeely. He is just disappearing at the front there. 150s out of Zeely, so class of his own, and of course running in the sports car shouldn't be too much of an issue for him to wrap up that class today. But Dirk Lawrence has got some problems as Gous is closing down on him. 58 9s out of Dirk Lawrence, 57 8s out of Eugene Gous. So Gous is definitely the man on the move here. He could potentially spoil the day for the Azoic panel beaters and JDM tuning Honda. Pacquisa's got some problems of his own as well, as you can see. He's been caught now by Dwayne Brown, and Stuart Mack seems to have got the Shelby to work a bit better. A little bit of smoke coming out of it earlier on, so we'll keep an eye on that too. But Mack, first time out in a Shelby for him, I think. Looking pretty good at the moment. Second in the class, but 5th on the road. Make that 6th on the road, as we see a move up the inside there as well from Eugene Gous. Dirk Lawrence comes back at him. Lawrence going into the double right-hander onto the back straight, and we've got a change up there between Dirk Lawrence and Eugene Gous. They swapped going into the double right-hander, and it looks like they might have swapped coming back out of it as well. So the battle's on. Here it comes, onto the back straight away. Nice move here from Gous. He's got through. He's had to come from about the 5th row on the grid, and he's got that BMW absolutely dialed in now. Going really well as he heads in towards Hielkop corner. Right, and little look there from the JDM tuning Honda. I think Dirk Lawrence is going to try and give him a run for his money here and continue the fight until we get to the closing stages. Awesome stuff here from these guys as they push it to the limits in this first race in anger. It's not done yet, that's for sure. Down over the line and another lap completed. Zeely is the man out front, controlling things from the front end. No problems at all for him. Battles for second place. Oh, Dirk Lawrence all over the back end and nearly up the exhaust pipe there of Eugene Goos in the Master Mose BMW. So the Master Mose BMW taking on the Azoic panel beaters and JDM tuning Honda. It is a huge fight that they're expecting here. Second pack coming into mix as well. Dwayne Brown's at the front of that one. He's got through on Chart Visser. He's left Mac to fight it out with a Honda just behind that. That little Honda is looking pretty good at this point, but Dwayne Brown's little Ford Figo has definitely found some great pace here in the second half of this race. You can see the little bit of white smoke coming out of that Shelby. That'll be a concern, I'm sure, for the team. It doesn't seem to be hindering his progress at all. So it's Zeely who leads things out. Currently lapping in 150.7s. So fastest car on track at the moment. Could possibly be one of the fastest cars of the day as well. Might get a slightly quicker one in the BMW class, but other than that, I don't think we're going to see anybody quicker than Zeely's car out on the circuit today. Here they come onto the back straight again. Second pack is where we're going to concentrate our efforts. Into the right-hander. One of the fastest parts of the circuit there is into this fast right-hander. And then it's hard on the brakes into a double right at Geelkop. And then a short squirt up the straightaway towards the finish line. And they come into the final corner. Goes the BM and Honda battle for second. Fourth place battle coming through there as well now. With Chart Visser trying to close things down there. Awesome stuff here as they come onto top end. Going left into turn one. Chart Visser trying to close things down. Hasn't quite been able to do anything about Dwayne Brown since he's got through on him. But he has managed to keep Stuart Mack behind him. That's an important factor there. Keeping a Shelby Can-Am behind you with a V6 motor is not a bad effort there. Battle up front though, starting to heat up. You can see a change up yet again from Dirk Lawrence and Eugene Goos. Goos and Lawrence going at it big time for second place as they come towards the boot. Oh, Goos has got a problem. Goos has got a problem. He's dropped back into the second battle now. So it looks like Eugene Goos has had some kind of an issue on that BMW that was going so well. He's maybe picked up a slow puncture or something, because we did see that car out of shape on a few occasions. Let's see whether or not there's an issue on this car as they come towards us. So that BMW just slowed up there dramatically. Looking at the car, looks like the tyres all inflated, so it's not a rear or puncture that we thought it might be, but definitely an issue, because there goes the Zoic panel beaters and JDM tuning Honda of Dirk Lawrence way out front now. It's now Chart Visser who's into second. The car looks like it might have spun at turn two. So Eugene Goos back on track now, trying to get back into a rhythm. Could potentially get him back into the hunt for the top three. So Lawrence gone in second place. Goos was in third. He's now in fifth place at the moment. It's Visser and Dwayne Brown who've moved ahead of him. Can he come back at them? We'll wait and see. Dwayne Brown on the next pass will come through in third place. Zeely's done it all right out front, that's for sure. Two laps to go, and here we go. Good possibilities there of Goos trying to still get back into that top three, but looks like after that spin there's a bit of concern on the team's face there, because that Master Mose BMW has not been able to recover. I saw it kind of setting up into what is turn two. There's a little kink that heads towards turn two. This is the one we're talking about right now. And then you go into turn two here at the bottom of the circuit, and that's where Dwayne Brown now continues to control things there for third. Dirk Lawrence in second. No problems at all there for him. He's got a lap and 2 corners to go there as Peter Zealy. He's pulled dramatically away from everybody else. There's not really anybody with the same kind of pace as the speeds from the Zealy Auditors team. Pete Zealy, of course, has just come back from doing international duties at a hill climb where he piloted his Toyota MR2 to some success. So he certainly knows how to get behind a car, a wheel of a race car, and make it go fast. That little MR2 of his was a big contender for taking back-to-back titles at the hill climb this year as well. And now he's definitely looking for overall honours here in the On Track Racing Clubmans and Sports Car Club Challenge. Zealy Auditors speeds out of turn 2, heading to the toe of the boot here at Pacquisa. Little boot section because of the way the circuit is shaped. Zealy just commanding things at the front end. No worries at all. Has not been troubled in the faintest. Dirk Lawrence, second place at this point in time as well, with a decent margin over Goos, who's possibly moved himself back up into third place. We'll have to keep an eye on that one as they come through here. We're watching Zealy to the line here because he's going to be taking the overall victory, of course. Just battling a little bit with our live timing as well. It seems that the live timing is not updating itself, but it could be possibly because of the power issues we're having here at Pacquisa. We started a little bit later than what was actually scheduled due to the fact that we had to start the race day and the practices and qualifying this morning, with a little bit of issues with load shedding here in the Free State area. So leader coming to the final corner now, just going through there on Fred Kruger. Zealy Auditors speed with Peter Zealy behind the wheel, and race 1 in the bag. So there you go, first one in the bag there for Peter Zealy, easily done in the end. Comfortable margin over second place, which will be Dirk Lawrence. Dirk Lawrence will be in the Azoic panel beaters machine. That is Goos just circulating to try and get as many points as he can, but he's not going to have some problems later on if he can get that BMW sorted out. This is the battle for third at the moment. This is Dwayne Brown leading things out, still over Chart Fisser and Stuart Mack. Second place car should be heading towards the final corner now. There he comes. It's Dirk Lawrence. And it's the Azoic panel beaters and JDM tuning Honda Ballard. It's going to come through for second place, but he is going to win the On Track Racing Clubmans class here today, taking the victory there for his team. And then just behind that comes the battle for second or third, fourth and fifth place. Chart Fisser getting through there on Dwayne Brown right in the closing stages. So Fisser just squeezing Dwayne Brown out, and there'll be 1, 2, 3 there. It's Dirk Lawrence, Chart Fisser and Dwayne Brown, your top 3 in the On Track Racing Clubmans. And Sports Car Challenge goes to Peter Zealy with Stuart Mack in second. We'll be up next, we'll be back soon I should say, with the Clubmans and Sports Car Club now sorted out on the 8-lapper. First race of the day for PABAR Volkswagen Challenge. They'll be making their way onto the track pretty shortly.
You must go faster.
Okay, he's on you.
He's on us. Yes. Yes, 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 yes.
So in a few moments time we'll have PABAR Volkswagen Challenge out on circuit for their first race of the day, but before we get into that race action, let's catch up with a couple of the top contenders from Class A, B and C in PABAR Volkswagen Challenge.
Okay, next up on track, the PABAR VW Challenge. I was going to say international press conference because it kind of looks like that, with Gavin Ross. He's been all around the world. Starting with Class A, Gav, tricky around here with tyre wear, that type of thing?
Yes, definitely. We trashed 4 pretty good tyres this morning in 7 laps. I mean, Rory was out there, did about 6 laps and went into 55, which is for a Class A excellent, and the tyres were finished. So I don't know if we're going to manage to finish 8 laps tomorrow with decent tyres. That will be qualifying, 8 laps. We're in for a race tomorrow because the tyres wear towards the end. It could be anybody's race. So the front runners do damage, the back car could win.
So we game of tactics. Game of tactics. Cherise, can I lend you a tyre pressure gauge and maybe pump them up to a little bit more, maybe 2.5, 3 bar in the Class B car?
Of course, you could give it a shot. But yeah, I think it's going to be a challenge tomorrow on tyres. Like Gav said, it's going to be a challenge of who's going to manage it best and who's going to be there towards the end of the race. So with Class B, we only have 2 new tyres on the front and the best marked tyres you could find for the rear for qualifying race 1 and race 2. So we're going to try and manage it as best as we can, but my team's on it, and big shout out to Hot 1027 for all their support.
So good luck to you guys, fantastic, and also nice to have Hot 102.7 FM involved. Shout out to them as well. Jan, you don't really care about them, but you just want to get out there and win Class C. And Class C looks to me like it's become more of a challenge and grown a bit this year.
Yes, yeah. A bit slower than A and B, but still great fun. Great fun.
And tactics for you?
Look after the tyres and be the last guy standing.
Well, good luck to you guys. Give it a out there and hope you enjoy it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah.
So PABAR Volkswagen Challenge about to make their way out onto the circuit. You can see them all getting ready in pit lane as well for their first bit of duties today. Arguably one of the biggest fields we have racing here today comes out of PABAR Volkswagen Challenge. Classes A, B and C. Just heard from a couple of the contenders there what their plans are going to be to try and stay at the front end of their various categories. And we also found out there from Gavin Ross that Rory Atkinson seems to have just found something special out on track. But if you look at the way qualifying went this morning, we are literally sitting with what are we looking at? 6 cars within the same second. So any one of Atkinson, Creel, Masters and Masters, Smallberger and Dale have a chance of taking this victory here today. Stealth Nusios out there, Stelio himself will be looking forward to a great battle in Class B as well. And the Class B contenders are also going to be fighting hard. Incredible to see that it is Elna Cruiser who's put that onto pole position ahead of Anthony Pretorius. The Stealth Nusios is there in third ahead of Bevan Williams, and then it's Karshan Naidu. Charisse van der Maver's qualifying didn't go quite according to her plans that she spoke about. She's in third on the grid. And then further back from that, you've got the championship leader, Dr. Hannes Skeppers, ahead of Jacques Hayes. You've got Yotti Nusios out there as well, and of course Dean Ross. Look out for Mo Karodia, Chris Davidson and Robbie Kasani fighting for honours in Class B. And then if we look at Class C, it was Ian Walker who put it on pole position for the Cycles United team. He is ahead of Philip Cruiser for ATE Brakes, Charles Anderson and Mark Castell. It's Jan Spammers who we spoke to. Andy Gossman will be at the back of the grid. You can see one man notably missing from Class C today is Pierluigi Mussolini, outgoing champion, the number 1 plate from 2021, is not here today, and that'll be a bit concerning for him. He had a bike accident, I believe, in the week, so he'll be hoping that he gets back into the car as soon as possible. Wish him a speedy recovery from that. Not always a nice thing to recover from, but he is sadly missed here today, and he'll definitely be looking at championship points being taken away from him here, trying to stay back-to-back here for championships in this category. Class A, Class B and Class C all score separately, but there is an overall championship that they all score towards as well. So, as I said, notable absence there for the man with the number 1 plate. Rory Atkinson is still fighting hard with Hannes Skeppers, Ian Walker and, of course, Mussolini as options at the front end. Yeah, Stian Creel is not too far off the front end of the overall championship as well as Class A's. And he will start alongside Rory Atkinson for race number 1. All these cars get 1 warm-up lap. They come to form up, and then we go to start procedures for the standing start. Now, with the standing start with this one, Class A gets about a 10 to 15 second gap over Class B, and the same thing applies to Class B over Class C. So that's how they'll be lining up. 1 grid place difference between Class A and B, and then the same between Class B and C. Well, looking at this, I was about to get there. Dave got to me before I could even get to it. Great shot here of the tarmac at Pacquisa Freeway, but it is one of the biggest concerns here at Pacquisa Freeway from any driver's point of view, or if you're a rider on a motorcycle, tyre wear. And we heard from all 3 drivers in their pre-race conference stating that tyre wear is a huge factor here. And getting down into the fast lap times basically gives you a great opportunity in the first couple of laps because of the tyre, the abrasive nature of the circuit. But of course, with that abrasive nature, what will happen is it will rip up those Dunlops on these cars and on a couple of other cars here in the day, and make it very, very difficult to get to the end of 8 laps of racing with some decent rubber still available. We heard from Charisse, she gets 2 new tyres per race, which means Class B gets 2 new tyres, and all these guys will get an opportunity for some new rubber. But how long can they make that rubber last? That's the important factor here, and that's what Rory Atkinson will be looking to do in that BHIT logistics machine of his out front. CPS Warehouse, this time it's Bevan Masters and not Keegan. Keegan Masters, of course, will be on international duties next weekend and fighting hard in the Porsche Cup in Italy. He'll actually be missing the Extreme Festival round at Cape Town due to that. And Team Perfect Circle, of course, will be getting the substitute driver. Not a bad one to try and find out of the South African soil in Rechard Roots, joining that team next weekend as Team Perfect Circle makes another attempt to get that battle sorted out. in global touring cars next weekend. But in terms of a Volkswagen branded machine and Volkswagen branded class, this is certainly one that has been highly competitive since its inception. T-Rex Racing and SKR move their way to the front with Stian Kriel at the wheel. Masters are alongside each other. Bevan just ahead of his brother Wayne. Those two will be fighting hard, that's for sure, and giving both Rory and Stian a run for their money. Sam Dale and Derek Smallberger ahead of Chris Dale and Mike Barbaglia. Dioval Teron. It's Ndi Mfana, and of course look out for Gavin Ross at the back end of Class A. This is Mike Barbaglia. Italian flag on that one, easy to pick up on the Italian stallion, from this category anyway. Right behind him. This is definitely going to be one to watch out for there. Mfana is getting better and better every time he gets behind the car, behind the wheel of that car as well, watching for opportunities to make his way through. Looks like Castle had a bit of a problem at the back as well as he tries to sort things out in the easy parts polo. And Gossman at the back. Right, looks like we are almost good to go here for race 1. You can see Class A all running with lights on, just to ensure that by the time they get to the back of the pack in Class C later on in the race, they don't have to worry about that. Anyone who hasn't got his headlights on is the pole man. We are under starters orders, so stand by for those timing boards to go up. They're going by flag. There's no lights today, so that's why the MSA flag was waved for that first race if you joined us earlier on. And that Craig O'Donoghue and Zipo have just joined us. They've been here for a while, and so has Tyron Alberts from the Emerald Isle. Hope things are looking good there. Two-minute board goes up. It'll be about 2 minutes and 30 seconds for Gossman at the back before he gets going. So here we go, getting ready to rock and roll. 5-second board, and marshals head to safety. Flag is about to drop for Class A, and it's a good start by the looks of things from Stian Kriel. Stian Kriel getting off the line rapidly, trying to outgun Atkinson into turn 1. They are side by side. Is he late enough on the brakes? No, he's not. Good driving from Bevan Masters. Fantastic start there coming out of Sam Dale. Sam Dale squeezing through and just getting ahead. And then Class B gets underway as they head down towards turn 1 as well. Good start there from the front end of Class B. Looks like the fight is on there between Alma Cruiser and Pretorius. Pretorius already under pressure as they head down into turn 1. And you can see there's a pressure coming there from Bevan Williams and from Celio. Stealth Nusios all over the back there. Class C gets underway too as they head towards turn 1 now. All three classes have started. Cruiser side by side with Walker. Walker seems to have got a slightly bogged down machine off the line there. He gets going, but it looks like it's going to be Cruiser into turn 1 who gets the whole shot for Class C. Round the outside comes Walker. And Walker looking for an opportunity to try and stay at the front end as we head back to the front of Class B. Hunter Skipper's trying to make up some ground there in the DDS machine. That Danefern Dental Services car has got Charisse van der Merwe just ahead of him. And they're fighting frantically for top 6 honours there in Class B. Pretorius and Bevan Williams side by side as they went into turn number 4. And the toe of the boot is seeing action aplenty here from the front end of Class B. It's Cruiser from Pretorius. Pretorius being pushed hard there, as you can see, Stealth Nusios and Bevan Williams. And then Jacques Hayes under pressure from Charisse van der Merwe. Oof, being put onto the dirt there by Hayes. Van der Merwe had to go a little bit evasive and go right the way around the outside. Onto the back straight comes Class A. Top 2 getting away ever so slightly from the third place battle, led out by Masters. Bevan Masters at the front end, Dale in second, and Wayne Masters in third in that battle for what is third place on track. With the top 2 right now, it's Atkinson and Kriel getting away as they did in the last round at Swartkops. Tough 2 drivers to beat here. Masters' car last time was in the hands of his nephew Keegan, and this time out he's back in the saddle. And it's the Sabertech machine. That is Derek Smallberger fighting with Chris Dale. Behind that, Dioval Teron in the Interceptor car trying to close the gap down ever so slightly on Mike Barbaglia as they complete the first lap in anger here for PABAR Volkswagen Challenge. To the back straight now they go into, of course, turn 2 and 3. Very, very tricky little corners to get right here, but at this point in time it is Atkinson who's controlling things from the front end of the field. No one really going to have any answer to his running at this point. is the class of the field, leading Stian Kriel out. Bevan Masters continues his fight to get away from Sam Dell. Sam Dell seems to be holding Wayne Masters up ever so slightly because the gap has opened up there between Bevan Masters and Sam Dell. Wayne Masters diving on the inside into the toe of the boot, trying to find a way through there on the Posi drive car. Doesn't quite get there yet. He's on the wrong side as they go here into turn 4. Sam Dell on the inside of the Coca-Cola turn, and he makes it stick and continues to keep Wayne Masters at bay in the Performance Masters Polo. Behind that, Sabertech versus Posi drive. And then we've got Mike Mabaglia squeezing through there just ahead of that Interceptor car of Dioval Tehran. Gavin Ross in the Polo just behind that, pushing hard for top 10. Unchini 1 and into Unchini 2 now. The two right-handers that bring him onto the back straight away. Looks like, I think Performance Masters, Wayne Masters might have got the drive onto that back straight away. Be looking to try and use the slipstream down the back to try and find a way through there on Dell. Can't quite get close enough though. So Class A is certainly heating up here in the mid-pack. Top 2 out front in Class A though, dominating and getting away from the pack. So no worries at all there at this point in time for Atkinson as he keeps out Kriel. But for, ooh, as I say that, giving the commentator's curse, he ran wide and hit the curb. And the curbing here, if you do run ever so slightly wide, is slightly rougher than most other circuits. And you can see by the fact that he got up onto 2 wheels coming out of Geelkop. It's not what you want to be doing. Charisse van der Merwe trying to close the boys down at the front end. I say the boys, but of course it's a lady that leads things out though. So a bit of a lady sandwich at the front end. The first 4 cars are sandwiched by 2 ladies. The lady leading it is Elna Cruiser. Pretorius is all over the back of her, trying to find a way through there, Bevan Williams, and then you can see tucked in behind that one, Karshan Naidu. Naidu has got Nusias and van der Merwe all over the back of him, so Class B certainly heating up. Possible change up here as we're seeing a move on from Naidu. Karshan Naidu had a big look. Oh, Pretorius late on the brakes into 1. Pretorius very late on the brakes into 1 in Bucketless Racing's Polo, and he forces the ATE car wide. Oh, and there's a bit of rubbing. A little bit of touch there coming out of turn 1. That was a huge moment there, but Elna Cruiser has not backed out. She's hanging on to that inside line, and she's forcing Pretorius into mistakes now. Pretorius falling into the clutches now. Bevan Williams, they come down into turn 3. 3 abreast into turn 3, and there was 2 rows of 3 cars side by side. 6 cars all fighting hard here for Class B. This is what it's all about in PABAR Volkswagen Challenge. Class B, arguably the most awesome part. We'd go down to the sandal, I mean the boot, but it's the boot of the race here, just to get that one in for Audio Claudio. But as they come out of the boot, it looks like we might have a change up in the lead. We do. So Pretorius is at the front with some damaged wing mirrors after a huge epic dice into turn 1, 2 and 3. There between himself and Elna Cruiser. At the back end, Charisse van der Merwe sliding out at turn 4, trying to find a way past these boys out front. So into Unchini 1. It's Bucketless Racing's Anthony Pretorius. Elna Cruiser behind that. Then you got Bevan Williams and Karshan Naidu. Karshan Naidu has pulled a small margin now over Stelios. And Stelios Nusios there, not quite on the pace there of those 3 silver cars just ahead. And he's got his own pressure coming from Charisse van der Merwe, who dives out under the slipstream effect, trying to use it into the fast right-hander, and she gets through there for hot 1027 Racing. Moving up 1 position and getting through on the WeFix Cars machine. So Nusios down 1 place into what is now going to possibly be about 8th place in the battle. And that'll be down in about 16th overall. So as they come through into the final corner now, you can see Van der Merwe's under huge pressure there from Nusios to try and come back. And it looks like Elna Cruiser's dropped back even 1 position further there and falls back behind Bevan Williams. The rest of Class B coming through there. Battles continuing right the way through as well, watching out for those battles. The one car of Kasani fighting with Chris Davidson in the Moinse SA machine. So Pretorius fighting hard, trying to find a way to get away from 1 and 2 and the second place battle. And the second place battle is Bevan Williams and Cruiser. Cruiser trying to come back now at Bevan Williams. Ian Walker leads through. There is first place. Second place in Class C has already gone through. Here's the 3rd place battle, and it's Philip Cruiser under a bit of pressure there from Gossman and from Hunter Skippers. Where has Hunter Skippers been? Hunter Skippers got some battle scars. The Class B leader and championship overall contender, Dr. Hunter Skippers, is right at the back of the pack in amongst the Class C competitors. That is certainly not where Hannes wants to be, that is for sure. So the Doc's had some problems here, and he's dropped right into that mid-pack of Class C. Must have had some kind of an issue there with one of the cars just behind him. And we saw him just fall out of the wayside there in terms of that Class B battle we've just been following. That's where he would usually be. And he's now trying to make his way back through the Class C competitors. He's up to 3rd place overall in Class C. He's just got through there on Philip Cruiser, who's in 3rd in Class C at the moment. So it looks like he's got some work to do to try and come through. Mark Custle behind that as well in the Easy Parts Polo. It's going to be a hard one to try and make up that amount of ground. Ian Walker leads things out for Class C. There he is in the Cycles United car. He continues to lead out and trying to get some points back on Mussolini, who's, as I said, sadly missing from this pack after a motorcycle accident in the week. You can see that that's definitely going to help out his potential chances here of scoring some points that were up for grabs. Andy Gossman in the mid-pack there. This is Elna Cruiser back to the Class B battle. 1, 2 and 3 about to cross the line. Pretorius from Williams from Cruiser. Class A is Sam Dale. He's moved his way up into what is a top 5 overall there for him. And he's trying to close down on the 2 Masters boys, pulling away now from Derek Smallberger and Chris Dale. Back marker's about to be caught and passed for the first time. This will be Rory Atkinson. Where's Stian Creel? Stian Creel's gone missing. Stian Creel has gone missing, or has he possibly got through? We'll have to wait and see if he's been able to get through there. I'm looking for the blue car of Creel. It's not there. Stian Creel has gone missing at the front end of this field, and that is a huge moment and a huge car to lose at the front end battle, because he is definitely a man who could potentially spoil the day for Rory Atkinson, but he has to finish races and keep Rory Atkinson honest in every single opportunity out on circuit. So we got Masters 2 and 3 at the moment. The pink car coming through your shot right now, that is the BHIT logistics machine of Rory Atkinson, Class A leader. Coming through there on the 21 machine of Jan Spammers, new man to Class C. He's about to be caught and passed by 2nd and 3rd place Bevan Masters, Wayne Masters, as they head towards Geelkop corner. Sam Dell is now in 4th place. He'll have Derek Smallberger up in 5th and Chris Dell in 6th. That's the top 6 in Class A as they come through to complete another lap in anger. Coming to start the final lap. It's going to be some big action expected, I think, for 2nd and 3rd place. No one's going to catch Pretorius in that bucketless racing polo. Since he got through on Elna Cruiser forcefully, he was able to maintain the lead in Class B. It's not over until that checkered flag comes out. Behind him, he's got arch rival Bevan Williams, who's got Cruiser on his tail. Elna Cruiser trying to come back here at the Ram Customs machine as they start their final lap now. Over the top, Cherise van der Merwe has now moved up into a potential top 4, even a podium if she can close things down there on Elna on this last lap. So it is, look at the lead, it's a huge margin. Since we lost Stian Creel earlier on in this race, bit of an issue here. Atkinson's going to be the man to beat. And if he's in this kind of form and he's able to have preserved his tyres ever so slightly better than anybody else, he's still in with a shot here of a double on the day for the PABAR Volkswagen Challenge. Rory Atkinson with a huge margin now over 2nd and 3rd place Masters and versus Masters, and that one's not done. Here they come. Wayne Masters getting good drive out of Unchini 2, and he dives up the inside to squeeze out Bevan into, yeah, brilliant move there from him. Well timed from Wayne Masters. Can Bevan Williams come back? CPS Warehouse versus Performance Masters for 2nd and 3rd. The pink car coming out of Geelkop will be for the lead and for the win in the first race of PABAR Volkswagen Challenge. Great drive here from Rory Atkinson, staying out of trouble, staying out of harm's way. He only managed to catch one of the back markers in the 8 laps, so that's a good effort. Flag man brings out the checkered flag, and Atkinson takes it for the win in Class A. 2nd place to the line. Is it going to be Wayne or Bevan? It's going to be Wayne. Wayne wins out over Bevan Masters for 2nd. Let's go back to Class B and see what's going to happen here. Has Elna Cruiser been able to hang on to 3rd place? She has, from pole after being forced wide by Anthony Pretorius. Pretorius coming through now to take the checkered flag for Class B. Just behind that you can see Class B's 2nd place battle about to unravel a little bit as well, maybe a bit more. As Pretorius comes to the line, he's going to get the win in Class B. Might be a little chat between himself and Elna Cruiser after this. It was a forceful move he pulled onto the lady. But it's every man for himself out there. Yoti Nusios coming to the line as well. Good drive there from him. And that's how Class B is going to end up. We're going to look for Class C's now further back in the pack. We'll be looking for that Cycles United Polo of Ian Walker. This is the Amoinsa car of Chris Davidson. He'll be finishing just outside the top 10 in Class B. Flag still out there. Jacques Hayes is going to be finishing up. I think Hayes and Hannah Skippers and Charisse might have had a little bit of a altercation out there. We'll wait and see. Hannah Skippers will be the next car in shot, and then just behind him should be the Cycles United machine. There it is. Ian Walker for Class C coming to the line. He's going to finish up just ahead there of Gossman. And Gossman will finish up just ahead of Philip Cruiser for top 3 in Class C of PABAR Volkswagen Challenge. So that's how we do it in PABAR Volkswagen Challenge for race number 1. Great race action all the way through all 3 classes here on the day. And still a little bit of results to be sorted out there. These are the unofficial results, of course. Atkinson from Masters, and Masters your top 3 in Class A, ahead of Sam Dell, Smallberger, Christel, Mike Babaglia, Diervolt, Teron, and Gavin Ross. Ndidi and Finer come through for 10th. Then in Class B, it was Anthony Pretorius for 11th overall, beating out Bevan Williams, Elna Cruiser, Sharice Vanamava, and Karshan Naidu, with Stealth Nusios, Yoti Nusios, Dean Ross, and Chris Davidson just ahead there of Karodia, Kasani, Hayes, and Skippers. Ian Walker down in 24th takes Class C honours ahead of Andy Gossman. And then it was Philip Cruiser who came through for 3rd place there in PABAR Volkswagen Challenge first heat. Up next, we're going into Lotus Challenge. They'll be out on track shortly. We'll be back. So we're about to go into racing now for the third time of the day, and it's the Elite Racing Lotus Challenge that are going to make their way onto the circuit for their first heat in anger. And we managed to catch up with a couple of their top contenders in the press conference, as Dave put it, in the International Media Centre here at Pacquisa.
Next up on track is the Lotus Challenge. Always a good race from these guys. I love these cars, and Andre Human, looking forward to a good race. Tell us a bit about the tactics around this track.
Yeah, it's been a great start to the weekend. Had some car problems over the last couple of races. So far so good. New brake system, and it's been good. You know, the wear on the tyres are a bit much, but so far it's been a great weekend so far. So we'll see how it progresses during the weekend.
Really, just tell us a little bit about these cars, because I know they're kit cars and all that, so just a little bit of brief history and what they're all about.
Yeah, so there are many guys that have manufactured the chassis really. So there's Stylon chassis, there's Birkin chassis, there are several different variations of them. But other than that, there's a fair bit of rules around it. So the Class B cars, we run a Toyota RXi motor, so it's a blacktop motor, 20 valve. And the Class L guys run a Rocam motor, which is an 8 valve, so it's basically a bantam motor. Class L is very regulated with respect to brakes and the engine, what you can do to it, the exhaust, etc. Where the Class B is a little bit more open with respect to brakes. There's only like 3 types of gearboxes, etc. But again, still fairly close racing when it really comes down to it. But yeah, quite fun.
Ian, you didn't drive your car to the track, did you?
Sorry, say again?
You didn't drive your car to the track, you drove it here.
Yeah, no.
Towed it here.
Yeah, towed it here, yes.
I'm only joking.
Yeah.
And just tell us your feelings about Pacquisa. You enjoy the track?
Yeah, it's my number one track. I really like it. I'm a bit new. I'm a newcomer to the Lotus series, so it's all a bit new to me, but a very nice car to drive, and with the inspiration and the mentors I've got on my right hand side, yeah, it's a great series to race in.
Well, good luck to you guys. Put on a great show. Thousands of spectators standing by to clap you on. Good luck.
Thanks, Chuck.
Cheers, guys.
I like the way you put that, Dave. Thousands of spectators. Yeah, in MotoGP days there were thousands of spectators. Right here we might have maybe 100 spectators at the moment. There are a couple up on the banking, and there's a couple at Coca-Cola as well. There you can see the Coca-Cola bottle. It's the one I was mentioning a bit earlier on. There used to be a VIP area there next to the Coca-Cola bottle at MotoGP level. So you can see that that stand's been there for a long time. But take nothing away from the action that's going to be provided here. If you didn't get to the circuit itself and you're watching us on the live stream, I may be wrong, but I doubt it. That's usually the case with Mel Spur. He's usually not wrong at all. And I think he's looking forward to a battle later on for Car Care Clinic, the 111 Sports and Saloons, and for the SuperHatch classes, joining together for the Pacquisa 200. And they've got their little sprint race in 4 races time, and then the big 200k later on this afternoon. We are about to get underway here for Lotus Challenge. As you can see, they're making their way around to the circuit, taking up their grid positions, which sees Jeff Kruger ahead of Thomas Falconer on the front row. Usual contenders there. JP Nokia and Rudy Barnard with Mackie Adlam behind them, and Matt Nash. You can see the split in the grid there. That is for Class B and for Class L. Class L mainly made up of low-cost chassis. We spoke about the chassis there with Rudy Barnard earlier on, talking about the various chassis that have been made in the past and currently for Lotus 7s. Looks like 30 into 5 seconds, and Marshall's making their way off the circuit now under starters orders, waiting for the flag to drop. Oh, we got a bit of a jump start there from Class L. The Class L top contender there looks like he might have just had a slight jump on the pack. But speaking of jump starts, nothing wrong at the front end for the first 4. They literally went in 2 by 2 into turn 1, and it's Thomas Falconer on the inside line. But Jeff Kruger realizes that if he holds the outside line of turn 1, turn 2 and 3 are right-handers. So you're going to definitely have the inside and the opportune line to be on if you're getting down into turn 2 now, like Jeff Kruger is for Universal Motorsport and the Design Hut car, and dives through there on Thomas Falconer for Adaptive Resources machine. He goes into second place. JP Nokia for the NJ4 Autocraft car is right up there as well. Good start from JP. He's applying pressure onto the back end there of Jeff Kruger, who's lost out ever so slightly into the toe of the boot. And it looks like it's a new leader, Thomas Falconer, who hits the front. Mackie Adlam fighting with Barnard. The two of them are side by side as they go into turn 4. Andre Himon come through there pretty rapidly as well. He's put some pressure on right from the word go. He got up there with Barnard. So Barnard, Himon, and looks like a bit of pressure coming from Mackie Adlam as well. The teammates all fighting for honours there. Top 3, slight gap to the second 3. At this stage. It's the 28 machine of Rudy Barnard who leads out that second pack. Look at JP Nokia looking for a way to go through there with Jeff Kruger. Kruger goes on the inside. JP going to try and go on the inside of Kruger into the fast right-hander. No, not quite there. Big move on the inside though from Heman. Heman trying to find a way past on Barnard. They concertina up in towards Kielkop corner, the double right-hander, penultimate corner of the circuit. What a start here to Lotus Challenge. This is what it's all about. Giving some phenomenal race action out front. JP Nokia runs wide ever so slightly, puts a wheel on the dirt. That's going to give Barnard a chance to come back at him. He just manages to hang on. Now remember, Rudy Barnard and JP Nokia have fought for a long time in other categories of racing and now fighting hard for Lotus. 3 by 3, they go towards turn 1. Heman on the inside. Andre Heman going to be late on the brakes. Not late enough though. As they dive into... Oh, problem is somebody's run off wide. I think it might be Mackie Adlam. Adlam's run wide out of a little touch, possibly heading towards turn 1. Maybe his tyre blew as well. I'm not quite sure what went wrong, but definitely a problem there for Mackie Adlam. He's pulled to the right-hand side and off the circuit completely. So he's out of this front pack battle. I think JP Nokia had to take evasive action, which is why Matt Nash has snuck through there. So Nash and JP Nokia had to try and avoid Mackie Adlam with the problem. And here we go to the front end of Class B. It is Kruger from Falconer. Second place as well, but some big battles there as they rage through. JP Nokia trying to keep out Nash. He gets through back at Matt Nash and returns the favour. So position resumed there from Matt Nash's point of view behind JP Nokia, but of course Nokia is 2 cars further back than what he was. There is Mackie Adlam stuck in the middle of the circuit. That's certainly not what he wanted in his first outing. You can see the breeze has picked up here a little bit as well. You can see from those reeds blowing in the middle of the circuit there. So it has turned into a slightly more windier day than what we expected here at Pacquisa Freeway. Temperatures are supposed to get up to about 32 degrees Celsius here today. So we've already spoken about it in the first 2 categories of racing out on circuit. They're using Dunlop tyres, and these guys also on some Dunlop rubber. And they are going to find things pretty hard in terms of tyre wear at this circuit. It is exceptionally hard on tyre wear at Pacquisa Freeway. And of course, drivers and teams are going to have to try and work around what's happening there from a tyre wear point of view for the 2 laps of 8 in the sprint races. And then I'm not quite sure what the tactic is going to be for 200 kilometers of racing here. Hopefully they've got enough rubber to get them through that. So Sean Hepburn leads out Class L. Second place, it's Andre Duplessis fighting hard, as you can see there, with Davide Fabio and Nick Hodgson. Behind that, it's Andrew Fulton. Fulton fighting hard as well for honours at the front end with Gijs van der Walt. And a superb battle raging at the front end there of Class L. So Class L and Class B all in the mix, having some great dices all the way through. They're fighting for about 10, 11 and 12th place on the circuit at the moment, with Hepburn leading things out in 9th place overall. But concentrating back here into the front end of Class B, once again it's Kruger out front ahead of Thomas Falconer, but that battle's not done. Andre Heman has joined them. So Heman's about to put a bit of a wheel in the works there a little bit. And not too far behind that, you've got Rudy Barnard. So it's kind of a 4-way fight here for Class B at the front end. Could potentially rage right till the end of the... Ooh, and JP Nokia with a massive moment coming out of turn 4. Huge one there for JP. I think he was able to catch it, but he may have lost 1 or 2 positions there. Let's have a look and see what happens as they come through there. Where has JP dropped back to? Yes, he has lost out to Matt Nash again. Matt Nash is picking up the pieces here left, right and centre. Every single time somebody makes a mistake, Nash gets promoted up 1 place. Opportunistic driving from Matt Nash, I'd have to say. Good drive here from Thomas Falconer, applying huge pressure onto Jeff Kruger. Kruger is a very, very good Pacquisa combatant and has had some great successes here in the past. Thomas Falconer is looking to return the favour here today. But look at how they're lining up behind in the form of Heman and Rudy Barnard, I beg your pardon. JP was there, but he's dropped back out of it now with that little twisty he had coming out of turn 4. Another lap down. The Elite Racing boys are having some fun and games of their own there in the mid-pack of Class L. Great to see that, actually. But keep an eye out on fastest man on the circuit, Rudy Barnard, in 4th place. Barnard goes quickest out of everybody out there at the moment. 2nd place and 3rd place of Class L. This is 4, 5 and 6 in Class L. Great fight there as well, starting to rage. And you can see Hodgson, Barry Dunford and Miles Downard starting to get into the mix there a little bit for Class L honours. It's Hepburn who leads things out though. So Hepburn leads things out there in the 5-7 car, trying to keep out Andre Duplessis, who's on his tail. The Vibro car all over the back of Hepburn. We've got Coral Scarp just up the road from them. They're trying to close things down there on the Sheepman. As they head into turn 3. Here we go. Possible change up there from the JPS car's point of view. As you can see, Case for the Vault, Davide Favo having some fun and games for Class L's 3rd place and final step of the podium. Huge moment there, yeah, for sure, Matty Milan. You'll know about a few of those huge moments in the past, buddy. Listen, I saw a couple of your golfing tactics out there as well. I think good possibility is that you might have to go the same way that Michael Koch did, but with that kind of skill on a golf course, I think you must come and join us on the fairways of the world. Only kidding. Matty Milan, of course, one of SA's finest motocross riders, and thanks for the support, bud. Great to have you here on our live stream. I'm sure you're hoping to see a bit more action out there, as you would normally see in MX. But Lotus Challenge doesn't fail to deliver, and here you can see why. Once again, it's Falconer back to the front end. He gets ahead of Jeff Kruger. So Kruger and Falconer have kind of shared the lap honours of the lead as they cross the line on the last few laps. And they're still chopping and changing as Jeff Kruger goes diving towards turn 1. Late on the brakes into 1, and the Universal and Design Hut machine gets up ahead of that Adaptive Resources Engineering machine of Falconer. So it's 1 and 2 fighting hard. 3rd place has just fizzled out slightly because it's now Barnard ahead of Human. Andre Human trying to come back at Rudy Barnard. I say fizzled up, but it looks like it might have turned the wick up again. Here they come into turn 3. Oh, it's close. Top 2 fighting for 1 and 2. Right on their tail is the battle for 3rd and 4th. You can make it a 4-way battle for 1st, actually, because there's a proverbial blanket that we normally speak about in motorsport, and you can chuck that one out right now and it'll be over all 4 cars. Look at this. A little bit of wide line there from Falconer, not giving Kruger any chance to dive on the inside into Coca-Cola. He's nearly up the inside though, and he watches in his rearview mirror because that rearview mirror will show him the intentions being shown there by Rudy Barnard and Andre Himan to get past him. JP Nokia has recovered. He's into 5th and he's pulling away now from Matt Nash. Nash down in 6th place with Kutsia behind him and Scarp. Then it's Hepburn leading Class L. How's this fight though? We haven't had a 4-way fight in Lotus for a long time. And I'm sure all the Lotus fans watching us from the sidelines are going, yeah, we haven't had a dice like this for a very, very long time. It's usually a 2-way fight between the top 2 contenders right there. And round the outside, what is that? How is that maneuver from Rudy Barnard? Where did he find the grip there? Barnard around the outside of the fast right-hander and gets through. He found some outside line grip, and where he found it, only he knows. He's taken the lead, though, by making a very, very uncharacteristic maneuver through that right-hander. It's paid off for him. No risk, no reward, and that certainly was a huge reward for a huge risk as he takes the lead of the race and becomes the 3rd leader across the line now, with Falconer coming straight back at him. Jeff Kruger waiting to pick up the pieces if something goes wrong between the 2 of them. Here comes Falconer on the brakes into turn 1. He's got the drive, he got the line, and perfectly done into turn 1. Falconer gets back to the front end. Kruger behind Barnard now. Rudy Barnard we chatted to and said to him he was going to be excited about this circuit, and he's certainly loving life out there right now. Here comes Kruger on his inside though. He'll hold the outside line as they come through the little kink towards turn 3. Inside line from Kruger. Uses the curbs and he's got Barnard on his outside, but Barnard hangs on. He's not giving this one up. This is a phenomenal dice here. 4 cars in it, and any one of the 4 can win. Parked on the sideline, B92. That's not where he wants to be, that's for sure. Matt Nash on the sideline. He was having such a good dice. Such a pity to lose the Nashville man. And of course, he is just loving life here in Lotus Challenge since he joined them. The man, of course, who's behind those Nash Special Sports cars that run in the Endurance Championship. He's had some spectacular stuff, that is for sure, and some great racing history in his past. Hasn't quite worked out here in race number 1 though for the Nash man. Hopefully he'll be back in race 2. Here we go. Uncini 1. And it is Thomas Falconer from Barnard. Barnard from Kruger. Kruger under pressure now from Andre Himan. Andre Himan is applying huge pressure onto the back end there of Jeff Kruger. Looking for the slipstream. Barnard pulls out. So does Falconer. Himan looking on the inside of Kruger. Oh, and there's some rubble on the inside. Kruger had to avoid it. He didn't see it until the last minute, and he might have done some damage to those tyres. There was something on the track there, some bit of body from one of the other cars, and Kruger went straight over it. Hopefully it's done no damage to the tyre or to the bodywork of that car, but it can rip up a car and rip up a tyre very easily when you're at pace. And in a Lotus, through that right-hander, you'll be over 200 k's an hour. I think it might be that white car just on the left-hand side that had some body damage to it. I'm not quite sure which of those cars it is. They got 2 laps to go. If I run through the pack, on our timing, it might be Jean de Toy. Jean de Toy's car, who was parked on the sideline there between Kielkop and the final corner. He's just on the left-hand side of our shot, but and might be Rudy Barnard's car as well, who's missing a rear right mudguard. But I think it actually might be one of those Class L competitors further back there, Paulie. I'm getting information in my ears here as well. Running off the circuit there. This is the battle for first and second in Class L, and Andre Duplessis has not found a way through there on Sean Hepburn. There's a car on the left-hand side I was speaking about. We just saw it in the rear part of that shot. And wow, brilliant stuff here. Jody Infeld has joined us as well. Good morning, Big Bao. How are you doing? And sharing us and passing us on to your friends and fans and family. That's what we like to see as Hepburn continues to lead things out with about a lap to go here in Class L for Lotus Challenge. He has got Duplessis all over the back of him, looking for a way through here now, realizing he's running out of time. Looks like East London is calling all cars there, calling all our fans from East London to join us as well as we get into this race big time here for Class L. Hepburn hangs on for now, but he's got big pressure from the Vibro Bricks man. And it looks like Duplessis going to go on the inside into the toe of the boot. Is he good enough on the brakes? Hepburn will have to be very, very crafty to keep him on the high side and stay on that high side, because into Coca-Cola he'll have the inside line. This is Carl Scarp just getting away from them ever so slightly, but here's the battle for Class L, and Hepburn could potentially lose out here. Is he good enough on the brakes into Coca-Cola? They're side by side for the second time. 2 corners and literally 2 cars side by side, and Hepburn tucks in behind. Coming to the line, it's going to be Thomas Faulkner. 1 lap to go here for Thomas Faulkner. Rudy Barnard in second. What a dice here for third place between Jeff Kruger and Human. Human's got through for third and Kruger's down to fourth. So it hasn't gone according to plan there for Jeff Kruger. The man on pole position has not been able to get it all sorted out here. We'll have to wait and see how he tries to finish things up here. Is there going to be a change up in those top 4 by the time they come round for the last time to take that checkered flag? They've got a huge margin over JP Nokia, who's still in 5th place after that big moment. But Faulkner hangs on for now. How much of that Dunlop rubber is still available? Look at the back end there of Barnard's car. It could possibly be, as Paul said, the rear mudguard there of Rudy Barnard's car that was stuck in the middle of the circuit and caused some issues there for Jeff Kruger. I wonder if he might have picked up a bit of damage on that car when he hit that bit of bodywork. Fight continues here for what is going to be 5th, 6th and 7th place in Class L. 3 and 4 at the moment. You can see just how tight it is. Kees van der Walt, Nick Hodgson and Andrew Fulton diving just ahead there of Davide Favo. Miles Downwards in there as well. So that's still going to go run to the line. But the run to the line now, we're going to continue with Class A or Class B. Class B onto the short straight and now onto the main straightaway on that back one between the circuits. Faulkner goes defensive. He's not going to give Barnard any opportunity to try and go around the outside again, and he just forces him into an inside line cut because he cuts off the line that Barnard would usually use to get around his outside. Coming to Hillcop, 2 corners to go. Barnard looking dangerous. He's looking for an opportunity. Watch for the cutback now. He goes very late and a very late apex to try and get the drive towards the final corner. Faulkner puts a wheel on the dirt. That could potentially spoil his drive. Here comes Barnard and Faulkner to the line. I think Thomas Faulkner's going to hang on. He is. Faulkner's going to hang on only just to beat out Rudy Barnard. What a finish between the Lotus Challenge boys. That's fantastic racing coming out of Lotus Challenge today. One of the best we've seen all season long. Faulkner, Barnard, Himan and Kruger, your top 4. And literally the first 4 were split by a second. So nothing in it there. JP Nokia, I think we'll be back for more of the same in race number 2. He'll probably be the 5th car in that front end battle. Class L still got to come to the line as well, but looks like we're going to watch these top 3. They are high-fiving each other in the air. One of the lead boys on the sideline. That's not what we want to see. Lead Racing Lotus Challenge has had some issues there. So this is the battle for 4th place here in what is Class L. And here they come onto the fast right-hander. Favo losing a little bit of ground there. Here comes Hepburn. Hepburn to the line for Class L. He's still got Duplessis behind him, so he's managed to get back at Andre Duplessis on that last lap and find a way through there on the Vibro Bricks and Paving car. It's Hepburn for the win. He gets 2nd place to Andre Duplessis. And Kees van der Walt looks like he's going to hang on. Yes, he is. Kees van der Walt is going to hang on for 3rd place in Class L in the JPS colours there of his Lotus 7. Well, let's catch our breaths there after an amazing bit of race action from Lotus Challenge. We don't usually get to see that kind of race action in a Lotus Challenge, but nothing taken away from anything out there on track. Falconer, Barnard on him on your top 3 in Class B. BTR Jeff Kruger, JP Norkia, David Kutsia and Carl Scarp. Class L went to Sean Hepburn. He wins out over Andre Duplessis and Gijs van der Veld for the top 3. Then it was Favo, Fulton, Dunford, Downard, Gobi Hodgson and Jean de Toy. It looks like Nick Hodgson, as I said, on that last lap with some problems there for the second of the Elite Racing machines. But I'm sure he'll be back for race 2 later on. Up next, we're going BMW. It's the BMW M Performance Pass Racing Series for 8 laps. So we move on from Lotus Challenge now in the Lotus 7s into the M Power Performance Series for BMWs. And a nice field of BMWs about to make their way out onto the Pacquisa freeway here for extreme festival action and the Free State. And before we go into the race action itself, let's head down into the media centre and catch up with a couple of the top contenders here in BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series.
Next up on track, the BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series. And we've got three of the drivers with us right here in the studio, Ari van den Berg, looking good for this race. Just tell us a bit about the tactics around here, tyre wear, that type of thing.
Yeah, the track is quite heavy on the tyres. So for qualifying, I did put on new tyres. And my tactic was just to go flat where I can. I just went out and gave it all I have.
Well, we wish you all the very best. You've got a whole lot of guys breathing down your neck. Particularly Davy Willefeer has ridden around here a lot in the past. Davy also getting involved in the sponsorship side of things.
Yeah, obviously the little company I own is International Race Supply, so we supply a lot of these people with brake pads and clutches and stuff like that. But I'm not in the same class as Ari. He's really fast. We're only in the Class C, and we're only, I think, 4th. And Troy there on the other side is 5th. So we're going to have a ding-dong battle, but luckily he knows how to jump start, so we're hoping that he carries on with the tradition tomorrow, because then I can get away from him. But yeah, the track is very tough on tyres. I made a choice this time to bring old tyres, 4 old tyres, and I think it was a bit of a mistake.
So he could be in a bit of trouble.
I think I am.
Even if Troy Cochrane does jump the start, which I don't think he will do, but I know you've got the protest already written out. But Troy, also from your side, tell us about it.
Yeah, I think it was a good qualifying today. The big boys went out in Class C in front, and I thought I'll just tailgate them, but we didn't work out to plan. We did a 53, I think they all in 51 to 52, so we need to step up our game tomorrow. We've got a lot of pressure. We managed to do 51 at the last race meeting, so we should be able to maintain that speed and pace tomorrow. But as you said, jump starts, I've got a record of 2 jump starts in one race meeting, so tomorrow I'll be watching people's bumpers at the start.
Well guys, all of the very best to you with that rolling start. We hope it goes well and put on a great show out there.
BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series making their way onto the circuit for their first heat of 8 laps of racing here today, and 2 heats of 8 lappers. Second one might be 6 though. We're seeing a couple of classes being demoted a couple of laps due to the running late of the day due to some load shedding earlier on. We'll keep you informed about that. Right now I do know that PABAR Volkswagen Challenge second heat will be 2 laps less than what was published in their program. 28 cars of race action, of racing to happen here, and possibly be not only from the late start, but a lot of the competitors are also concerned about the amount of tyre wear that the circuit has got, and they're not going to have enough rubber by the end of 8 laps to finish up. So that's possibly one of the reasons that they've also brought the amount of laps down at the second heats for the day. Here's Elite Racing Lotus being taken back to the pit lane on the tow truck as the BMWs are making their way onto the back straightaway. Here's the car that we spoke about, Nick Hodgson's machine. Had some problems there in the first heat of Lotus Challenge right in the closing stages, so pity to lose him out there. BMW Performance Racing Series made up of all forms of BMWs from racing classes of the past. A couple that just have made their way here for the very first time into racing as well. So 1 or 2 that are only cars in the country that are racing. That one's been around for a while, 325 IS, of course, the box-shaped BMWs out there. They're running classes D and E here. Chartfus has just jumped on. He's just climbed out the race car and jumped onto the live stream. Big welcome to you, buddy. Nice first outing there in the Honda. I'm sure he's looking forward to seeing what these guys are going to be doing in the BMWs. But let's run through how they line up as they come to line. We've seen Eugene Gous already out on track earlier on today. Looks like he's got that sorted out. Rainier Smith comes through there. He's in 11th place on the grid. He'll be looking to make his way slightly higher up there, I'm sure. But as they come to take their positions, it is Arie van den Berg in the 357. That will be our pole man. William Eimkamera in 555 will be alongside him. Leon Loepscher will take up the second row of the grid just ahead of the German, Andreas Meyer. Carlo Garbini and Rick Lorel will be there for the third row, just ahead of Sav Gutteri and Jan Everstein. Looking for a battle there between Mark Jones and Fabio Fedetto as well in the second of the Sav Speed cars there. The 23 on the door is Mark Jones, the yellow BMW there for Sav Speed. Rainier Smith we mentioned earlier on, Dierwald Oosthuizen alongside him. Trevor Long in the number 13. He'll be 13 on 13 as well. He's 13th place on the grid for Trevor Long, living up to his livery. He's ahead of Davy Olivier, who we've just spoken to in the pre-race press conference there. And he's ahead of Troy Cochrane and Neil Reynolds. Shane Krobler and Salvi Gutteri will be ahead of Jaco Storm and Nicholas Haps. And Jaco Storm's car just prepared in time, courtesy of Zoic Panel Beaters and Dirk Lawrence and his team getting that car fixed up in the week to get it race ready here for Pacquisa. So hats off there to Dirkie and his team, and I'm sure that Jaco's happy with the job that was done there by Zoic Panel Beaters. Manny Ribeiro and Bernard de Gouveia will be alongside each other ahead of Craig Herbst and Nicholas Fisher. And then we've got Dave Rees, and coming to the back end, of course, we've got Batty Rietveld. Jagger Robertson starting from the back of the pack. That's a bit of a concern there for Jagger's point of view. And then you've got Eugene Gous, who will be the last BMW on track in this big field of 28 cars. Now, interesting to see that Jagger Robertson starting from the back there is not where he'd usually be starting from, that is for sure. He's usually a front runner and normally in at least the top 6 in this BMW category. So watch for the progress there of the Viking Mining and Liqui Moly Big Boss BMW. Devin Robinson is here. He'll be helping him out to try and get that car to the front as quickly as possible. All he can do now is leave it in the hands of Jagger, using this as a bit of a warm-up for next weekend's National Extreme Festival in Cape Town. He pilots his Liqui Moly Big Boss and Team Universal Motorsport Polo in the Comcare Polo Cup. It's a rolling start, so Pretoria North Toyota will do duties as our pace car. There's no gap in the classes, although there are a lot of classes right down from Class A through to Class E in this category. So we'll try and keep up with all the class action as well as the race action at the front end. And it usually is pretty hectic race action in this category, that is for sure. So as they start to roll off the line now, Ari van der Berg and William Einkamera will lead things out towards turn 1. Being pressurized probably right from the word go there by Leon Loepscher and the German. Leon Loepscher arriving here at the circuit in a magnificent V8 Chevy Ute, but usually a man who only pilots BMW products, so he might just be having some fun and games in that little Chevy Ute of his. But Loepscher is a very serious campaigner when it comes to any form of motorsport, particularly time attack events. But now in this category today will certainly be a thorn amongst the roses there with the usual contenders in BMW M Performance Race Series. He's alongside the German, 3-time champion there, and he's just ahead of Carlo Garbini, the coffee guy. And he'll be pushing hard ahead of Rick Leroux for combined racing. Might be doing this round as also a bit of a test run for next weekend's G&H Transport Extreme Supercars in Cape Town. They're another part of the categories they'll be racing next weekend at the Extreme Festival National Championships in Cape Town. And we'll be bringing you all that race action as well from the Killarney International Raceway next weekend on all of our channels that we're on today. So make sure you stay tuned here today as Roy Campos joins us. And first time I get to say congratulations to Mr. Campos on the birth of his beautiful new grandchild, and wish both Keegan and Tasman all the very best, and the entire Campos and Pepper family all the very best as well. Roy, good to have you here on our live stream, buddy. Thanks for your support, and thanks for jumping in to catch all the action now from the BMW M Performance Racing Series. That is the number 23 car there of Mark Jones, Sav Speed's second machine on track. He's about 3 rows back, or in fact he's directly behind Salvi Guertieri, the other Sav Speed BMW from that stable, and then a couple of rows back from that will be Salvi Guertieri. So you've got Sav, Salvi and Mark Jones running Sav Speed colours. The roof surgeon machine, that's Trevor Long. He was 13 on the car and 13th on the grid at the same time, so 13 is usually lucky for some. How's that? That's a nice field of BMWs. The entire back straight filled with M Performance Racing Series machines. Keegan Ward jumps into the live stream as well. Big welcome to a man that have a long history with. Great to have you here, Keegs. I hope you're enjoying all the race action so far, and you're about to catch arguably one of the most competitive categories in saloon car racing here in South Africa. DOE International Race Supplies, one of our sponsors for this series as well. Great to have him putting his money where his mouth is, as well as out there in his own race car to do some battles with the usual contenders. Further back in that pack, we mentioned Class C is where Darby Olivier will be fighting hard for. So, standing by now as they come out of Hillcop Corner, the penultimate turn here at Pacquisa Freeway. It's the BMW M Performance Racing Series Race 1, 8 laps of action, and they are almost good to go. Looks like the 357 Ari van den Berg playing a little bit of fun and games here, holding them up dramatically here. And I'm sure Einkamera is saying to him, come on, let's get it on. We've got to get going here. The guys in the mid-pack are going to be saying, listen, this is a little bit too slow to start things out. We'd like to be a little bit quicker. But it's 357 versus 555 out front. It's 66 versus the number 1 car for second row. Garbini is alongside and pushing hard to try and get through there on Rick Leroux. Leroux in the box shape this time, not in his usual combined racing machine. That one will be saved for next weekend. But as they drop the hammer, here we go for BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series. It's Einkamera who's got the whole shot, and he gets off the line rapidly there, catching Ari van den Berg out big time as they head towards turn 1. Mid-patch battles also starting really nicely there as well, and the rest of the field comes streaming through there. Jagger Robertson trying to come through the pack as quickly as possible, right from the back of the pack in 28th place. He would usually be fighting for about 6th, 7th and 8th place on the road, and he's got about 20 cars to get through before he can do that in the space of 8 laps. They come out of turn 2. Mid-pack starting to heat up as well. The roof surgeon machine on the inside of Darby Olivier. See Trevor Long having a bit of a dive there. As they come through there, Jagger Robertson's made up 6 cars into turn 3. So he's slowly but surely scything his way through this pack. 62 at the back of the field. Some fantastic racing expected between the back of the pack as well as the front. But take nothing away from that number 62 machine of Batty Rietveld. He'll be looking forward to a fight of note in that rear end of the field. Troy Cochran starting to come through as well. He's now onto the back end of the roof surgeon car. He's got Salvi Guertieri tucked in behind that, then Shane Krobler. Jagger Robertson already through on 8 cars by the time they got through to turn 5. Out front. Looks like a bit of chopping and changing that's happened at the front end of this field as they start to sort things out. Who's going to have what it takes here at the front end of this field? You can see that was the mid-pack of Class B. This is Class A leading into the right-hander. Nice start there from Leon Loubser. He's pulled away slightly from the German. Then he's got Garbini on his tail. Then you got Leroux under pressure. Well, under pressure was Leroux. It's now Mark Jones diving on the inside. Finding a way through there. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that was on Everstein. Jan Everstein, I think, in a new car there by the looks of things as well. Not the usual 5 Series that he'll be racing. He's in. Oh, and Leroux off circuit. Getting onto the dirty stuff there was Rick. Putting that box shape onto the sidelines and onto the dirt and onto the bump on that outside line as well. It's not where you want to be, Rick. It's going to do some damage and you're going to lose traction. There's not a lot of traction out there. The tyres will be crying out if you keep doing that, buddy. So as we're into the thick of it now, we're into turn 1 again, and lap 1 done and dusted here for BMW M Performance Racing Series. Coming through as well, keeping an eye out on those little fights in the mid-pack. That's exactly the kind of fights we're going to be seeing all through this race, and for 8 laps of race action coming away now. It's going to be some exceptionally great racing. Andreas Meyer leads out Class B at this point in time, ahead of Garbini and Sav Gutteri. Class A, it's Einkamera from Van der Berg and Loubser. That's how they line things up. Devet Oosthuizen leads out Class C ahead of Renier Smith and Davy Olivier. D's, it's Shane Grobler and Jaco Storm with Nico Herbst. And it's Dave Rees, Fisher and Bertie Rietveld who are at the front end of Class E at this point. But out front, the battle continues. Einkamera pulling away rapidly from Arie van der Berg in the 357 BM. The German currently sitting in 4th place just ahead there of Garbini. Remember, that's a naturally aspirated car. It's not the turbo cars that are out front of him, so he's fighting hard in Class A in a naturally aspirated BMW. Behind him he's got Garbini, who's got Sav Gutteri starting to breathe down the back end there. The Rouse behind that, and then it's the second of the Sav Speed cars there, Mark Jones. Jonesy's got Everstein, as I said, in a new car by the looks of it. And then as they come through there, Fabio Fedetto. And a bit of a change up there as we see David Oosthuizen and Renier Smith chopping and changing just behind that. Change up for the lead. Arie van der Berg hits the front, gets ahead of William Einkamera. So Einkamera demoted to 2nd. Loubser still maintains 3rd place in the 6.6 BM. As they come through the rest of this pack, you can see starting to sort things out there. Jagger Robertson possibly moving himself up into the top 10. Or if he's not there, he's about to get there, because he's just behind Salvi Gutteri. Salvi Gutteri is about to be caught and passed there by the young man from Alberton. Comes flying through and looks for a way through. No, Salvi Gutteri has made up one position, put a car between himself and I think it might be Fabio Fedetto. Yeah, Fabio Fedetto is between himself and Jagger Robertson. Viking Mining Liqui Moly car about to have a go here at Fedetto into turn 3. Davy Olivier having some fights of his own. He's got Renier Smith right on his tail along with Trevor Long. The roof surgeon BMW looking for a way through there on Smith and bringing Cochrane along for the ride. So a 4-way fight for Class C honours, looking good. Fedetto loses out there to Jagger Robertson just in the foreground of that shot. And there you can see confirmation of it. So Salvi Gutteri about to be caught now by the man who started at the back of the pack and is about to make his way up into the top 10 overall in the space of 2.5 laps. Brilliant bit of race tactics there from the man out front of this one. Let's see whether or not we're going to see any changes here, because changes at this point in time are certainly going to be something pretty spectacular. So Salvi Gutteri has been caught, and he hasn't been passed just yet, but he's being caught hand over fist there by the young man in that Viking Mining Liqui Moly and Big Boss BMW. So, big action expected here for all classes, and exactly what we're getting. Oh, Jonesy out of shape as he comes out of the penultimate corner there at Geelkop. Gets the back end stepping out, and that's going to give an opportunity there possibly to Jan Everstein to have a pounce. Everstein going to definitely have a look. If there's one opportunity there that he'll see, he'll take it with arms wide open. Into short straight here at the front end of the field. Salvi Gutteri has not been caught just yet, but he's certainly putting huge pressure on his Jagger Robertson onto the back end of Salvi. Salvi Gutteri in 10th at the moment. Further back here, or further forward I should say, 1, 2 and 3 have gone 3. That is 4th place, the German. Andreas Mayer hangs on to 4th place ahead of Carlo Garbini. Garbini's got Sav Gutteri on his tail. Kimbo Coffee Man attacked by Sav, Speed's Top Gun. Behind that, Rick Leroux trying to make up ground after he ran wide earlier on. Combined racing machine there of Rick Leroux slowly but surely catching onto the back end of Garbini and Gutteri. So the first 4 onto the back straight away, off the back straight, waiting for Garbini to come onto that back straight now, with Gutteri closing him down, Leroux in the background. Awesome stuff here from these 3. Not done just yet though between Garbini and Gutteri. Still Arie van den Berg from William Arnkamerer. Arnkamerer leads out Loepscher and Andreas Mayer. Andreas Mayer has closed down the gap now on Leon Loepscher. Good possibility is that we'll see the German up into the top 3 overall. It says Sav Gutteri, but it's actually Lorenzo who's behind the wheel of that car today. So I haven't got the right driver on the list there. It's definitely Lorenzo. I've just picked up on that on the side of the car as well as on the helmet. So Lorenzo Gutteri now closing down on the back end there of Garbini. Apologies earlier on. Timing monitor and the grid says Sav in the car. There they come. Heading down into the toe of the boot. Top 4 cars pretty evenly spread now, but a little bit of a gap being closed down there by the German in the closing stages. Andreas Mayer looking for a way through. Leon Loepscher is going to make it very difficult for him. That wing on the back of Leon Loepscher's car is exceptionally wide, and I think we're going to see some wide manoeuvring coming out of that BM as well to keep out the intentions being shown there by the German. Salvi Gutteri. Behind him it's Jagger Robertson. They've closed down now on Jan Everstein. Everstein can possibly be caught by the 2 youngsters behind him. Rick Leroux, Everstein, Salvi Gutteri, Jagger Robertson onto that back straight away now. Oh, easily done. Salvi Gutteri around the outside of Everstein into the fast right-hander. Jan Everstein with no answer there. But, Salvi ran wide. He ran in hot and was just able to get that thing to turn in. So you can see how hard Salvi's trying to get to the front end and maintain a gap at the front end. Oh, he's got a problem. Something's broken. I thought that car was out of shape a little bit too much for my liking. Salvi now pulls into pit lane and now up to Jagger Robertson to try and find a way through here on Jan Everstein. He's looking to get up now into what is going to be 9th place on track there. And here he comes for the 9th spot into turn 1. Not quite close enough there for the Viking, Big Boss and Liqui Moly BMW. Everstein runs wide out of turn 1 and Jagger Robertson's waiting to pounce. Looking for opportunities, that is for sure. Can he get through? Can he find a way past you? Further back, that's Eugene Goos. Eugene Goos in a bit of a fight of his own there. You can see the rest of the field also starting to have their own little battles. Goos at this point in time fighting with Dave Rees as we see the second of the Sav Speed cars in. Oh, it's gone all wrong here for Mark Jones as well. So Salvi Gutteri pulls into pit lane and Mark Jones pulls in at the same time. 2 of the Sav Speed BMWs not going to be finishing this one up, unfortunately. Nick Fisher further back. As they go across the line and completes another lap, this is 3rd place. Leon Loepscher keeping the German out for now. Andreas Mayer had a little bit of a sniff there into Gielkop, the double right-hander. Wasn't going to make that one stick though, unfortunately. The 357 comes to the line. And 357 is Arie van den Berg. William Arnkamerer going well. Arie van den Berg, William Arnkamerer, Leon Loepscher, your top 3 here in BMW M Performance Racing Series. Jagger Robertson has eventually found his way through there on Jan Everstein. He'll be now up into what is 8th place on track with the demise of Mark Jones. So Jagger from the back of the pack comes to finish up possibly in the top 8. Amazing run there from the youngster. Fastest man on track is still Arie van der Berg in the 357 BMW. And that is 1:43.8 coming out of that 357 BM. Big fight on here between the German and Leon Loubser. Loubser wants to keep him out. It's going to be a difficult man to keep out, that's for sure. 3-time champion in this category, certainly knows what to do in a BMW, particularly in the one he's in right now. And Leon Loubser, as I said, is a seasoned campaigner in time attack events, hill climb events, and he's had a couple of circuit racing runs as well. But he certainly is enjoying this little fight with the German. Flies into the third last corner. Foss right-hander off that back straightaway. German on the inside of Loubser. Oh, he caught him out. Leon Loubser ran wide out of that Foss right-hander. Top 2 about to start their final lap, but it's Andreas Meyer who's dived through and got up to 3rd place with Loubser now on his tail. Let's see what Leon Loubser can do now about the 3-time champion out in front of him. So heading down towards turn 1. Back markers to negotiate. Shouldn't be too much of an issue there for the German. He gets through. Big flame out of that car as it comes into turn 1. Hanging on. Pulling away slightly from Leon Loubser. No worries for Arie though. He continues to lead things out with a couple of back markers to negotiate on this last pass. So still some work to be done here. It's not over just yet. They're on to the final lap. Arie van der Berg on camera, and now Andreas Meyer are your top 3 in Class A. Dave Reese fighting hard there for Class E honours and about to be caught by the leaders. Lead cars coming around into the back markers now. This could potentially change things up unless Arie van der Berg can get through there unscathed. Looks like it's plain sailing at the moment. He hasn't had any issues to get through on the back markers. Catching him at the right place is always important. Looks like he's going to be doing more of the same of that as he gets onto that back straightaway. Reese wouldn't be too much of an issue. It's going to be a slightly lesser powered BMW to get through there, and does so. Moves up into the third last corner. Coming to the double right-hander now at Keelkop for the last time. This is where things usually end up. By the time you get here, there's not a lot of opportunity to try and overtake unless you are very close and can have a dive into the final corner, but that unfortunately is not where William Einkammer is right now. And Einkammer's run wide. Einkammer runs wide in the background. Can you believe that? Einkammer running wide on the second last corner. It's going to be Arie van der Berg for the win, and it's going to be the German for second. Andreas Meyer is going to hang on for second place. Can you believe that? With a big mistake there from William Einkammer. And look at all the rubble coming out of that car as he comes back onto the track and drops a lot of kitty litter onto the surface. Coming up and could possibly caught by Garbini. No. Oh, Carlo Garbini nearly getting through there and spoiling Einkammer's day even more. So how was that? How would you like to finish things up in a BMW M Performance Racing Series? That is how we do it. An amazing finish there with Einkammer running wide on the penultimate corner and making a huge mistake, which has cost him dearly. We'll get confirmation of the results as soon as they're available, but that is not the way William Einkammer wanted to finish things off, that is for sure. Fabio Fedetto comes to take the checkered flag as well. He'll finish up nicely. Happy with the performance of his car. He wins out over Renier. And looks like, Trevor Long was caught just in the closing stages there. Shane Krobler comes through to finish up ahead of Davy Olivier and Troy Cochrane. And that's how we'll sort things out for the BMW M Performance class. M Performance Racing Series, always providing great action. Let's have a look at the unofficial results there. It's Arie van der Berg from Andreas Meyer, Leon Loubser. Einkammer eventually just hung on for 4th place. It was then Carlo Garbini and Sav Gutteri, Rick Leroux and Jagger Robertson. What a drive. 20 cars he made up in the space of that 8 laps, and they got up to 8th place overall there, beating out Jan Everstein, Fabio Fedetto, Renier Smith and David Oosthuizen. Trevor Long ahead of Davy Olivier and Cochrane. Then it was Neil Reynolds and Shane Krobler, Jaco Storm ahead of Nicholas Hapst, Eugene Goos, Manny Ribeiro and Craig Hapst. As they come to finish up their first race of the day, we stand by for our first bit of single-seater action today, coming from DOE and Start My Car Formula Vees. So you can see BMW's shuffling back into their grid boxes and into their pit boxes, I should say. And Formula Vee is about to make their way onto the circuit, as you can see, for their first heat of racing. Let's shoot down to the media centre though and see what happened in the Bridgestone grid shuffle.
Good afternoon, welcome to our Formula Vee Grid Scramble, sponsored by Bridgestone and First Race. Round 6 of the National Challenge Championship and round 5 of the Regional Extreme Festival Tour. Our quickest time in qualifying this afternoon was Gert van den Berg with a 1 minute 49 seconds. He's our lucky winner of a first race voucher this afternoon. And then we've got our 2 random draws for 2 more vouchers. And we're going to pick a new rookie today, Martin. He's the lucky winner of a first race voucher. And then our second voucher will go to the person all the way from Holland, Mr. Vaughan Hills. All right, now we've got our top 6 drivers going to line up. The 3 Hills boys were in the top 6. If you guys can come and line up. Then Gert van den Berg, Lendl Jansen, and Sean van der Linde. Oh, and Little Hills as well. Is it? All right, you guys ready? And on 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes! Well done. And pole position to Peter. 2nd, Gert. Lendl in 3rd. Sean in 4th. Vaughan 5th. And Brandon in 6th.
Next up on track, the DOE Formula Vee category. Always a fantastic race around this track, particularly. Man on pole, Peter Hills. Looking forward to a good race. Is it an advantage having pole position around here?
I think at this track there's no real advantage of starting on the front. I actually qualified 3rd and drew 1. I was hoping to draw 3 and follow these 2 guys, but yeah, that's what it is like, and I hope we have a good race tomorrow.
Well, you're the championship leader. 2nd is Lendl Jansen. Lendl, Slipstream City around here?
Yeah, for sure. Look, it's so close between the 3 of us as well, so you can really go any way. That's going to be fun tomorrow. I don't mind starting 3rd. It's cool.
3rd in championship. You've always had good results here, so looks like you got a bit of a smile going on there. Tell us, do you have something?
No, it's probably the closest to home, Free State track. So yeah, like coming here. It's a good track and did a good qualifying. So tomorrow's going to be close. Nobody's going to run away, but I'm looking forward to it. I think we gave Peter a chance to pull number 1 here in the grid draw because he had his birthday this week. But I think it's going to be a lekker race. Let's keep it clean and go.
Well, Peter, happy 50th birthday from all of us. And guys, have a great race. Enjoy it out there.
Thank you, Joe.
Well, speaking of birthdays, it's also the birthday of the man on the front row there, Lendl Jansen. So he'll be looking to give himself a birthday present today with a possible double victory. Not always easy to do in a competitive field like DOE and Start My Cars. Formula Vee has been all season long. National Championship standings is Peter Hills, the man on pole who leads things out over Lendl Jansen and Gert van den Berg, the 3 men that we just chatted to. Association Championship, it's Yusuf Kotza, Theo Vermaak and Carl, who will be pushing to try and get to the front end of that little championship to be sorted out today. Cat was fastest though, 149 around here in a Formula Vee. That is absolutely hauling. And you can see by the times between Gert van den Berg and Lendl Jansen in the qualifying times, a 1 minute 49.654 played a 1 minute 49.655. 1,000th of a second difference between Gert van den Berg and Lendl Jansen. And then, as we saw there from the rookie's point of view, Martin van Jaarsveld getting himself a nice first race voucher in his first race out as well. Great to have Vaughan Hills back from international duties, and we'll be looking forward to seeing how he goes back into the hunt here for DOE and Start My Car Formula V's. So it's Hills and Van den Berg on the front row, Lendl Jansen and Sean van der Linde on the second row, and then it's Vaughan Hills and Brandon Hills. So all 3 Hills boys in the top 6 for Mangaza Racing. Look out for Theo Vermaak ahead of Yusuf Kotza. That's an important one for him in terms of the Association Championship. And then behind them, Carl Watt up close for that Association Championship on the tailpiece of the top 2 in that particular champ. Marcel Blucknout, then you've got CF de Toy, Roy Douglas, Martin van Jaarsveld and Clinton Kane ahead of Dave Austin, Helder Gavea and Yannick Geisa at the back of the pack for our Formula V's first heat of the day's action. These guys are on Bridgestone rubber, coming to take up the positions on the grid. And under starters orders, we've got 17 of them about to go to battle here for this round of the championship. It has been an exceptionally tight battle for this championship all season long so far, and we're expecting some more of the same here now in this first heat. Two-minute board is up. Here we go. Race faces are about to be found. 1 minute turns to 30 seconds. 30 seconds changes to the 5-second board as quickly as it usually goes up. And we are now under full starters orders. There are no lights here today because of load shedding, so we're starting with the MSA flag. That flag goes up, and we are racing. Great start from the inside line from Kat van der Berg, but it's Peter Hills who's going to try and go around. He's outside there for the lead, and he gets the whole shot. Brandon Hills coming through as well, looking to dive through on Van der Linde. Van der Linde being swamped by both Brandon and Vaughan Hills as they go into turn one. Either side of him, he's got one of the Mungaza Racing boys. Theo Vermaak with a great start ahead of Yusuf Kotza as they go down into turn two. Watch for the flick through now into three, and it's Hills out front ahead of Van der Berg and Janssen. Top three in the championship are the top three on track. Slight reversal of the role there between Van der Berg and Lionel Janssen though. Carl Watt starting to put the pressure on right from the word go as well, tucked in there behind Marcel Bluchnoot. So let's see if the toy up close and personal as well as they head to the toe of the boot for the first time here in Anger. Big welcome there to the RTA Racing team and to Lawrence Sanders. Yeah, thanks for that one. Happy birthday to Lionel Janssen. He'll be looking to get 2 cars up to make it even happier for himself if he wants to take that one. But you heard also Peter Hill celebrating his birthday through the week, so it's a battle of the birthday boys out front there. Kat van der Berg going to spoil their day if he can. Keep himself in the hunt for that number 1 plate to stay on his car. As they go down into the fast right-handers at Uncini 1 and Uncini 2. Looks like a bit of manoeuvre happening there as well from Brandon Hills' point of view. He's lost out a little bit of ground there to both Theo Vermaak and Yusuf Kotza. He's trying to come back at them as they go down that back straight away. Chopping and changing between the top three. No real position change, but swinging out left, right and centre, trying to find opportunities that may open up. Mistakes can be made on cool tyres. They're not quite up to race temperature, are those Bridgestones that these guys run on. But by the second lap, at the end of it, they'll certainly be up to race temperature because of the abrasive nature of the circuit. Pacquisa has always been a very hard-wearing tyre circuit, and every single category has spoken about the fact that they've got to try and nurse their tyres to the end. It's 8 laps for the first one, possibly going to be slightly lesser laps for the second one. We'll wait and see what the COC decides on that. But right now, they're into lap 1 and completed lap 1 at the back of the field, the 9-9 machine. The rookie. Problems for Martin van Jaarsveld. Not quite going according to plan there for him at the back of the field though. But at the front end, it's heating up. There's a change up for second. Lionel Janssen in the Bull Security machine dives through there and gets ahead. Hills loses out as well as Van der Berg hits the front. Hills drops to third. So a massive change up there at the front. Kat van der Berg now leads out ahead of Lionel Janssen and Peter Hills. Closing them down rapidly is the 33 car of Brandon Hills. So Brandon is certainly looking for a chance now to pounce and become part of that three-way battle at the front. Vee's in the house now in full effect. Pushing it to the limit is Kat van der Berg to try and get away now. He was fastest on the last pass with a 55.7. Not quite down into the 49s they were doing in qualifying. But of course with slightly heavier fuel loads and the necessity to try and save as much of that rubber as possible, they will have to be very wary on how much rubber they use to try and fight to the front. That's why Peter Hills might be waiting by the sidelines here. He tucks in between and slots up into second place between Kat van der Berg, race leader on the last pass. Now new race leader Lionel Janssen. Janssen with a great dive under the slipstream effect into the right-hander. Into Hielkop now, the double right-hander. Could see a change up here. Watch for the cutback for turn 1. You've got to get the drive onto the straight if you want to use the slipstream on the main straightaway. Here they come. Hills exactly what I thought he might do. Have a look into turn 1. Here comes Vermaak on Van der Linde. Sean Van der Linde going to lose out here to Theo Vermaak as he dives through. Nice maneuver there from Theo Vermaak. Putting some breathing room between himself and Yusuf Kotza and Carl Watt for the Association Championship honours. And he's dropped Van der Linde down into 6th place. He's pulled a massive margin over Kotza and Carl Watt as well, so a bit of manoeuvring here from the boss man. Sean van der Linde following him through at this point. Kotza still ahead of Carl Watt, Marcel Buchnout and Sief de Toyo, your top 10. Always good to see such close battles in Formula V, and they usually are this close. I've always nicknamed them the sort of 600 cc's of single-seaters, because the action is as close to what you'd get in sort of Moto 3 or 600cc style racing. 4 or 5 cars, sometimes up to 7 cars, even up to 10 cars at one point. We've seen in the past where action has been that close. Carl Watt trying to close things down now on Kotza. Josef Kotza could be under threat here. He goes defensive almost instantaneously. He goes to the middle of the track on that back straight. Not going to give Carl any chance to come around his outside, although we have seen a couple of cars drive around the outside and make those overtaking maneuvers. Not this time though for Watt, as he hangs on and tucks in behind Josef Kotza. So they come through and complete another lap in anger. Lendl Janssen is the man out front, controlling things for the lead of the race for now, but how much longer can he soak up that pressure coming from Hills and Gert van der Berg? Or a little wheel on the dirt there for Carl Watt. Give Kotza a little bit more breathing room, about half a car length there now over Carl Watt for what is now 7th and 8th place on track. Janssen, Hills and van der Berg are your top 3 pulling away now. Vaughan Hills closing them down. Brandon Hills dropped by the wayside ever so slightly, and I think we've actually lost Brandon Hills somewhere out on track. So it's Vaughan Hills who's made his way up into the 4th spot, and he'd like to be up there with those top 3 fighting hard. They've bridged a big gap now over for Mark and van der Linde. 33, Brandon Hills has dropped down into 14th place, so something has gone wrong there on the Mangaza Racing 3rd car. 1 and 2 in that little team are sitting currently 2nd and 4th on the road. Van der Linde trying to come back at here for Mark at the moment for 5 and 6. Hasn't had an answer just yet though. This is Vaughan Hills through Incini 1 into Incini 2, and that'll come onto that back straight away now. What he's finding at the moment is he doesn't have anybody to play with, so to try and bridge that gap with no other car to help you is not always easy to do, because you don't get that effect, the slipstream. Exactly what we saw from Billy Hills, used to perfection there to get through on Lennel Janssen. You do not want to be in 2nd or 3rd place on the last lap in this race, because that could definitely be costly if your competitors and rivals are close enough to use the slipstream to get past you, because there's no answer literally after you've gone through that fast right-hander, unless you are exceptionally good on the brakes into Geelkop or here into the final corner. Into turn 1, and it's a bit of a maneuver happening here from Peter Hills to try and pull a bit of a gap. Get a bit of breathing room there coming out of turn 1, but it's closed down again by Lennel Janssen and by Gert van der Berg. Those two having a great little battle for 2nd, but they don't want to fight too hard, otherwise what might happen, as fast Fred comes and joins us in the studio, is you'll get caught out and lose just that half a car length. Can be the difference between a win or ending off the podium here, particularly in Formula V. Awesome stuff here from them. There between Kotza and Watt as they go through the little flick between turn 4 and into Incini 1 and 2. Kotza's not giving Watt any chance here. Carl has definitely tried on a few occasions to find a way past, but hasn't found it just yet. So the fight continues here for Association Championship honours. Theo Mark up the road in 5th place overall is doing his championship the world of good. And they're still fighting. Into the final corner. Watt on the outside, Kotza on the inside. Hangs on for now. Exceptionally close between those two. It's for 2nd place in the championship overall for the association side of the championship with 5 to go. Nice to see that we get given information halfway through the race that this is a 10-lapper, hey Paul? Considering the fact that the program has been telling us it's been 8 laps for the whole race, but apologies for that. Just been sent a message from the boss lady saying Formula Vee is a 10-lap race. Nice that was given to us at the start of the race as opposed to halfway through it, but we're at the halfway through stage right now. 5 of 10 done and 5 to go. Formula Vees, as always, putting on a spectacular show for our live stream feed and for the few spectators who have joined us here at the circuit. We kind of thought we'd get a couple more people here today from Welkom and the surrounds, because they're hungry for motorsport in this area, but we haven't had a lot of motorsport here for a while, so it may be just a case of that they missed the memo, like we missed the memo. Oh! Coming up on the back marker there, and a big welcome call to our rookie man. Having a little bit of a wake-up call there as the top 3 came flying on his inside through the fastest part of the circuit. I think he just stayed out of harm's way. They're doing exactly what a back marker should do. Hold your line, and the quicker cars will find a way past you, and that's exactly what he did. So, sticking to the rules with 4 to go. Into turn 1, no changes between those top 3. Into turn 3 now. As Leonard Janssen applies a little bit more pressure onto the back end there of Peter Hills. Peter Hills and Vaughan Hills, 1 and 4, sandwiching those top 3 at the top. Then it's Theo Mark, head of Sean van der Linde. Van der Linde hasn't really had an answer there to the pace of Theo Mark since he got through, and he's lost quite a bit of ground there, as you can see. I think Lionel Janssen is quite happy for Peter Hills to lead this one. It means he doesn't have to push too hard, and he can realise that he may be able to just give his tyres a little bit of a breathing room as well. Because remember, 10 laps of race action around this track are going to be very hard on those Bridgestone rubber that these guys are running. And if they haven't got some spare tyres in the bag, they may be fighting hard by the end of race 2. With the second heat, here's another 10 lapper, because the circuit is very hard on tyre wear. And you've got to make sure that you have got everything spot on, just like Lionel Janssen has done to get to the lead of the race there through the right-hander. Heading to Hillkop, Janssen leads out now ahead of Peter Hills. Hills has still got very close attention being shown there by Gert van der Berg, looking for a way past. But the top 3 have basically stayed within each other's grasp, and I don't think anybody's shown their cards just yet. Could possibly be the need for a couple more laps to be completed before they start to put the gamble out there. They've only got 3 more to do it, so it may be gambling time now. Janssen, Hills and Van der Berg into turn 1. That's how it stands. Theo Mark still in the 5th place spot there and leading the association championship. Hills comes back at Lionel Janssen into turn 3. Not able to make it stick though as they head towards the toe of the boot. He's going to have another try into the toe. Let's have a look and see if he's able to make this one stick. He is late on the brakes. Gets up the inside of Lionel Janssen and he's got through. Janssen will try and hang on to the outside line, but no, Peter Hills squeezes him out and gets ahead of him, which means he's going to have to follow him through Coca-Cola. Left-hander past that big Coke bottle and a new leader at the front end again. All 3 of these top 3 at the front have led the race at some point during the last 7.5 laps. So there's certainly something to still be sorted out here with 2.5 to go. Hills, Janssen, Van der Berg. That's how they get onto the back straightaway. Kat Van der Berg, I think, possibly waiting for a little bit longer in this race before he has a go. He wants to try and catch these top two out if he can. Lendl Janssen uses the slipstream. As I said, you do not want to be leading the race on the last lap, and that could possibly be a bit of tactics coming into play there from Peter Hills, allowing Janssen through so he doesn't have to be in the lead of the race onto that back straightaway for the last lap of this first race of DOE Formula Vee. And I think Kat Van der Berg is looking on a similar nature to use that same strategy. Does not want to be leading with the last lap. They've started the penultimate one now. Van der Berg is going to have to make up a little bit of ground though. He's lost a little margin there to the back end of Peter Hills. So he won't be able to use that slipstream effect and slingshot through if he's not close enough. So he'll have to make up some ground here between turn 3 and the back straight if he wants to use the slipstream. Hills is positioned perfectly at the moment, possibly looking to try and use that slipstream. I don't think he's going to do it on this one, but he may hang on for the next one to have a go. That'll be part of the race strategy he'll be, and he would have been thinking about all race long, having seen Lendl Janssen and Kat Van der Berg go through on him with that slipstream effect on the back straightaway. Kat Van der Berg runs wide slightly in the back straight, and into that little straight between turn 5 and 6 he's just made a small mistake. It's cost him a bit of time, it's cost him a bit of gap. More importantly, it's the gap that you have to worry about. Here we go. Hills on the outside of Lendl Janssen, trying to go into Uncini 1 on the outside. Watch for the cutback. He's going to have to slot in behind and go for the slipstream. Will he pull out in the slipstream on this one, or is he going to wait till the last one? We'll have to wait and see. If he gets good enough drive and he can get past it, the slingshot might be engaged here, and he may have to have an opportunity. Lendl Janssen sees him coming, goes defensive. He's going to have to drive around his outside if he wants to make that slingshot work. It didn't work this time. Janssen saw what was happening, realized what his race strategy was going to be, and went defensive all the way down that back straightaway. But the cutback comes from Peter Hills now into Gielkop. Very close there from Hills, but he tucks back in behind Lendl Janssen and lives to fight for one more lap. I think it's all part of his strategy here. He is not going to give away his final race maneuver here until the last lap starts, and that's right now. Into turn 1. Any one of these top 3 can take this. Kat Van der Berg and Peter Hills are sitting in the pound seats though, being in that position to use the slingshot. But as I say that, Lendl Janssen opens up a small margin out of turn 1. It's about a car and a half length there, and that car and a half length is enough. No, it's not. Hills closes him down into 3. Very tight here between these 3. Has been all race long. They've literally been split by half a second for 10 laps. And they're on the 10th and final one right now. Fastest lap of the race has come out of Lendl Janssen so far, but I think that could possibly change here on this last pass. We've seen 1 minute 50s. In qualifying, they got down into the 49s. I think they're going to need 49s here to win this one. So here they go. Slingshot engaged. Are we going to see a bit of shake and bake here from Kat Van der Berg and from the Ngaza car of Peter Hills? Hills went wide the last time into Uncini 1. He's now into that section and looking for a chance to get into that slingshot. He's got to be right up close and personal and underneath that gearbox of the car in front of him. I don't know if he's close enough. Here they go. Slingshot time and slipstream time. This is where things could count. Lendl Janssen goes defensive on that back straightaway. Peter Hills is going to try and drive around his outside. Is there enough space out there? Is there enough grip? Yes, there is. Peter Hills around the outside of Lendl Janssen. Brilliant stuff from him. Lendl Janssen thought he might go into the inside, but this time he uses that outside line. Now, Lendl Janssen going to try and come back at him. Is Kat Van der Berg going to have a go at Janssen into the final corner? They're into Gielkop. It's the penultimate corner. They're coming up on a back marker. Shouldn't be too much of an issue there. That back marker is going to go through. The flag will be waiting. Hills has timed this to perfection, and he's got it. Peter Hills has gone to the lead with 2 corners to go, and he takes the victory. Only just. Wow, that was close. Brilliant stuff coming across the line there from the DOE Formula Vees. And it was, 9/100ths of a second between Peter Hills and Lendl Janssen for the win. 3/10ths further back from that was Kat Van der Berg. So literally 4/10ths of a second there between the top 3 for the Formula Vees and their first heat and first outing today. Josef Kotz is going to keep out Carl Watt for second place in the association class. but it's Theo Vermaak who finishes in 5th place overall, will take the victory there in that association category. That is how we do things in Formula V. Brilliant action as per usual. We kind of expected that. Have a look at those unofficial results after 10 laps of race action. Hills from Lennel Janssen with the fastest lap on that last lap, and a personal best from him. But a great effort there from Clad van der Berg for the top 3 to finish within 0.4 of a second of each other. Vaughan Hills was 4th ahead of Theo Vermaak, who wins the association class and beats out Yusuf Kotze and Carl Watt down in 7 and 8 for the top 3 there for the association side. Up next, we head into the Pacquisa 200 sprint race. That will sort things out here for later on this afternoon. We'll be back shortly. Well, a big welcome back here to Pacquisa Freeway and the Extreme Festival Regional Championships. It's the Pacquisa 200, and this is the Pacquisa 200 class that are lining up here, made up of car care clinics, 2 categories, SuperHatch and the 111 Sports and GTs and Sports and Saloons. It's a big field of 20 cars that are making their way around for the grid race, basically. Whoever takes this will set up the grid for later on for the big 200 kilometre that happens here this afternoon at the Pacquisa Freeway. If you've just joined us on our live stream, a big welcome to you on YouTube and all our Facebook feeds. Hope you've enjoyed all the action so far. We've had some phenomenal races in the sprints earlier on. This one, of course, is a rolling start, so that's why we've got the Pretoria Nerd safety car out front. And that 286 will dictate the pace until they get into Geelkop, and then he'll hand the duties over to Piet Potgieter, who has put it on pole position. Alliteration aside, he's got Harry Arungi's on his side. And that is the front row of the 111 Sports and GT category. And then we've got Johan van Heerden and Roland Hopkins tucked in behind that. 2 Golfs looking to push hard from the word go. And they've got Van der Pfeiffer and Philip Meyer ahead of Wouter Roos and Adrian Dalton. Leonard Archer and I think it'll probably be Andre Danhauser at the wheel of that car, because Danhauser is sharing his car later on in the 200 with Brett Garland. Wouter Roos will also be sharing his car with Graham Nathan, a man from Nathan's Motorsport. And then Gavin and Dean Ross will be sharing their car, and they are on the 6th row of the grid ahead of Darren Gunnison. Then you've got Donovan LaRue and JP Nokia sharing a car alongside Devin Piazza Musso. And then it's Christian van Wyk and Adrian van Mark who will be sharing that car ahead of Maritz LaRue down on the 8th row of the grid. They're just ahead of Francis and George Aldrich. Mal Spur and Elna Cruiser sharing her car, and then it's Ishmael Beloy, Nick Martin and Carl Stoltz at the back. Pretoria Nord Toyota is definitely going to be a car that will be watched in this one for a lot of places gained, because if I look at where both Nick Martin and Carl Stoltz are at this stage, it's certainly not where they want to be starting things, that is for sure. Archer hoping that his day goes a bit better in this category than it did earlier on, because he had to change up his choice of steed, because unfortunately it looks like the Honda Civic he was piloting in race 1 today out in the On Track Racing Clubmans had a bit of issues, so he's had to jump into the Hyundai, and it might be a man and it might be a car that gets a bit pushed hard right from the word go there from the 5th row of the grid. They will start to come into formation as they get onto that back straight, heading down towards the fast right-hander and then towards Geelkop. Can't miss Donovan LaRue and JP Nokia in their car. Bright yellow wheels in the back end of that Honda. Kind of synonymous with JP Nokia's race colours. Always has that bright yellow somewhere in his car. At one stage in his V8 career for Mobile 1 V8 supercars, he actually had a lime green sort of and bright yellow mix in his paintwork on the Corvette that he piloted. Nice array of cars, majority of them coming from a hatch format. A couple of saloons out there as well. Mal Spur at the wheel of that car for now, but she'll be sharing with Elna Cruiser a bit later on. Things starting to get a little bit more heated here as they come into the closing stages of this pace lap. This is the one that sets the pace and gets them all into formation for the start of the race. You can see that Pretoria Nord Toyota 86 has pulled away and is going to pull into pit lane now with lights out, handing the pole position duties over to the man on pole, Piet Potgieter from Nathan's Motorsport. Strelado Motorsport alongside that is Harry Arungi's. Looks like Harry's going on his own here this weekend. He normally jumps in with a couple of other drivers in this event, but this time he's decided no, he can do it on his own. And they are now under starters' orders as they come to the line to start the Pacquisa 200 sprint race. Everybody behind them dropping the hammer as the flag's about to drop. Oh, Mal Spur going for a bit of a jump start there. Woo! Massive jump start, I would have to say, from Malsbury, trying to dive up the inside and get a whole bunch of positions. I don't think she saw the flag go down, but she didn't worry about that because she's already up into about 9th place as she tucks into turn 1. Great start there from Dalton, putting Hopkins under pressure as they go around into turn 2. It is Pete Pacquisa, though, they got the drop, and it's Philip Meyer who's up in the 2nd place by the looks of things, looking for a way through there on Harry Arangis. Arangis just hangs on to keep out Meyer in the Porsche behind him. And then the rest of that pack just start to sort themselves out in that mid-pack. You can see things starting to get a little bit real. Devin Piazzamusso just ahead of JP Nokia. Freddie Watkins in there as well. Good start from him. Christian van Wyk slowly but surely making his way through there. Starting to put the pressure onto Francis and George Aldrich. I'm not quite sure who's in the car for the sprint race, but I would assume it's Francis who's in his own car to start the proceedings. Big dive on the inside there from Van Heerden. Johan Van Heerden looking to try and make up one position as they went through the Coca-Cola turn. Ishmael Beloy is in a few positions as well. As he comes through there, looking for Nick Martin. I was actually looking for Carl Stoltz's car, but I beg your pardon. It's actually Nick Martin's Peugeot we'll be watching out for there. But Carl Stoltz will be sharing that with him. So you can see things are starting to just get into a little bit of rhythm, a little bit of routine here at the front end. As Adrian Dalton has a look, trying to find a way through there on Harry Arangis, and the lead changes into the hands of Philip Meyer. The Porsche hits the front. So that 924R of Philip Meyer now leads things out as he heads down into Geelkop ahead of Pete Pacquisa in 2nd place. Then it's Adrian Dalton for 3rd in the Golf 1. Extra Clothing and Shoes Golf 1 is now ahead of Harry Arangis in the Stradale Motorsport and Vol Fluid Systems Nissan 350Z. He's ahead of Van Heerden, and Van Heerden has got Roland Hopkins just behind him. That's how we'll be seeing things start this first lap in anger for the Pacquisa 200. Basically the grid race here, you could say. Meyer from Pacquisa, Dalton ahead of Arangis and Van Heerden, Hopkins and Van der Pfeiffer. Then it was Wouter Roos, Leonard Archer and Andre Danhauser. Danhauser trying to close things down there on the back end of Leonard Archer. Class A SuperHatch competitors. Just behind that they have got Maritz Leroux and then Mal Spur, who I think could possibly be in for a jump start. We'll have to wait and see what they say about that, but certainly looks like she got on the loud pedal a little bit too early. Darren Gunnison is there alongside her now and trying to keep her out into the toe of the boot. Here comes Van Heerden. Oh, a spinner right at the back there. Looks like Krobler just making a little bit of mistake as he came out of turn 3, and that has unfortunately dropped him right to the back of the pack. So a lot of work to be done now by Michael Krobler. He's one of the one and only PABAR Volkswagen Challenge cars that's involved in this little fight. I thought we'd see a little bit more of them. Move on here from Devin Piazzamusso, trying to catch the back end of JP Nokia and N4 Autocraft Honda Civic. For a chance now to try and stay in the front end fight here, just outside of the top 10 at this point in time though, as the top 10 contenders go through the right-hander, and it's Leonard Archer under pressure from Danhauser. Pro Auto Rubber Opel Corsa taking on Leonard Archer in the ACD Velcom Hyundai. Adrian Dalton with a bit of pressure now coming from Stradale Motorsport and Vol Fluid Systems Nissan. 6 laps to go. Dalton maintains 3rd. Just trying to close the gap down on Pacquisa. As they head towards turn 2, you can see Andre de Lange starting to make his way through there in the Roofshaw car, putting pressure onto that N4 Autocraft Honda. Mal Spur leads out the second pack. She's managed just to get through there on Darren Gunnison, and there goes de Lange, just getting on the inside of that N4 Autocraft Honda. Oh, off circuit on the dirty stuff and out of shape. Big time for Gunnison into the wall. Into the barrier there for Darren Gunnison, right across the nose of Andre de Lange and the N4 Autocraft car. And I think there was a little bit of manoeuvring and some outbraking maneuvers that were attempted there from Nick Martin, trying to capitalize on the man making a mistake in front of him. He's bringing Christian van Wyk along for the ride as well as they head down towards the toe of the boot. Gunnison's got going again. Didn't do too much damage, but he just He sacked that wall properly. That tyre barrier and Armco are now on, it's on their sides. There's a bit of manoeuvring happening at the front end as we see some chopping and changing. Is that Malspur going through on Vota? It is. Malspur has just gone through and passed Vota Ruiz into the Coca-Cola corner. No love lost there, I'd have to say. But there we go. Have a look at this. This is the replay. Gunnison runs wide out of turn 1, puts the wheels on the dirt. Tries to catch it, gets it onto the tar, but by that stage it was already out of shape. De Lange and... yeah, I was going to say, De Lange having to come out of that big time. And I think at the same point in time, we saw some evasive manoeuvring coming out of JP Nokia as well to avoid the Honda spinning in front of them. So it's Nick Martin now putting the pressure onto JP Nokia, trying to find a way through there. He's come from the back of the pack and he's literally just outside that top 10 at this stage. Philip Meyer continues on his merry way at the front end, dominating at this point. Using his endurance championship skills here, possibly going to be using those a bit later on this afternoon as well. Not only potentially win the sprint race, but to win the overall Pacquisa 200 later here today. Piazza Musa closing down on Martin. Martin doing the same thing here to JP Nokia. Van Heerden in the Golf. No answer there to the 350Z or the Golf 1. But remember, these guys will also be considering the fact that they've got a long race ahead of them later on this afternoon. So maybe you don't want to show too much of what you've got behind the bonnet or what your race strategy might be. Philip Meyer certainly doing a superb job there for the People Group Porsche. Leading things out now over Pete Portgieter for Nathan's Motorsport. In the rocky car at this point in time, he's looking to close that Porsche down, but I think he's going to let him run away with this one. Unless something goes wrong there with that People Group Porsche, I don't think Portgieter is going to have an answer. Three and 4 at the moment is Adrian Dalton and Charles Orangis. And they will continue their little fight for 3rd and 4th right to the checkered flag. Dalton's little Golf 1 is very good on the endurance side of things, and so is that 350Z. Orangis has had lots of many close calls and some great racing, as we see once again Portgieter out of the penultimate corner, running a bit wide. Coming into the final corner, here we go, Orangis. All fluid systems machine, slowly but surely closing down the gap on that extra shoes and clothing car of Adrian Dalton. Van Heerden maintains 5th place. Not a bad run there for the JVH machine. And Van Heerden Racing doing a superb job there for a top 5 finish at this point in time. SuperHatch battle continues there between Andre Danhauser and Leonard Archer. Archer leading the SuperHatch fight at this point in time, ahead of Danhauser, and of course Brett Garland will be his teammate later on. It's Mal Spur who is in 3rd place overall, just behind Vota there. Whatever the issue on Vota's car is, it looks like he might have got it sorted out. I did hear from Mal earlier on, they were battling a little bit with a misfire on that car. Very good possibility that could be just sorting that misfire out in this one. Oh, Vota's got a problem. I was just talking about that car and a potential misfire. Looks like it might have picked it up again. Vota slowing down the back into the toe of the boot. He was just about to come and have a go at these two SuperHatch competitors. And unfortunately, looks like that issue has been found again on Vota's car. So let's see whether or not he can get back to pit lane. Get that Nathan's Motorsport team onto that car to try and sort it out before we get into the main race later on this afternoon. Car Care Clinic SuperHatch battle here, and being led out at the moment by the local man from Velcom. It's Leonard Archer, ahead of Andre Danhauser. To the double right they go. No change yet. Further up the pack, it is the leader of the race overall at the moment. Still in the hands of that People Group Porsche. Philip Mayer doing it all right, ahead of Pete Pacquisa for Nathan's Motorsport. Dalton maintaining third ahead of Harry Arangis. No changes there for the first four. Voti's pulled onto the sideline somewhere because we can't find him out on circuit at the moment. The Car Care Clinic Polo GTI, some problems there in this first heat. Race action, of course, is going to be sorted out here today. We'll also sort out the grid for the Pacquisa 200 later on. Mayer and Portketer at this stage will be on pole. Krobler, Watkins and Beloy with 3 to go. There is Voti, up just ahead of the BMW of Moritz Leroux. So whatever was going wrong in that car, looks like he might have got to drive around the issue and got it going again. It's an intermittent misfire they were talking about this morning. Mal told me that they haven't quite worked out exactly what's been causing the problems, but let's see whether or not he's get that sorted now. 225 IS on his tail is Leroux. Then Malspur. She's down in 12th and third in class. Third in class overall and actually leading her class in SuperHatch, Class B. Darren Gunnison is back on track and is back up to 13th place ahead of Devin Piazzamusso, Donovan Leroux and JP Nokia, and actually got ahead of Andre De Lange as well. So nice recovery there from Darren Gunnison after that spin and the slam into the Armco barrier out of turn 1. Van Pfeiffer just maintaining a little bit of a gap there between himself and now Lyndon Archer and Andre Danhauser. Let's see if we've got any changes here on positions as they come across the line. Should have a couple to go with 2 to go. Malspur being caught by the looks of things by Christian van Wyk. He'll be sharing with Adrian van Mark later on this afternoon. They have both got through on JP van Mark. Nick Martin and Carl Stolz have also made up some ground from the back of the pack. They're up to 16th overall and about 7th overall in SuperHatch. Watkins ahead of Krobler. Krobler head there by the looks of things of Ishmael Beloy as they start their penultimate lap. Turn 1 has seen a bit of action in this one. Probably see a lot more action in the next 6 heats of racing still to come here today. After this, remember, we've got a 20-minute circuit break and lunch break in proceedings, just to give our marshals and medics a chance to refresh themselves before they get into the final 6 races of the day, including a 200-kilometer with these cars. Here's Voti coming back and Andre Danhauser. Not going to go on the inside and find a way past. No, he just follows suit. It looks like he might have actually had a bit of a problem into that right-hander as well. Third place battle on the final lap now, and looks like Adrian Dalton is up the wick slightly to catch the back end of Pete Portketer. Mayer hangs on for the lead, Portketer for second, Dalton for third, and fourth place is still Arangis. Could be a good run to the line here from Dalton if he can just squeeze up and get ahead of Pete Portketer, put himself onto the front row for the Pacquisa 200 later here today. That's certainly what he's trying to do. So he comes onto the back straight away now for the last time in this one. And on the back end of Pete Portketer. I think Portketer might have a little bit of breathing room there to just keep him out for now. and maintain that front row start for the Pacquisa 200 later on this afternoon. Dalton, though, is not giving up and may have a go here into Geelkop or possibly into the final corner. Porsche coming through. No, Pacquisa's going to hang on. Dalton's going to try something into the final corner. Will he make it stick, though? He's looking. He's going on the inside. Dalton wants that front row. Very good possibility. He's going to get it. No, he's not. He's just going to lose out there to Pacquisa as they come to the line. Brilliant stuff there from Adrian Dalton. Great defensive driving coming out of Pete Pacquisa. But it's Philip Meyer who takes the victory in the car care clinic. 111 GT Sports and Saloons and SuperHatch combined for the Pacquisa 200 grid race. Watkins still fighting with Grobler and Beloy. This one's not done yet either. Ishmael Beloy still wants a way through there on Grobler. Mark Grobler going to have to be very, very wary. Freddie Watkins still going to be taking them to the line as well here for the final bit of race action. Botarus still in the mix as well. Looking for a way past on Leonard Archer. I think Archer... Oh, onto the back straight. We got some problems. Was that Van Wyk out of shape? I think it might have been. Christian Van Wyk out of shape onto that back straightaway after... I think he might have been helped out ever so slightly. Not quite sure who on the back end might have given him a tap, but there was certainly some assistance given there for Van Wyk to catch it onto the back straightaway. To the line. Is it going to be Archer? No, it's going to be Russ. Russ gets through there just to beat out Leonard Archer. Inside line there from De Lange to squeeze through on JP Nokia. And he will come through to finish things up ahead of Darren Gunnison. So that's how we wrap things up here. The first half of the day's racing is completed. We are scheduled to have a small 20-minute break in proceedings in between these heats, but it's not done just yet because we're watching Watkins, I beg your pardon. It's one of the Kins coming into the final corner to take on Grobler to the line, and it looks like he might hang on. Only just with some defensive driving. And around the outside, great move from Ishmael Beloy, getting through on Grobler to the line. So a couple of positions changing up there before the checkered flag was given. Let's have a look at unofficial results there of Philip Meyer, Pacquisa and Dalton, your top three. Beating out Arunjis, Van Heerden, Hopkins, Van der Pfeiffer, Leonard Archer winning out the SuperHatch category, beating Andre Danhauser and Mal Spur to the line there for what would be classification in the Car Care Clinic SuperHatch category. That's how they'll be lining up in about 2 hours' time as we get into the Pacquisa 200 for 2022. We'll be back shortly with action from On Track Racing's Clubmans. Randall Motorsport Honda, JDM Tuning. Then you've got Red Bull Racing's Dwayne Brown. He's alongside to join us. Right on time there, Dames. As we're ready to go now for the second heat of Pacquisa. So the lights aren't working. We're starting with a main court now, dropping back actually into the clutches of the Golf 1 in the background. So it looks like Fred Kruger catching the back end here of Dwayne Brown. Brown's second part of the day hasn't gone according to plan. He was a lot higher in race number 1, fighting with the two Hondas. But it certainly looks like there might be some problems there for him in the second. Two Hondas gone to the back straight again. Possibly going to be in for a bit of a fight right to the line between these two. Chartvisser is not giving his Dirk Lawrence and his team. Coming into the final corner again to complete another one. So fight continuing. Pity to lose that forward figure, but here is your leader, Peter Zeely. I'll put a wheel wrong here today. Overall honours up for grabs there for Peter Zeely. And the win in the sports car category as well. Zeely comes through. 2 to go. So Peter Zeely doing it all right at the front end. Dirk Lawrence doing it all right to the front of the Clubman's class. Hasn't really gotten, so apologies for that. Inside of one of the back markers, Kruger getting overtaken by the leader. We'll have 1 lap less to do. It's only a couple of laps to go. Gina's putting the pressure on here in the closing stages. Getting onto the back end of an On Track Racing Clubmans and sports car class combined. So Zeely passes the stricken Dwayne Brown to put into that Azoic Panel Meters trophy cabinet in Benoni. Coming through ahead of Kos, who managed to get through and ahead now of Chartvisser. So splitting the two Hondas there with the Master Mose BMW. Randall Motorsports Honda comes through there to beat out Stuart Mack, who'll get second place in the sports car class here for On Track Racing Clubmans and sports cars. forcing Elna Cruz onto the dirt. She goes onto the dirt again for the second time today. And the ATE Polo makes its way off the track and almost up onto the banking of the oval track. Only a long way behind all of Class B. In fact, yeah, right at the back of the pack for Class B now. There for Elna Cruz with a mistake coming out of the fast right-hander. Another lap completed. Mark Barbaglia pulling into pit lane there. You can see from the Italian flag on top of the roof. Here comes Jacques Hayes diving up the inside looking for a late move. Not quite getting there, but Mocha Rodeo was up for the challenge. Oh, there goes Yachty into the dirty stuff. We've already seen a car come off there and end off on the inside wall there. You can see the barrier's been put up with a couple of poles there, split poles, to ensure that it stays upright. Getting up towards... That's how they're going to be going. Ringmaster's looking for a way past Bevan. So to close in on two of them because they are fighting so hard, so they're starting to slow each other up ever so slightly. Gavin Ross out of shape. Azoic panel beaters and Norbrake car gets a little bit squirrely out of the Coke bottle turn. He's back on track though, so he's got some work to do to try and make up the ground that he's just lost. See if he can get himself back into a... Saw that earlier on, they take that bumper up and looks like kind of skippers might still be in a bit of Stealth Nusios. Stelios looking for Evan Williams with the pressure coming from Shrees van der Mava in the hot one and Wayne Martin. Kind of skippers with a bit of damage still, and it's the same damage he had in race 1. Looks like that bumper's made its way loose again as he closes down on Stelio. He'll be looking to get a bit of practice time in here for next weekend as he heads to Cape Town to pilot his Team Universal Motorsport and Team Red Racing Polo in the Comcare Volkswagen Polo Cup. This is good practice for him. Definitely. So before we get into Lotus Challenge, courtesy of Lead Racing for the second time, down in pit lane, Claudio has caught up with Mike Barbaglia to find out what went wrong and to see how that second race went.
Barbaglia, talk me through what happened there in that race of yours.
Well, I had a decent start and I was in front of my friend Chris Dale, and as I exited, pushing my radiator.
Rory Atkinson, you are untouchable at Pacquisa with another double.
No, thank you, man. It just one of the perfect race weekends for me. Congrats to the other guys who had a good race. Yeah, Stian just had a few car troubles, and the Masters boys just hurt their tires. But thank you to PABAR and for a good race meeting. And Swartkops, just need to keep a calm head, and it should be a good one.
Let's take up their position.
Been in the
difficult corner to sort out, but if he gets it right, he can maybe hang on to the inside line for the final corner. That's exactly why Jeff Kruger went high and wide, using that outside line, and returns the favour on Andre Hemon. Back corner may have hindered Jeff Kruger's pace towards turn 1, but didn't honours. But they've got to try and bridge. Hodgson looking to turn his luck around here in the second heat. Didn't quite work out according to plan for him in the first one there, but Hodgson is definitely looking for a chance now in the second heat to get up the inside of the 46 car. He's trying to find a way through there on 28, Rudy Barnard. Barnard for the Adlam Racing stable. Losing a little bit of ground now with the two of them fighting so hard. They're allowing Thomas Falconer to get away. Don't want to be doing that too often. Falconer will definitely make you pay. Falconer looking for a double win here to hopefully keep himself his title in Lotus. Lotus Challenge has been dominated by Jeff Kruger over the last 7 or 8 years, and he's taken 5 of them almost back to back. The only one who didn't go back to back would win to the tune of 1 point to win that 76 machine of his, Team Red Racing's, and the Design Hut car. Nice fight here as well, as we said. 52 into the mix. Kind of expected him to get there. It's great to have Andrew Fulton and Barry Dunford in the mix there for Class L. 3x3 into the boot. And the toe of the boot there sees Rudy Barnard just ahead now of Jeff Kruger, as Faulkner is just concentrating all his efforts on getting away. Kruger's realizing that, and I think that's why he's turning up his pace slightly. He has to get through there on Barnard and say, listen, we've got to go, otherwise Tommy Boy is going to get away. Heman now around the outside of Jeff Kruger into Unchini 1, and he gets around the outside. Will Kruger keep him honest on the brakes? Yes, he will. To the inside. Pulls out, looks for the run towards the right-hander. And just gets ahead there of Jeff Kruger. Perfect from Andre Heman. 3 and 4. Absolutely lit up here for the action at the front end of this. That's how hard Rudy Barnard is pushing, trying to find a way to close that gap down on his rival out front there, Thomas Faulkner. Duplessis looking to do the same thing here in Class L. It's like, have we got timing back? Yes, it looks like we may have timing back there, which is a good thing. That is how it stands. And things changing up here in the second half of this race of the Lotus Challenge. So coming up on back end of Carl Scarp, I think Sean Hepburn will be looking to try and get ahead of Scarp, give himself at least a car distance ahead of second place Andre Duplessis in the Vibro Bricks and Paving car. Hepburn pushing hard. He's caught the back end of Carl Scarp. Let's see what he can do now. If you can see it parked out of harm's way there. Well, they're on the sideline now. And we'll realise that it's not going to be moved until the end of this race. Remember, after this we've still got 2 more sprint races to come in the form of BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series. That third place is very much up for grabs there between the Adler. 1 gets up to third place and ahead of Jeff Kruger. Kruger down to 4. Human running wide, putting a wheel on the dirt there ever so slightly, giving Kruger a bit of a sniff. JP Nokia has not been able to run with these first 4 Class L battle. So there we have it. Lotus Challenge is done and dusted for the day. Super effort there from both of them, and massive thanks to Elite Racing for the coverage there of the TLR Lotus Challenge. Up next we're going to have BMW M Performance Club Racing Series, but before we get to that, let's have a look and see how things have wrapped up unofficially in the Elite Racing Lotus Challenge. Okay, no, we won't go to that. Unfortunately, we can't get the results up there with the timing, battling here with our signal issues, courtesy of our good friends load shedding around this circuit here today. Up next, BMW M Performance Racing Series. We'll be back shortly. back into race action now with BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series Race 2. And we really have been battling here with the cells tower signal here. But looks like we're back up on YouTube, and a big welcome to everybody back again here on our YouTube channel. You're going to join us here for the second heat of BMW M Performance Racing Series, which will see Fabio Fedetto on the front row ahead of William Einkammerer, Leon Loepscher and Ari van den Berg, Mark Jones, Jan Everstein, Jagger Robertson, Rick Leroux, Carlos Garbini and Andreas Mayer, the top 10 here for this second heat of the BMWs. Lorenzo Guartieri is now at the wheel of the Sav Speed BMW. We saw Sav Guartieri on the side of that car in the results. They've sorted that out now, and it'll be Neil Reynolds alongside him for the 6th row of the grid. Troy Cochrane and Davy Olivier will make up the 7th row, and then it'll be Trevor Long and David Oosthuizen. They'll be just ahead of Renier Smith and Bernard de Gavea, with Craig Hapst and Manny Ribeiro. Then behind them, it's going to be Eugene Goos, Nicholas Hapst, it'll be Jaco Storm and Shane Grobler, and then it's Johnny Markatellis ahead of Bertie Rietveld, Nicholas Fisher and Dave Rees at the back end. Cars coming to take their positions now for the second heat of the BMW M Performance Racing Series. And a magnificent field of BMWs, over 24 of them, about to go to battle for the second time. Slightly different format of the grid that we saw from race number 1, including the certain improvement there for Jagger Robertson. You can see just on the left hand side there, Justin with the red cap on, opening up that Viking turn 1. He's got to get through on Leon Loepscher, who's just ahead of him there with the 66 on the side of his door. And he's got to find a way through on Einkammerer and on the poleman, Fabio Fedetto. So it could be a bit of a shuffle of positions as they go down to turn 1 and come out the exit point of turn 1. See all the cars sorted out there and about to come to take up their final positions for this second heat. We've got DOE Formula Vee still to be done today in terms of the sprint races. And then we're going into the big one here today, the Pacquisa 200. 200 kilometers of racing around the circuit for Car Care Clinic SuperHatch and the Car Care Clinic GT Sports and 111 Saloons, as well as a couple of PABAR Volkswagen Challenge cars thrown into the mix as well. A couple of Lotuses being recovered from the circuit, as you can see in the background there, just underneath the bridge. Yeah, one on the flatbed, one being towed back. Double duties there for our tow truck drivers today. It's been a day of doubles though, so looking for more of the same. As long as those boys have got their sandals on, it'll be okay. Let's see if they can keep it on the penny whistle here in race number 2, like Ronald Slammer did at Kyalami only a couple of weekends ago. Festival of Motoring and the ZX10 R Masters Cup. Looks like we're under starters orders. Waiting for a few things to be sorted out at the back end before we go racing. So a big field of BMWs making their way around now for the second time of asking today. the Sim Performance Club Racing Series, certainly heating up in terms of championship battles as well. Big fights between Class A, Class B, Class C, D and E, all in the mix. Overall honours up for grabs as well here. Troy Cochrane will be looking to improve in the Arrow BMW. Great fight there with Trevor Long and Renier Smith in the first one. Shane Crawler's in the mix there with them now as well for his attempt to get to the front end of that little battle. De Gavea and Manny Ribeiro as well to resume their little fight. Big field of BMWs led out by a Toyota 86 at this stage. To try and bring them all under starters' orders. Fedetto and Eincamera, the front row. And Loubser and race one winner Murray van der Berg in the second row ahead. Jan Everstein and Mark. Let's see what's going to happen now as they come into Uncini 1 and throw the grid. Lorenzo Gauteri will be alongside Neil Reynolds. Cochrane and Olivier, and it's Long and Oosthuizen. Smith and De Gavea. See them weaving from side to side, trying to get as much heat into the rubber. You don't want to put too much heat into the rubber though. The surface is very abrasive, so you don't have to worry about too much lack of grip. What you've got to worry about is too much grip out there, and the tyres getting ripped up. Lorenzo Gauteri pulling alongside the German, getting into their start race procedure positions now. These guys are, as Claudio would say, putting the sandals on the penny whistle. This is going to be good. Here we go. A couple of cars just slightly and not bunched up as much as what we'd like. Fedetto start. Waiting for them all to come into the main straightaway. The man with the flag is waiting. As they get into the clutches of that Viking mining car, he's going to go on the inside of Everstein, and there's a little touch there between the two of them. Coming through turn 2, through the flick into turn 3 now. Jagger Robertson squeezing up behind Leon Loubser. What a start there from Robertson. Fedetto dropping back slightly into the clutches there of Garbini. Looks like Fabio Fedetto losing a lot of ground there off the pole position he was gifted. Out front, Andreas Meyer. Meyer now looking for a way through, and Fedetto's dropped behind the German, down into about 9th place overall. It's not the way he wanted 9th place. Here comes an opportunity for the German to get through and finds a way into the fast right-hander. So race leader at this stage is William Eincamera, 555. Getting away now from Leon Loubser, and Jag to 3rd from his... Onto the back straight goes Jagger Robertson, trying to come back at Carlo Gauteri's got Everstein up close and personal. Jack Everstein has dropped back slightly, but dropped back a couple of positions. Not where he wants to be, that is for sure. Top here, he's making it very difficult for him. And looking for a chance, not quite able to make it stick here. Then further back, Ribeiro fighting hard. The greenhouse car there, making its way through rapidly. Well for the hard charge coming out of Bertie Rietveld. Our director's having a look to see if he can spot the BMW that I saw as well, to see who it is. But there's definitely a front runner that's parked on the sideline. It's Leon Loubser. Leon Loubser to the side, the man who is leading things out. Loubser's parked on the sideline at the toe of the boot. Garbini will probably move to 2nd place, and Jagger stays 3rd. Fedetto coming to the line. Renier Smith, Trevor Long coming along for the ride as well, looking for a way through there on Smith if he can find it. Renier Smith going through turn 1. On his tail, it is the 7.5. Rick Lorero having a phenomenal run here in that box-shaped BM. On the inside of Jan Everstein. Lorenzo Gauteri continues his fight with the German. Garbini's got away now from Jagger Robertson. So that's 2 and 3 in the shot. He has 4 and 5. At this stage, the Sav Speed BMW of Lorenzo Gauteri hangs on to keep the German out. Whatsoever there to the higher position as possible after having to go into the pit lane. Carlo Garbini is now right. Changes up his... So welcome back to our Facebook feed as well. It looks like we've got our Facebook feed back up and running after a little bit of issues here that we've really been battling with signal. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about it due to the two towers around the circuit that have gone down and have affected basically all of the cell signals. So whether you're on MTN, Vodacom, Telcom, Cell C, or anything that you want, there was just no signal available. But now that the load shedding has ended, it looks like we're back up and running, and we can get back into our race action here. We will be replacing, of course, all of the video footage that was lost during that time with the video footage that was recorded live here in our studio. And that'll be a little bit later on this evening. So if you didn't get to see your favorite teams out there or your favorite races, they will be back out a little bit later on our Facebook pages and YouTube stream. We will upload those videos that were recorded in between the downtime here from Pacquisa. McQueen's in the house along with Vegan Naidu and Craig Dupria. Welcome to Chat Pretorius as we get ready to go now for the second heat of DOE Formula Vees. There's a little bit of a change up in terms of the championship as well. I got some information sent my way from Theo Vermaak. He's kept us up to standings. And at this point in time, after race 2, or race 1 I should say, of Pacquisa, it's Peter Hills that leads things out on 215 points, 197 points to Lionel Janssen, and 185 to Gert van den Berg. So that's how things stand here for this national championship side of things. And then if I go down to how things are standing in the association class, it's Yusuf Kotza who's taken the lead over Theo Vermaak and Carl Watt as they fight it out now for the association category championship results. Louis Scholz is in the house. He's joining us as well, along with Sven Blackenstrom. Big welcome to you, Big Boss Man from Car Care Clinic. Your boys and girls will be out in a few minutes' time. We've got one more sprint race to go before we get into the full heats of racing here, Louis. But thanks for your support and catching us from the sidelines. Would have been cool to have you here, but I'm not quite sure why you didn't make it here. But needless to say, we will be keeping an eye on you and your progress on making your way back into race action here. Speaking of progress, Paul's iPad is about to go flat, so I'm going to just plug that in as well so we can get a bit of power to the people for the timing. There we go. That should keep us a little bit more hectically powered. Everything here works on power, and when the power goes down, we have chaos. That's why we had a bit of chaos with our signal as well. Derek Kennedy's in the house too. Louis, got to give a shout out as well to your boys at Alberton branch of Car Care Clinic, but they did an amazing job, and I think you must give Nicholas there a bit of a shout out to say thanks so much for the awesome job they did on my car this week. But let's stand by now as we're going to start my car with DOE Formula Vees Race 2. It's pretty hot out here, Sven. We're sitting with about 30 degrees Celsius, big breeze blowing from the western side of the circuit. And Marcel Angel has just joined us as well, all the way from Cape Town. Hope you're enjoying all the action so far, Marcel. Thanks so much for your support, buddy. Look forward to seeing you next weekend at the National Championships of Extreme Festival. This is Regional Championships. We're at Phakisa Freeway, and it's Formula V into turn 1. Whole shot once again from Peter Hills. Lendl Janssen looks like he might have slotted up into second place there. Gert van der Berg already putting the pressure onto him, along with Vaughan Hills, our international Formula V driver here, coming all the way from the Netherlands and joining us again for this round of the championship. 112 into the mix as well. Good start out of that 112 car of Marcel Bluchnout. He's fighting hard there with Josef Kotze, Sean van der Linde and Theo Vermaak as they head to the toe of the boot. Vermaak is on the outside of van der Linde as they go around that right-hander. He's going to try and hang on to that outside line. No, Vermaak loses out there. Van der Linde gets through. Looks like Bluchnout's gone as well, and Theo Vermaak's dropped back into the clutches of his association championship rival, Josef Kotze. The fight is on. It's a fight for 2 packs of cars. The front pack is led out by our poleman, Peter Hills. The second pack is led out by Sean van der Linde, with Bluchnout all over the back of him, looking to go into Incini 1 and find a way through. Vermaak comes back at him, bringing Kotze along for the ride as well. Just in the background, watch out for Kyle Watt coming around the outside and finding a way past on Roy Douglas. So it's 4 cars for the lead. It's about 7 cars for 5th place. That's how awesome this stuff can get in Formula V. It really is amazing to see how these cars battle out so hard and get into each other's clutches. We've always said in commentary in the past, it's almost Moto 3 or 600cc superbike style racing that you get out of the Formula Vs. Kotze with a small mistake, drops back slightly behind Bluchnout into the clutches there of the return to the front of Brandon Hills. Brandon Hills didn't quite go according to plan. Rick LaRoe's in the house. What's up, Rico? Joining us in the background there as he comes past our commentary booth after a good outing there in BMWs. Looks like he's heading up to have a little chat to the COC though about something, so hopefully that's all been sorted out. But this battle continues on track between Brandon Hills closing on Kyle Watt. Looking for a way to try and get to that front pack. That's where he'd normally be with these 2 Hills boys, Van der Berg and Janssen. So Peter Hills has dropped behind Lendl Janssen. He's going to sit there and wait, I think, until a bit later in the race, as he did in race number 1. Looking for a chance now to not be in the lead on the last lap. That's what we need to be watching out for here in race 2. We saw it in race number 1 where they were all trying to get to the front end, and then the slipstream effect came into play. You don't want to be leading this race by the time the last race starts, because that slipstream effect is so good. You'll see it now. Watch as Peter Hills sets it up now. This will be a bit of a practice run on the move he wants to pull a bit later on. Lendl Janssen off the start line with a 55.6. 56 is out of all 3 cars behind him. But let's see whether or not he can use that slipstream effect. Peter Hills in the slipstream, pulls out, and along goes Gert van der Berg along for the ride as well, looking for a chance to try and capitalize on that. The slipstream works perfectly. Into turn number 9, and the change up for the lead again as Peter Hills gets back to the front. Lendl Janssen into Gert van der Berg's path. Van der Berg is looking on in his rearview mirrors as well, watching for the attack coming from Vaughan Hills. Theo Vermaak has got back up ahead of Sean van der Linde, who's now falling into the clutches, possibly of Brandon Hills, who's made his way through nicely up into 7th place. Across the line they go again. No worries at all here for these guys in terms of that mid-pack battle. Here comes a bit of a maneuver in the background as well. Looks like there's a bit of a move on Marcel Bluchnout coming from CF de Toy. De Toy finds a way through there. 4th of the Mangaza racing cars. Just looking to try and close down on Kyle Watt ahead of him. Gert van der Berg now through on Lendl Janssen. Janssen down to 3rd. Into the clutches of Vaughan Hills. Vaughan Hills, Peter Hills sandwiching that front end battle. Mangaza Racing 1 and 4. It's the DOE Start My Car in that 2nd spot. And then Bull Security in 3rd. Vermaak on his own. Getting away now from Sean van der Linde, trying to maintain that gap ahead of Sean van der Linde, but van der Linde has once again closed the gap down again. So Sean van der Linde and Theo Vermaak fighting hard here as they go towards Uncini 1. First to the right-handers to bring them onto that back straight away. For Mark hanging on for now ahead of Van der Linde. Van der Linde trying to close him down there. And then comes up onto that back straightaway. Looking for the slipstream, but for Mark doesn't give him an opportunity to get it. Brandon Hills is definitely closing that gap down. Oh, big look from Van der Linde into the fast right. Not quite there. So, continued fight here for the lead. And at this stage, Hills leads out ahead of Janssen, pulling away ever so slightly. So, pulling away there ever so slightly is Lionel Janssen. Fighting continuing through here from DOE Formula Vee all the way down, even into the back markers. Little fight there between Clinton Kane and looks like Martin van Jaarsveld getting up close and personal as well. Jan Phakisa also having some fun and games of his own. But Peter Hills continues to lead things out at the front end. This is mid-pack, Carl Watt and Blucknout. They come into what is turn 5 here, Coca-Cola corner. And as they come up onto the breakers for Incini 1, Gert van der Berg very, very much in the mix there. And 3 cars basically split by less than half a second for 2nd, 3rd and 4th place. Lendl Janssen maintaining a little bit of a margin over Gert van der Berg, but they're getting into each other and starting to fight between each other, which is allowing Peter Hills to get away. Van der Berg around the outside of Lionel Janssen. Actually got waved through there by Lionel Janssen. Putting his hand up and saying, no, you go ahead. You see if you can close that gap down on Peter Hills. It's exactly what Gert van der Berg has done, almost instantaneously. Under braking down into turn 10. Heel cop corner, double right-hander, now into the final corner. Amazing bit of race action here from these guys. They really are putting on a good show. Red flag. I saw a red flag on the timing monitor. I'm not quite sure why the red flag is out, but red flag waving. It came up on the timing monitor just before they came across the line, and I didn't want to call it out until I actually saw a physical red flag on the sideline. So something must have gone wrong there. The red flag has definitely been waved. Red flag is being called. I'm not quite sure why. We're going to try and find it out what happened on circuit. Red flag on circuit, not quite sure what the issue is. So under red flag scenario, basically we've got, what are we? Paul, I'm not quite sure because my timing monitor is not quite 100%, but I would say we're at about the halfway stage there. 4 of 8 completed, which means they'll go back 1. So there should still be enough time to have a restart of this one. Certainly not sure what's gone wrong here, unfortunately, with Formula V's. Hills, Janssen, Van der Berg and Hills were your top 4 for Mark and Van der Linde. Brandon Hills, Kotze, Carl Watt and Marcel Blucknout. So they've only just completed 4 of 8, which is only halfway. That's not enough to complete the race or potentially call the race to be finished. After 4 of 8, they would have had to do 6 of 8 if they wanted to call the race at this stage. So could potentially be coming to the line to line up for a restart and maybe a 3-lap sprint. I don't see any issues around the track at this point in time. I'm looking for those yellow flags to be waving because that's where the incident would be, just to tell the drivers that that's the corner where something's gone wrong. It's red through turn 10 and into 11. quite sure what's gone down here, unfortunately. We haven't picked up on what the problem might be. But it must be a big one if there's a red flag being called. So a good possibility, I'm hearing in my ears in the background, it's coming from Heelkop corner where the incident has taken place. Whoever's in the incident, haven't worked out who that is just yet. So we're going to try and pick up on what the problem is as they've come to the line to take up their positions again. We'll also be able to see who's missing. It's definitely not from the front pack of cars that's missing, because all of them have taken up their positions. It must have been in that mid-pack battle. That something's happened. Going to try and pick them up from our camera positions here at the Pacquisa 200. See if we can find what the incident is. In. We're about to start racing again. Whatever the incident is, it has been sorted out, and we are racing down towards turn 1 with Hills yet again, getting the whole shot into turn 1. I'm not quite sure how many laps we're going to have in this one now, so we'll have to keep an eye out on the Pacquisa marshals there to tell us how many laps they've got. And now as they head towards turn 2, the battle continues there between Gert van den Berg and Lionel Janssen. Vaughan Hills behind that. Good start there from Sean van der Linde. He's got ahead and capitalised on that restart to get through there on Theo Vermaak. It's either 4 or 3 laps we can hear from my director in my ears, so possibilities here of just another half of this race to be sorted out. We did finish 4 of the 8 there. They would have gone back in terms of the red flag, so only when we 3 completed, which possibly means we've either got 3 or 4 laps to do in this one. We'll wait until they come across the line on the first pass. Well, the timing screen says 5, but the timing screen has not been right the whole day. So we'll wait and see what the actual timing or the lap board says they passed that start-finish line. They're coming into Incini 1 now, and it's Kotze fighting with Blicknote. Behind that, it is a lot of cars lining up there, led out by Roy Douglas at this point in time. Roy Douglas trying to stay with that Martini Racing machine, Martini Racing colours. 3 by 3 heading towards, 3 in a row, side by side, down into the fast right-hander, could usually end up in tears. And with Formula V's, you don't want to be locking up wheels into that section at that pace. Over 220 k's an hour in a Formula V as they go through that right-hander, that is for sure. And that was very good stuff there, enough room given. Peter Hills hangs on. Janssen and Van der Berg ahead of Vaughan Hills. Theo Vermaak has got through there on Sean van der Linde. So here they come to the line. As they come across the line, just trying to work out how many laps we got as well there, Claudes, if we can. You can see them heading towards turn 1. And once again, there's some big action expected. So it's first 4 cars resuming their battle. Theo Vermaak leads out the 5th place battle and pulls away from van der Linde, who's got Brandon Hills right on his tail. Brandon is definitely going to capitalise on that restart, having made up some ground from the back of the pack. Didn't quite go according to plan in race 1, but certainly looking like he could get up into the top 5 overall here. Vermaak off track, out of shape, rides right across the nose of Sean van der Linde, who saw him coming. Van der Linde went defensive and went to take evasive action. He's got through. Brandon Hills tried to do the same thing, but Vermaak was able to catch it, just stay ahead of Brandon Hills. So some massive action in Formula V's here today. Brandon Hills now trying to dive on the inside of Theo Vermaak as they go into turn 5 at the Coke bottle. No, not able to get through there yet. Kotze behind that. Then you got Blicknote and Roy Douglas. Fight is on here big time for Formula V's. No holds barred here, that is for sure. As always in Formula V's, the race action has been pretty spectacular. As they go onto that right-hander, the second of the Uncinis onto the back straight away. Here comes Lennell Janssen trying to use the slipstream there on Peter Hills. This is where they need to start taking into account what's going to be happening with race strategy. You do not want to be leading this race onto the last lap, because that slipstream effect is vital, and it is working so well down that back straightaway. So if you are the lead car, there is a very good possibility that you will be overtaken using the slipstream. Peter Hills is trying to set that up. Gert van der Berg is going to try and get a double slipstream out of Hills. Maybe spoiled the day there for both himself. Yellow flags into turn 1. Something's gone wrong at turn 1 as well. You can see a stationary yellow flag being put out there into turn 1, so no overtaking. Hills is going to have a look, but he wasn't able to do it. There's a car stricken on the sideline. That's Yanni Pacquisa. Yanni Pacquisa has gone off track and into the tyre barrier by the looks of things. That could be in a bit of a dangerous position there. We can look at where that car's parked. Let's see whether or not the COC agrees with me, but here they go into turn 3. Fight is on here for the lead. 4 cars in it. Vaughan and Peter Hills from Ngaza Racing, DOE and Start My Cars, Gert van der Berg. And it's the Bull security car that leads things out at this point. Brilliant race action as always. And more of the same coming here for these last couple of laps between Formula V's top guns. As they head now into turn 5. Amazing race action that's been coming out of today's Pacquisa Freeway 200. And Formula V have certainly been at the top end of that class, that is for sure. They come into Uncini 1, and a little bit of a gap that's opened up. That might be the gap that Lennell Janssen needs. Peter Hills has got to be a lot closer to Lennell Janssen if he wants to get the slipstream, although he gets great drive out of Uncini 2. Now gets into the slipstream, pulls out of that slipstream and looks to go through the fast right-hander in the lead and gets there. So that is perfectly done there from Peter Hills' point of view. But remember, they've still got a lap to go here according to my timing monitor, so we should still have one more lap to go. Does he want to be at the lead of the race on this last lap? We'll have to wait and see if he's able to pull a bit of a gap. Maybe he's got something up his sleeve that we don't know about. Maybe he can get just enough margin there so that Lennell Janssen and Gert van der Berg cannot use the slipstream onto the back straight. I assume that's one to go. As they head down into turn 1, it's Hills from Lennell Janssen. Was that a move there coming from Vaughan Hills? It was on Gert van der Berg. Trying to force the DOE Start My Car machine into 4th place. 2 to go by the sounds of it. So 2 laps to go here. So this is why Peter Hills is now at the front. He might give Lennell Janssen a chance to use the slipstream and get to the lead, so that he starts the final lap in 2nd. That's where he needs to be. These guys are having an amazing run. They really are going well here for the first 4. They've pulled slightly away, and it's Brandon Hills they're pulling away from now, who's up into what is 5th place on track. He's ahead of Theo Vermaak and Sean van der Linde.
That's the red flag.
Wow, that's a huge moment there. That's Yanni Pacquisa's car parked on the sideline. But that was I'm not quite sure if that was the red flag scenario or that was just an incident after the red flag, because I saw Pacquisa start the race. Whether or not that was happening afterwards, we'll have to wait and see. So that's where we see the stricken car of Yanni Pacquisa parked on the sideline. Here we go, Lennell Janssen into the slipstream. Exactly what Peter Hills would like him to do, but he goes defensive. Hills is not going to let him try and get that slipstream effect, and he does it to perfection. So he goes defensive to block the slipstream and is able to do it into the fast right down at turn 9. Turn 10 is Keelkop corner, double right-hander, the hairpin at the end of the circuit. Penultimate corner through for the first 4 cars, and there is 1 corner and 1 lap to go. Here they come into the final corner to start the last lap. The gap's opened up there between 2 and 3. That might be enough there for Lennell Janssen to have a go at Peter Hills. Here comes Vaughan Hills on Gert van der Berg into turn 1 and secures it. Perfectly done, but he's under yellow though, so he might have to give that one back. The yellow flag, yeah, and he gives it back. I don't think he gave it back willingly, but I think he may have realized, as we did going into turn 1, there is a yellow flag because of the stricken car on the outside there of Yanni Pacquisa. So here comes the opportunity for Lennell Janssen to pounce. Peter Hills went defensive on the last lap and kept him out. Can he do it again? He has to do it again. If that slipstream gets engaged. Oh, we got a spinner into the second last corner. 777 out of shape. Definitely not what Clinton Kane wanted. He gets going again, but he spun out there and put a bit of debris onto the track. That might help out in the long run for these four. Here they come. Do the little flick towards Uncini 1. Right, left flick. In the day here at MotoGP level, saw the likes of the top contenders sliding into Uncini 1. Gary McCoy was one that comes to mind right now, the slide king. Getting into Uncini 1 with that back end stepped out. Coming from 16th place on the grid for the win. Defensive driving from the pole position man to try and take the win here. Can he hang on to that inside line? Lionel Jansen's going to try around the outside. This could be very close between these two. Jansen might have to back out. There's not enough grip out there. Not at this stage of the race, and not with the tyres that they're on right now. Those Bridgestones are crying out no more. They are really battling for grip at the moment as they go into the final corner at Gielkop. Hills has done this. He's going to maintain his lead in the championship with another victory here in Formula V's. And he's going to do that in style ahead of Lionel Jansen. Gert van der Berg will keep out Vaughan Hills, and the top four come to the line to finish it up. Incredible stuff there from Formula V again here at the live coverage of the Pacquisa 200 round. And look at that, 0.9 of a second between the first four. Chef de Toy and Theo Vermaak fighting for honours here in the closing stages. Brandon Hills and Sean Funland have gone through, but looks like it's going to be Vermaak just to hang on. He does. Behind that, it's Blucknote. So that is top class action once again from Formula V. They never fail to deliver. DOE Formula V wrap things up here for our sprint races for the day. And up next, oh, a spinner. It looks like it might be Martin van Jaarsveld. Yes, it is. The rookie has spun out into the last corner, or the penultimate corner, I should say. And I think he might have been caught out by some of the debris that Clinton Kane brought onto the circuit. Here comes Kane. Going to go around the outside of him, and he will get to the end. But it looks like Van Jaarsveld might have stalled that car. So there we have all our sprint races done for the day. Coming up in about 10 minutes time, we're going to start the proceedings for the Pacquisa 200, for Car Care Clinics Triple Ones, the GT Sports and Saloons, and for the Car Care Clinics SuperHatch categories here at Pacquisa Freeway. We'll be back shortly with action, but there is our unofficial results of the DOE Formula V's. Hills from Jansen and Van der Berg, which means that it'll stay the same in terms of the championship. Peter Hills maintains his lead overall in the championship for Formula V's 2022.
Next up on the track, Car Care Clinic SuperHatch. Chatting to Donovan LaRue. Donovan, Pacquisa, fast, difficult, tell us about it.
No, it's a technical track, but it's a fast flowing track. I think we always enjoy it. Except for the high tyre degradation, it's all in good fun.
So tyre choice does come into it.
Not so much
Tyre pressure.
Tyre pressure, yeah, not so much tyre choice in our category though. But yeah, definitely the strategy for the 2 hour will be the main deciding factor.
Loren, you're not too worried about tyre pressure and things like that. You just saw my drive, eh?
I see my reputation precedes me.
A little bit, yes.
Yeah, no, so I definitely think tyres are going to be an issue, especially with the Hondas coming out of corners. They tend to wash wide. So we will, on our stop in the 2 hours, certainly be changing at least one tyre. Yeah, but it's a new track for me, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Well, I hope you have a great drive. Ish, you've driven here a number of times.
I have.
Not quite your home track, but it's close to that. Tell us about your aspirations.
I think, like Don has actually said, it's a fast track. I love it, with Hondas, in fact, they love fast tracks. I think it's going to be a good day tomorrow. We must just make sure that, we look after our tires. So that at least we can finish the endurance, because it needs those tires for finish.
Well, I wish you guys all of the best and have a great drive.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
That's it, Greg, over to you. Also out on track, Car Care Clinic, 111 Sports, GT Saloons, and whatever else we can fit in there, Wayne Lebowski. We'll spell your name right if you can stay on the track this time around.
I'll do my utmost, Dave.
Tell us about your aspirations for this race.
Well, obviously, I think with the endurance race, finishing, if you're going to win, you're going to have to finish to start. I think managing temperature tomorrow, depending on the temperature, managing the heat of the car. Tyres, I think, is going to be a big factor tomorrow. So, especially these long sweeps on the left-handers, on the little Golfs, the back left-hand tyres take an absolute pounding. So I think it's finding the right pace, setting the right time, and just managing the car, to be quite honest, I think is what's really going to be the key factor tomorrow.
I see Philip Mayer nodding his head there. Totally different style of driving for your Porsche.
Yes.
But and you've done well in this race in the past. Surprised a few people, I would say. Philip, one of the dark horses, would you say, for this race?
Well, we're hoping for a good result, certainly. But I think, as to Wayne's point, there'll be a bit of nursing of the tyres. The temperatures are set to be really scorching tomorrow, so that will certainly have an impact on tyre wear as well. And then just be consistent throughout the race.
Well, good luck for that one. Graham Overy, last time I saw you bouncing around on a motocross bike, is that not correct?
Yeah, no, lots changed since the last time.
Now you're behind the wheel of a car with your dad.
Yeah.
Are you going to lap quicker than your dad? That is the most important thing.
I think, there's a lot of competition on the track, and I think I'm here to win and do my best. But definitely the internal rivalry at the household is definitely far up there. And also more important, because he's not only my co-driver, but he's also my boss. So work on Monday might be challenging if I do faster lap times than him.
But the strategy for the race, who's going to drive first, that type of thing?
So I think I'll probably drive first. I think the most important thing with endurance racing is consistency. So to make sure that you're consistently doing the same lap times within the same range, kind of range, and then hopefully he can back me up in the last stint with similar lap times.
Well, these two guys are looking at you sideways, so I think it's time to say goodbye. And guys, best of luck. Put on a great show. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Dave.
Race action about to kick off now here for the Pacquisa 200 2022. And as you heard from our competitors there, they are good to go for race action here. And our final bit of race action from today's Extreme Festival. Philip Mayer and Pete Pacquisa fought it out in the sprint race earlier on. And they'll be on the front row of the grid as they start things out there. Adrian Dalton and Harry Orangi is just behind them. Then you've got Johan van Heerden, Roland Hopkins, Jan van der Vijver, It'll be Graham Nathan at the wheel of Votorus's car to start the race. And behind him, looking to come through there, as we look at the grid, it will be Andre Danhauser and Brett Garland sharing the PAR, Pro Auto Rubber Opel Corsa. Maritz Leroux in the BMW alongside them. It'll be Elna Cruiser starting the race for Mel Spur and Elna Cruiser's team up, with Leonard Archer alongside them. And then you've got the rest of the field coming through there with Donovan Leroux and JP Nokia sharing the Honda, Nick Martin and Carl Stoltz sharing Nick Martin's Peugeot, Christian van Wyk and Adrian Vermaak sharing Christian van Wyk's Ford Figo, Devin Piazza Musso and Francis and George Aldrich. And they'll be ahead of Andre De Lange, Freddie Watkins and Michael Krobler. Then further back from that, you're going to have Ishmael Beloy, Dieran Gunnison, Mark Castle, Gavin Ross and Dean Ross, and Charles Anderson. I don't think Wayne Labochki will be there, because I saw his car parked on the trailer early this morning, so he hasn't made it out here for the Pacquisa 200. Information coming my way though via some WhatsApps. Voters saying that Graham will start in his car, Elna will start in Mel's, and Peter will be in his. And when they take over at the stop, when it's due, it'll be Voter climbing into his car, Mel into hers, and Stuart Mack will take over from Pete Potgieter. Let's get that right as we start this one. Mr. Desmodus Sidici, exactly, the one man who's got a Ducati Desmodici here in South Africa. Right, so we are under starters orders here for the Pacquisa 200, and that means that the race faces are starting to come down, and expect big battles now for the next about 2 hours of racing. It's 200 kilometers. These guys are lapping in the 1 minute 50 to 2 minute lap time. So looking forward to great racing as always at the Pacquisa 200. Pretoria North 2886 pulls to the sideline, and it's now up to Philip Meyer to dictate the pace at the front end of this field for the start of 200 kilometers of racing. Here we go. Flags up. Drop the flag and we go racing down towards turn 1. And remember, the whole idea with this one is it's 200 kilometers of racing. The other aspect is when they do their pit stops, they've got to do a few little things in that pit stop strategy as well. That has to be done by the driver. The driver has to get out the car. If they're going to refuel the car, no one can touch the car until it's been refueled. They have to change one of the wheels, and the driver has to clean the windscreen before they're allowed out. If that's all done, they can get back into race action as quickly as they've started it. So that's how we're going to be looking to watch things here. Watching out for safety cars as well through this race. That's a big factor in a 200 kilometer race, because a lot of the teams will try to use that to their advantage and make the plan to not lose any time or vital time while they're in it. In the break, I see a whole bunch of people have joined us here on our live stream. A massive welcome to all of you. Hope you can enjoy all of the race action coming away now, courtesy of Car Care Clinic and the Regional Extreme Festivals. It's Car Care Clinic's Triple Ones, GT Sports and Saloons, and SuperHatch all in the mix here, along with a couple of PABAR Volkswagen Challenge cars as well, but majority coming out of the 2 Car Care Clinic category, and they are the ones who race in the regional side of the Extreme Festival. Mark Harvey Wallbang has just joined us. He of course would potentially be in this race as well in his 924. Not quite sure why he didn't make it out here. Ivan Newman's joined us all the way from East London as well, along with Brett Habertle, as we see Leonard Archer fighting here with, looking at that helmet, that's Brett Garland. Garland at the wheel of the PAR Opel Corsa. The white helmet is Garland. The black and yellow helmet would be Andre Danhauser. This is definitely Graham Nathan out front. And he's got Harry Aranjis and Johan van Heerden on his tail. Got information as well there from Graham Nathan saying that the car is battling with a misfire over the 5,500 rev mark. So they can only rev it to 5.5. Otherwise it cuts out and they've got to turn the car off and on to reset the system. So Graham's going to have to nurse that car to as high a position as possible before he hands it back to the owner, Votorus. Philip Meyer disappearing at the front end and taking Dalton along with him. Pete Potgieter, front row man, has dropped down into 6th place. 1 job there at this stage as well. Sitting right on the tailpiece there of Harry Aranjis, allowing Aranjis to pull him around. I mentioned earlier on in the sprint race that Philip Meyer out front is a seasoned campaigner when it comes to endurance style racing, having participated and finished high up in the South African Endurance Racing Series in his Cobra as opposed to the Porsche that he's in today. So we'll wait and see what the final outcome is going to be here of this one. Back straight is where Van Heerden just maintains enough of a margin there to stay with Harry Aranjis. He's happy with the pace that Aranjis is setting to pull him away there from Piet Potgieter. Looking at SuperHatch at this point in time, it is Leonard Archer who leads out the SuperHatch fight. He's got through there on Roland Hopkins and on Van der Vyver. Second place at this stage in SuperHatch will be Garland. And it's Elna Cruiser in Mel Spur's car at this point in time, who is third. Nick Martin. And he's, of course, sharing with Karel Stoltz this weekend. George and Francis Aldrich sharing Francis Aldrich's car this weekend too. And then JP Nokia, new man to the series, of course, in that little Honda Civic of his. He'll be out there partnering up with his teammate this weekend and looking to try and spoil the day here for the usual contenders. Donovan LaRue probably at the wheel of JP's car if they've gone according to the plans that we were given here in front of us. First drivers on the list. Mel Spurs one changes that theory up slightly because she's given Elna Cruiser a chance to start the race. It's definitely Brett Garland at the wheel of that car. From the helmet design, or lack of it, it's a white helmet in that car, as opposed to the black and yellow one that you can see if it was Dan Hauser piloting Pro Auto Rubber Opel Corsa. Shot of field coming through there. The Roof Show Golf 1 on the back end of Donovan LaRue. Elna Cruiser just ahead of them in the Car Care Clinic Polo. I wonder if I should throw that comment in because I'm sure Mel's watching. So Claudio says she looks a bit faster than you, Mel. Maybe she's a little bit faster on the penny whistle than you are. Roof Show Golf 1 of Andre de Lange. Archer continues to lead out SuperHatch. Amazing to think that little Hyundai Getz has got through on this big Subaru Works Impreza. And Hopkins' Polo. Big move here from Maritza Lou trying to get Donovan LaRue. And just in the background, De Lange closing that gap down. Big look into turn one there from Brett Garland. Nearly made it stick. Still some opportunities there for Brett Garland to get through on Roland Hopkins. He's not letting it happen though. Hopkins keeping him very... I think Hopkins might be rattled slightly because he looks like he might have lost out the position behind him as well. He's side by side, or he was side by side with Maritza LaRue. LaRue not able to get on the inside of him and get into the position one step higher. 7, Van der Vyver is 8, 9 is now Brett Garland, 10 is Hopkins. For what is now 7th to 11th place on track. Roland Hopkins is all on his own. He hasn't got a partner to hand over to, whereas Brett Garland will be handing over to Andre Danhauser. You don't necessarily have to have a partner in this one. The 200 Ks is It's a long way, but it's not doable for a driver to do it on his own. A couple of competitors in the past that have won this race coming to mind that only had single drivers in their names, of course, in their teams. The majority of them have been single teams that have won. The DOE brothers have won this on a few occasions as well. They're not here this weekend. That is Devin Piazzamusso. And that looks like that might be Karel Stoltz. Yeah, Karel Stoltz at the wheel there of the Total and Rex Diffin Gearbox Peugeot. Total Rex Diffin Gearbox Peugeot in British flag colours there. Always give it the NATO chirp to it because it's of course a French car with a British flag on it. So the NATO forces there of Karel Stoltz and Nick Martin closing down on Devin Piazzamusso, trying to find a way through there. SuperHatch fight on here. Yeah, kind of almost a World War II fight on because the German flag is coming up from the background. And Freddie Watkins' car. And just ahead of it, of course, is a Volkswagen machine. This is a maneuver. Not able to make it stick there from Nick Martin, from Karel Stoltz's point of view. He didn't look. Just couldn't get through. Looks like Ishmael Beloy just in the background. They also might be battling with a bit of understeer, or was that not? I don't know. It was Ishmael. I think it may have been Gannison if I look at it. No, it's not. Timing monitor, unfortunately, with the signal issues here. I'm battling to keep the live timing running. Yeah, they come again onto that back straight away. The Honda in the background is certainly crabbing. If you get a shot of that Honda from the back there, Claude, so I just want to have a check at it. It looks like it might have a bit of battle damage to it after the crash into the wall. I'm not quite sure if it is Ishmael Beloy or Gunnison. The two white Honda Civics are very similar in terms of livery. But if you see after this pack comes through, that white Honda in the background, just want to see it come onto the main straightaway. It looks like they might have a bit of battle scars on the back end of it. It is the 66 car of Ishmael Beloy. And no, maybe I'm mistaken. Just might have been the angle of the camera that I picked up on it on that shot. So it looked like it might be crabbing slightly, but Ish continues on his merry way, trying to close things down onto the back end of this first pack of cars. Leaders have disappeared at the front end. There's no worries at all for the top two at this stage. Although Adrian Dalton has turned the wick up ever so slightly, trying to close that 1.6 second gap down on Philip Meyer. Here they come into turn 5. Coca-Cola corner, and yeah, some pressure being applied there from Donovan LaRue onto the back end of Alma Cruiser. She, of course, is teammate to Mal Spur this weekend in the Car Care Clinic Polo. And just behind them comes Andre De Lange. He'll be looking to spoil their day. Long way to go. So everybody just starting to settle down here ever so slightly. Not looking to make any bold statements just yet. Okay, so it is Darren Gunnison and Ishmael Beloy that are sharing that car. Information being sent to us wasn't on the list as per usual, so they must have made a plan around that one in the interim after that crash that Darren Gunnison had earlier on in the sprint race. So they've decided to put Gunnison and Ishmael Beloy into one car there. Thanks, Tanya. Ish at the wheel of the car now. Gunnison will take over from him. One decent factor about having this race this late in the day is that at least the temperatures are starting to come down slightly. Midday today here at Pacquisa Freeway we're up to 33 degrees Celsius, so it was very, very hot out there. And the breeze that was blowing didn't really help because it was kind of like a berg wind. It was blowing hot air onto hot air, so it didn't really cool things down. Oh, problems here for the Nick Martin and Carl Stoltz car. Stoltz having to pull to the sideline, and looks like there might be a bit of an issue on that car being picked up again. I spoke to Nick Martin this morning when I got to the track, and he said there was a bit of a problem on the Peugeot. Has that problem come back again? Battling to get rid of a painstaking misfire on it. Couldn't work out where it was coming from. Looks like it may have raised its head again. This is Van Wyk and Vermaak sharing this machine today. If that's the red helmet, I would probably go with Vermaak at the wheel of that car right now. Christian Van Wyk and Adrian Vermaak, I should say, sharing that car. And then it's the Ross boys behind that, Dean and Gavin Ross, sharing the Norbrake machine, that little Polo, looking for a way through. Now that Ross has got through, he's pulling away ever so slightly. So it looks like he's going to try and get away from the Vermaak and Van Wyk Ford Figo. As he goes through into turn 1 and maintains a top 10 overall in the SuperHatch category. They are currently sitting down 16th place overall. 16th overall for that car. Cruiser looks like she's lost out. First pit stop coming in. Yeah, I thought so. Stoltz coming in. And just ahead of him looks like it might be the Krobler Polo as well. Krobler's Polo coming in there too. Krobler's on his own. I don't think he's sharing with him. Yeah, Michael Krobler's on his own. So he's had to come in a little bit earlier than expected. 2 cars into pit lane. If you have got a problem in this race and you have to come in early for a pit stop for whatever reason it is, it's not a bad plan to try and get the pit stop strategy and pit stop requirements done at the same time. BMW closing on Hopkins there. Looks like could be a little bit more pressure coming onto Roland Hopkins there from Moritz Leroux. Leroux looking for an inside line into Geelkop. He's got it. Might be a change up there between Moritz Leroux and Roland Hopkins as they come out of Geelkop, but no. Hopkins will have the inside line for the final turn, and so will Van der Vyver trying to get back at Garland. So Leroux survives that maneuver. Paul Collins just joined us as well. Big welcome to you, buddy. How is Roy doing? I'd have to say to you, I don't think Roy started, to be very honest with you. If I look at the way things are going on the timing monitor, he's not on the timing monitor, so not good, Paulie, not good. There's a maneuver coming from De Lange on Donovan Leroux. Roof Shaw Golf 1 going side by side into the toe of the boot there with the N4 Autocraft Honda. Now, confirmation on that one, buddy. Unfortunately, Paul, he did not start. And there's no Roy on the timing monitor at all, so I don't think he's been able to get that car of his sorted out. Aubrey, yeah. Roy Aubrey's in the pit lane, getting confirmation from the director who's down and doing some pit lane duties earlier on there, so it wasn't able to get started. And that means he didn't even get onto the track, even for the sprint race. Change up for the lead of SuperHatch by the looks of things as well. Garland's got to the front and got ahead of Leonard Archer. So the local man has been demoted down one position. And it's now Brett Garland who leads out the SuperHatch class. That'll now move him up into what is 6th place on track. Lead cars coming out of Incini 2. People Group Porsche of Philip Meyer. It said Adrian Dalton was at the lead on the last pass. I think he might have just got through. But now it's Philip Meyer back to the front. Coming up into the back markers now for the first time. First back marker negotiated there is Vermaak and Van Wyk. Coming up on the Ross boys now. People Group Porsche Extra Clothing and Shoes Golf 1. That's 1 and 2 on track. Another lap completed, and here's a dive from Adrian Dalton into turn 1. Philip sees him coming, shuts the door, uses the back marker to maybe block that attempted pass because they've got to get through on Dean and Gavin Ross, and they do so as they go through into turn 2. Through the flick down towards turn 3, and continued action here between the Golf 1 and the Porsche. That 924R is a very, very capable motor car, but so is this Golf 1 of Adrian Dalton's. Giant killer in its day. He's taken on some big cars and beaten them in the past. Now looking to beat all the smaller cars and top contenders here for Car Care Clinics, Triple One GT Sports and Saloons, as well as just in the background I actually got to see for the first time for a long time there, Graham Nathan. Is that Nathan up into 3rd? He has been in 3rd for a while and he maintains 3rd place. Nursing the car. If I have to tell you that Graham Nathan can't rev a car over 5,500 Ks, it certainly means he's nursing the car to get it as high up as possible before he hands it back to Wouter Roos at the first pit stop. Change up for the lead here into the fast right at turn 9. Dalton is at the front, beg your pardon. Dalton takes the lead again. Tries to now get a little bit of a breathing space between himself and Philip Meyer. Filthy stays right there with him as they come onto the start line again. Complete another lap of action here. Dalton from Meyer, Graham Nathan, Harry Arangis and Johan van Heerden are your top 5. Brett Garland leads out SuperHatch ahead of Leonard Archer. He's got Johan van der Pfeiffer, Maurice Leroux and Roland Hopkins for the top 10. Donovan Leroux is 2nd in the fight for, sorry, 3rd in the fight for SuperHatch. He's ahead of Andre de Lange, and then Elna Cruiser and the Ross boys are down in 14th and 15th place respectively. Laps ticking off here, time ticking down, but still quite a way to go. Fighting between our SuperHatch competitors. Devin Piazzamusso. Coming through the pack there is Harry Arangis as well, trying to get back up through those back markers and hopefully not get hindered by them in any way. Otherwise Van Heerden will be waiting to pounce. Piazzamusso sees him coming, opens up the door. Aldrich sees Van Heerden as well, will give him a little bit of space to get through. Not a lot because you can't give away too much, otherwise you lose the advantage, or your competitor will gain an advantage by giving way to the leaders or the leading cars coming through. Not always easy a thing to do. You have to hold your line as a back marker and allow the fast cars to find a way past, but if you're in your own little fight like Piazzamusso and Aldrich were in, it means that you have to be very wary that you don't let your fellow competitor gain an advantage while you're still fighting. That's the 4th place car at this stage. And battle for 5 and 6th place, I should say. Harry Arangis has come out of that one. My timing monitor is battling to update you on the live timing. Coming out of the drone shot now, over the final corner and heading over the pit lane at Pacquisa Freeway. Have to go pretty high up to get a shot here because there's a lot of wind and breeze still blowing around the circuit. But great to have this shot from the top of the circuit. Van Heerden closing in on Arangis. Johan Van Heerden definitely putting a lot more pressure onto Harry Arangis than what he has been doing all race long. Top 5 fight here, which is 4th and 5th on track. To the right hand of those two go. Behind that, SuperHatch still continue their fight. The back end of Vermaak and Van Beek. Volkswagen Systems, Stradale Motorsport Listen. JVH Racing's and Van Heerden behind that in the Golf. Couple of PABAR Volkswagen Challenge cars making their way under the subway on their way home already. As we are into the first quarter of this race of the 200 kilometers to be completed. Dalton on the back end of Garland. Shouldn't be too much of an issue for him to get through there on Brett Garland. It isn't. And Philip Mayer now trying to come and do the same thing. He's got through on Van der Pfeiffer, on Archer, on Hopkins, and on Moritz LaRue. Now has to try and find a way through here on Brett Garland. Doesn't want to be hindered too badly, so that's why he goes through as quickly as possible. Not to give any advantage there to the man out front, Adrian Dalton. Changing up here as we're getting into this part of the race now. The cars will be thinking, do we need to do pit stops? How big are the tanks? What's the tyre wear been like? A couple of these cars have done some work in the sprint races earlier on, so they'll be watching that tyre wear. It's a high wearing surface, this track at Pacquisa. Watch the car starting to slip and slide. You can see the wheel work being done there. Just catching up on Leonard Archer as he had to do some little bit of wheel work through in tuning 1 and 2 to stay ahead of Roland Hopkins. Van der Pfeiffer gets through and returns ahead now of that Pro Auto Rubber Opel Corsa. This is Giel Kop from the other side, from our drone, watching Dalton and Philip Mayer go through Giel Kop. We've seen it from the other side all day long. It's quite nice to see it from the reverse angle. And then you've got Van der Pfeiffer and Pro Auto Rubber's Brett Garland today, partnering up with Andre Danhauser. Graham Nathan also coming through this pack. Hopkins side by side with Archer down into turn 1. Archer just maintaining. Roland Hopkins certainly changed up his luck so far. He's moved up a couple of positions from his start position. Now looking to try and maintain and maybe get some more into the closing stages. Back in, here we go. To the fight out front here between Donovan LaRue and Andre De Lange. So sitting on a knife's edge here with these guys and girls, because it's now time to sort of see what's going to happen with the pit stop strategies. We're busy contemplating whether pit stops are going to be happening yet or not. A lot of Whilst we're waiting for potential safety cars to come out. If those safety cars don't come out, what they'd usually try and do is get about halfway before handing over to the next driver. Garland's slowing, and I think Nathan's slowing slightly too. Although he's catching Phakisa here, and we'll have a go into the fast right. There you go. Phakisa gives him some room. Hopkins closing on the back end there of Garland. I saw Roland Hopkins with a hand out the window there as well, maybe trying to get a bit of air into the car as they went down the back straight. Got Rotorus' car, Graham Nathan behind the wheel of that one at this stage as they go onto the main straight. Up over pit lane. We have got a car down in pit lane. I think that is still Nick Martin and Carl Stoltz having some work done on the Rextiffen gearbox and Total Peugeot. So he's not had it go his way in the first part of this race. As Carl Stoltz behind the wheel, he would have handed over to Nick Martin. It looks like they might have picked up that intermittent issue there on that car as well. Cruiser at the wheel of Mel Spur's Car Care Clinic Polo. Looks like we might have some pit stops starting as well. We should be looking to try and get about 48 laps of racing done here to complete the 200 kilometers. And looks like it's Harry Aranges who's come in for a pit stop. As you can see, he climbs out the car while they will refuel it and do some tyre changes. Harry has to get out of the car as well and clean the front windscreen. And is he handing over to Charles Aranges? I think he might be. That was definitely not on the entry list that I've got. But that certainly looks like Charles about to climb into the car and take over from Harry. I don't know if we can get an up close and personal shot of that one, or can we, Claudia? Can that drone get in closer? It is Charles Aranges, I thought so. He's trying to get in as close as possible as our drone. There is Nick Martin's Total and Rextiffen gearbox Peugeot 207 GTI with the bonnet wide open, so problems there for him. Darren Gunnison's car is parked in pit lane there, but he's going to be sharing the car with Ishmael Beloy for this one. Devin Piazzamusso is piloting that one on his own, I believe. But there has been a few changes, of course, in that. We now know that Harry Aranges is partnering up with Charles Aranges. We also know that Stuart Mack will be taking over from Pete Potgieter, who's about to come into pit lane, and behind him comes Michael Krobler. Piazzamusso and Aldrich coming into the main straightaway. As we wait to see what's going to happen now with Pete Potgieter coming into pit, and he's completed 16 laps of action. About 24 laps would be the halfway stage of this one, and we've, according to my timing, wanted to finish 17 of them. So we're almost at the halfway stage. Okay, so according to timing monitor, it's 53 laps. Not quite sure how that works, because according to my calculations, the circuit is 4.242 kilometers long. And if we divide that by 200, it's 48 laps. So I'm not quite sure how they worked that one out. Maybe they've got different calculators here in the Free State. So we'll wait to see how that finishes up. But I would say at about the 25 lap mark, that's when we'd get to halfway stage. 17 are now done for Adrian Dalton, Philip Meyer and Graham Nathan. And remember, when Graham Nathan comes in, he's going to be handing it back to Wouter Roos to finish it up. Johan van Heerden will be finishing this on his own along with Roland Hopkins. Brett Garland will be handing over to Dan Hauser. And Dan Hauser will be waiting to climb back into his car. George will hand to Francis, or Francis will hand to George in the Aldrich family. Piazza Musso will be finishing on his own, unless by some other reason, when he comes into pit lane, he hands that car over to Charisse van der Merwe. Out of the same team, different categories that they race in. One is SuperHatch, one races in PABAR Volkswagen Challenge. Good race day so far for the young lady in that 1027 FM hot racing team. Just joined us here at Pacquisa Freeway for the Car Care Clinic Pacquisa 200. A big welcome to you guys on our live stream feed here on Facebook and YouTube. Apologies to a few of our fans and friends. We did have some issues earlier on, not anything to do with the actual live stream, but unfortunately due to some load shedding around the area, which knocked down two of the towers here in Welkom. And with their power being out, of course, we had no cell signal at all. You could try on any of the service providers and could not get signal whatsoever. But the load shedding is now ended. Towers are back up and running, and we can continue with our live stream coverage here of the Pacquisa 200. So far so good there for Donovan LaRue in the N4 Autocroft car. It's having a fantastic little dice there, and was in a big dice with Andre de Lange for a while, but he's dropped back slightly, being closed in a little bit by Elna Cruiser. Freddie Watkins all on his own, some down in 16th place in his Polo. 18 and 20. And we're looking for between the 20 and 25 lap mark that we're going to see possibilities of some action changing down in pit lane with a bit of pit lane activity. Bit of action here in the mid-pack. Nice bit of manoeuvring there from the 7-7 car. Charles Anderson. 79 car, big one, not 77. Just holding up Roland Hopkins and Van der Pfeiffer ever so slightly. Just concertinaing them a little bit and bringing them back into each other's clutches for a little bit long. Hopkins going to try and use that advantage that was given to him by the backup there from the PABAR car. Cheryl Pepper's still watching with us as well. Also want to shout out there to Cheryl and congratulate the Pepper family on the birth of Tasman's youngster, Tasman and Keegan. I'm sure you're exceptionally happy with that one, Shez. I know that Pepperoni himself was ecstatic when I phoned him. And I know that Roy Campos also a very, very happy man with the birth of that young lady. So congratulations to them. Van Heerden now bringing Charles Anderson along for the ride there. Great to see that as well. Here we go back to Gielkop from the reverse angle. If Dave can get the angle right, that's what we're looking for. Anderson into pit lane. Charles Anderson coming into pit lane as well and looking for a chance to do a bit of a driver change by the looks of things. Not quite sure who his partner is. As according to our entry list, he's on his own. But that always can change, as we've seen all day long. Wayne van der Walt, I would have loved to be in there, buddy, but unfortunately I got stuck here at Pacquisa Freeway all day long. I did see the results and things went really well there, so sorry for missing out on that one today, but double duties. In fact, there was triple duties that were required today because I was also asked to do some work at the Karting National, which of course was happening at Swartkops today. Don't forget, in the very near future and upcoming on the calendar, events that you definitely want to have in your calendar and on your phones as a reminder is coverage of the National Extreme Festival next weekend from Cape Town at the Killarney International Raceway. That will be on Saturday. We'll be there live and bringing you a live stream from the Cape Town circuit. There is also, of course, Formula 1 tomorrow and MotoGP next weekend from Aragon. Don't forget, we've got historic and inland championships happening at Swartkops on the 24th of September. We've also got, of course, big action from the Ford and Friends down at the East London Grand Prix circuit on the weekend of the 30th of September and 1st of October. Then you've got Regional Extreme Festival back at Red Star Raceway. That'll be the penultimate round of that championship. And then National Extreme Festival at Swartkops on the 15th of October. Those are dates coming up in the very near future. Another one at the end of October you want to keep an eye out on, of course, is National Motocross Championships. That's at Chestnut Hill. Van Heerden coming in. The pit lane's starting to get a bit busier. We kind of expected it at between the 21 and 25 mark. Dwayne Brown on the sideline, unfortunately not participating in this one, but you saw some issues there for you, Dwayne. Hopefully that car's not too badly damaged. I saw you have to park it on the sideline out of turn 1 there. Big pity to lose it as De Gavea joins us in the house here. Bon dia. Well done today. Some good driving from our BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series boys. They're coming into the studio to come and say cheers as they make their merry way. We've got a BMW right on cue as they join us here. It's not one of their cars, but I'm sure Maritz Leroux will have a look at what he saw today on track with the BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series and potentially look at joining that one as well as what he's doing here in 111 Sports and Saloons. Van der Pfeiffer continues on his merry way. Top 5 at the moment for him. This is where things could turn around dramatically for a couple of teams if they get their pit stops slightly wrong. Remember, the driver has to get out the car. They have to do a wheel change. It doesn't have to be an actual wheel change itself. It just has to be a mock wheel change. But you have to change one of the front wheels, take it off, put it on the ground, put it back on the car again. The driver has to get out the car and wash the front windscreen. If it needs a refuel, no one can be in the car while they refuel. And that's basically the pit stop strategies that have to come into play. Now, we'll keep an eye out on what's going to happen here with Dalton, Meyer and Nathan, as they're coming into that window of opportunity for a pit stop. They're going to leave Graham Nathan out there for a while longer, maybe use his experience to get that car care clinic polo of his slightly higher up than what it is right now, and ahead of Philip Meyer and Adrian Dalton. So Sherman is in the house. He's coming to tell us all about his day. He had a tough one out there, but a great race anyway for the BMW boys. So Grumpy on his way there, onto the back straightaway again. Jacques Phakisa joins us as well on the live stream. Big welcome to you guys and everybody who's joined us late in the day here. We're at just under the halfway stage of the Pacquisa 200, if my calculations are right, but Paul tells me they've got different calculators here in the Free State. This track is 4.242 kilometers long. They're doing 200 Ks, which according to my calculator says 48 laps or less, maybe 47 and a half. So I would go with 48 laps to complete the 200. Having driven this on a few occasions as well, Paul, I know about 48 laps is right. So if they're saying 53 on the timing monitor, I'm not quite sure how they work that out. But we'll wait and see. And it's not because they go faster than me, Claudio. I finished 7th in this race. Okay. Just shout out there to G&H Transport in my Mini. Having gone off 3 times and avoided guys fixing their cars in the middle of Uncini 1 and 2. If you remember, Claudio Audio. Okay. Dean Ross, Gavin Ross in the Norbrake Polo. Still maintaining a good chance here of a top 10. They're just outside that top 10 at this stage in 11th place. A couple of guys still having to do those pit stops. Archer has done his pit stop as well by the looks of it. And there's a new man behind the wheel of Leonard Archer's car. If anybody knows who that is, it would be great to know, because I don't have a teammate to Leonard Archer on this entry list. I think there were a few negotiations over last night's scooter race as to how many guys can come and participate and join as teammates to the drivers who are on single duties for the day. The Archer car at this point has dropped down to 16th overall, about 7th in SuperHatch. DeLange into pit lane. Pit lane getting a little bit more frantic. Arangis is back on track. Van Heerden still waiting to get back onto the circuit as well. N4 Autocraft Honda Civic back on circuit as well, as it looks like it's going to be Donovan LaRue, who's handed back to JP Nokia now. A little bit of smoke coming out of that car as they burn it out of pit lane. That'll be something we need to be aware of and keep an eye on. And N4 Autocraft Honda smoking out of pit lane. Back into the hands of JP Nokia. Maybe they stopped off at Velkom's car care clinic and got a bit of additional oil in that car. I think they get better service there than the one in Cape Town, eh, Dave? I don't know about Paul and Stellenbosch though, hey? Those are actually quite good, I believe. I don't know. Anyway, it's Car Care Clinic, 111 Sports and Saloons, Sports GTs, and the Car Care Clinic SuperHatch, all fighting for honours here at Pacquisa's 200. A 200-kilometre race. Adrian Dalton still to pit. Philip Meyer still to pit as well. Top 2 still have to come into pit lane, so does Graham Nathan. Nathan is closing on the back end of Philip Meyer, thinking about an overtake possibly in pit lane. Going around the outside there, Philip Cruiser. Here's Claudio down in pit lane now. with De Lange's car, the Roofshaw Golf 1. As I said, they have to take the wheel off. If they do change the wheel, it's also allowed, but they've got to take at least one wheel off the car. With the way that the tyre degradation happens at this circuit, it might not be a bad plan to take both tyres off and put new tyres on. They're not allowed to use power tools. They have to use hand tools as opposed to power tools as part of the rules. So that's why you can see the man using the star-spangled spanner there as opposed to the star-spangled banner. No power tools allowed in terms of the changes. Mornay's come on from Moto Timing to correct us, Paul. The reason it's 53 laps is the Pacquisa 200 is actually 222 laps, or 222 kilometers. So it looks like it's 53 laps of anger that we're looking for today. So it would be nice if they told us that up front, Paul. Thanks, Mornay. Much appreciated. Yes. Yeah, but it's triple ones, so it could be triple ones and triple twos fighting there. There's a way to do things. This is Charisse van der Merwe doing some work on the pit wall there for Devon Piazza Musso. Pit 5. So maybe that's in 5 laps time. The whole lead up to this event, and I think even if I look at the whole build up to the event as well, the Pacquisa 200, 222 kilometers, and that's 53 laps of race action. Activity as well. There's action on track as Graham Nathan tries to close things down there on Philip Meyer just before he goes in. De Lange is back on track now in the Roofshaw Golf 1. Captain Kitty Litter staying on track for a change. We haven't given the commentator's curse there. Fafa still maintains a top 5 overall there for the Devlaw Subaru. Ranjis on track at this point in time, but out of the top 10. This looks like the BMW of Maritz Leroux in pit lane. Pacquisa coming in, and I think Pacquisa, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, is going to be handing over to Stuart Mack, or vice versa. He comes into the pit box. He actually turns into the pit box, so might need to do some more than just refueling, if that's the case, if he's pulled into the pit box itself. Philip May on the inside of the Krobler car. Philip May in second place, heading into turn 1 on the inside of Watkins, and looking to try and maintain second at this point. Probably going to be a late charge here from Philip Meyer, Adrian Dalton and Graham Nathan for their changes. That's Stuart Mack in the car. Let's have a listen.
It's just getting slightly hot. There's some strange noise in the left front wheel as well. Like a grind, like a clunk noise. But
so Stu just saying there's a strange noise from the front left wheel, and the car was picking up a lot of temperature, so he didn't want to do any damage to the engine. Not a bad plan to come in. So it's just getting far too hot to stay out there and risk the chances of blowing the car or having a problem on a mechanical failure. So coming in there with a noise on the front left and some heat in the engine, and possibly retiring that ding-ding rocky machine of Pacquisa's. Pacquisa and Mac teammates here today. Evan Piazzamusa coming across the line to complete another one. He'll be getting the pit board there from Charisse. Let's go into the pit lane here as well and see. Looks like the Rexdiff and gearbox and Total Peugeot may be out of this one. Carl Stoltz, of course, was the teammate. Let's find out from him.
I broke it. Gearbox. No gears.
Thanks, Claudio. Didn't need to have that notification, but we'll take it anyway. Yeah, pretty ironic, fortunately, there for the Peugeot with the gearbox issue. Fortunately, he'll be able to get it to his sponsor to get it sorted out in the week and hopefully ready for the next round at Red Star Raceway. Second place, Philip Meyer in the People Group Porsche. Van der Pfeiffer's closed him down. So I wonder if that Porsche's got a bit of an issue, because Van der Pfeiffer's got through and he's got back ahead now of Graham Nathan. Possibly coming to pit lane though, I didn't see that, so it could also be an issue. As I said, with our timing, we've got to keep refreshing it all the time. Graham Nathan runs wide ever so slightly out of turn number 3. No, they're catching up on Van der Pfeiffer, they're lapping him. Apologies on that one. So Meyer has got through, and so has Graham, ahead of Van der Pfeiffer now. Still down in 5th place though. This is 3rd place, lapping up to 5th, and just over the halfway stage. 27 laps of action completed in this one. Good number, that. Marius Bester is starting to watch us as well, as we are now waiting for another car to come into pit lane. Standing by, I got Carrot Henning on the outside, and inside is Linda Henning. They must be waiting for someone to come and assist with their pit lane strategy. Pity we don't have those two in the race. They are seasoned campaigners when it comes to the Pacquisa 200. It's Aranjis who's coming in. Looks like they're coming in for a full tyre change. I don't know if that's Aranjis' team that's waiting for him. No, he's going to go past this one. Charles Aranjis and Harry Aranjis sharing that Nissan 350Z. Standing by. I think it's Adrian Dalton. They're waiting for Dalton. It's Dalton's team that's waiting for him there with those tyres in pit lane. So we'll stand by for that car to come in. Just picked up on the mechanic's livery there. This is Leonard Archer's car coming in. I'm not quite sure who's behind the wheel of that car now, because Archer started the race. But they definitely did a driver change. Or is this the Archer car that's coming in for a something? No, he's going to go through. They're going to wave him right through. Dalton can't be too far away from coming in to make his stop. It'll be the scheduled stop by the looks of things, and it means that they are going to change all 4 wheels on that car. Possibility is they want fresh rubber on it to get it to the end of the race and keep him in contention for a potential win. There you can see Wayne Labotsky on the sideline as well, waiting for his good friend Adrian Dalton to come in. And I think that's the reason why that team behind us is waiting so frantically. So Charles Oranges has come back in the pit lane for a quick check-up on the car, but he's back on track. There is Dalton. Out of turn 9, heading towards Hillcop at 10. Hairpin at turn 10, also known as Hillcop corner. And there you go. Yeah, time to pit, time to fuel. If he doesn't come in this time, they are going to tell him he needs to come in. He's running out of fuel. He's not coming in. So he's going to have to take this one, and hopefully, yeah, there we go. Got a pit, got a fuel. Come on in. Hopefully he's got an extra bit of fuel and an extra bit of tyre rubber out there to get him around this last lap. Don't want to be running out of fuel when your team have just shown you the pit board to pit and to come in and fuel. So a very good possibility we'll see that extra shoes and clothing machine come in on the next lap. Roland Hopkins coming in. His team getting to work on that car. Remember, the driver has to get out the car before they can refuel it. And you'll watch him do a quick windscreen wash as part of the rules here for this one. Graham Nathan in the background in as well to hand over to Vota. Or is he? Looks like Vota hasn't even got a helmet on. Graham is in the car at the moment. They might want to keep him out there for a little bit longer, maybe to try and make up some ground, because he seems to be doing a valiant job at this point. A little bit of work being done here on Hopkins' car. Well, that's Leonard Archer's car that's got a problem at the back. Leonard Archer with some problems on the back there, maybe with a breather pipe on the fuel.
I've got a petrol leak. Now I've got a leak on my left rear tyre, so I'm so stripping all over the road. But I think we sorted it out, and I somehow used it now as my pit stop. But I lost a lot of time now. But let's go for it and see.
So Leonard Archer picking up a fuel leak onto his back left tyre. They seem to have sorted it out, as he said. Here comes the leader, Dalton, coming in for a full set of rubber. His team are standing by, ready to go. They've been waiting frantically for him to come in. It's going to be a full tyre change here for the team. Dalton getting out there, just checking under the car for any obstructions or anything that might be potentially wrong with the car. 80 gets out the car. He's going to have to wash that front windscreen. Let's have a quick chat to him maybe. No, we'll give him a chance to catch his breath.
It's tough.
You have to wash your windscreen. It's all pampering.
Adrian Dalton having to wash the windscreen, as you can see, taking his helmet off just to try and get a bit of a breather there while they do the tyre change. Remember, it's got to be done with hand tools. So you see Gerard Henning and Wayne Labotsky jumping onto that car to try and get the tyre changes done as quickly as possible. Dalton just walking away, trying to catch his breath, trying to get himself refueled as well, as you can see. And try and cool himself down ever so slightly. It must be exceptionally hot in those race cars out there at the moment. Temperatures were up to 33 degrees Celsius in the midday. We're just outside of the 27 degrees Celsius at the moment here at Pacquisa Freeway. You can see he's feeling the effects of this race, that's for sure. It's one of the reasons sometimes a teammate is not a bad option. But you don't necessarily need it, particularly when you've got a team like this working on your car. Getting the refueling done, getting the tyre changes done, fresh rubber onto this car. And that's exactly what he required. Melissa van Wyk standing by for her youngster to come in. Was it van Wyk or was it for Mark at the wheel of the Ford Figo? We go back on track as they pulled into pit lane. So things should change up here on the leaderboard as we're seeing. Oh, was that Mel Spur at the wheel of her own car now starting to slow down the back straightaway? I'm not sure if it's Cruiser or Mel at the wheel. I'm not sure if Mel's come in yet, or Elna's come in. It's possibly Elna, and has she run out of fuel? Looking at the helmet. Is that... I'm not sure if I don't think it is Mel. I think it might be Elna. I think it might be Elna Cruisers at the wheel of that car. Here's Van Wyk and for Mark, who've been sharing this car. Christian getting some water. Is there a possibility of a puncture there on the Spur car? Yes, it is. Look at the front right. Front right with a puncture. We did say that this circuit is very hard on tyres. Doesn't matter what compound Dunlop gave her today, it would not help because they really battle with the surface here at Pacquisa Freeway. Christian van Wyk and Adrian van Mark were sharing this car. Waiting for Mel to come through there. You can see just in the background, coming to her pit box for a tyre change. Here we go. Melspur coming in with a blown tyre. It is Elna at the wheel of the car. Mel waiting to climb in. She's been waiting a lot longer because of that front tyre burst. Big pity there on the... Of course, her lap to come in. I'm sure they were planning to come in anyway, but now had to come in maybe a slightly earlier. Needless to say, it might not be too much damage to her chances overall in SuperHatch and for the overall in the Pacquisa 200. High five there from the two ladies, so she's not too concerned about that. Nice to see the car care team jumping in there. Area manager doing some wheel changes on this car. Must know how that works, eh? Good possibility that they've learned how to change a tyre on a few occasions at the car care clinic. Free 75-point check on that car as well. That's the damage on that machine. Oh, look at that. Right down into the canvas. That tyre has seen a lot of wear and tear today. Yummy. Adrian Dalton's back on track. He's dropped to second place. He's got to catch Philip Mayer, but Philip Mayer has not come into pit lane yet. Philip's coming into pit lane, so into pit lane comes the new leader. So is this going to be a change up here? He made up 2 laps while Dalton was in pit lane. This is where things could change up. Dalton did a full refuel and 4 tyres. What is the Porsche team going to do with Philip Mayer as he comes into pit lane now? Jay Punok here, still circulating in the N4 Autocraft car. This is the change up between Garland and Danhauser. Danhauser refueling his own car. Garland helping him out. Little chat between the two of them while they're negotiating that fuel hose into the car.
It went very well. Car was very smooth. I was running a bit of a too fast pace in the beginning, I think. And then I slowed it down, but the traffic was messing me up a lot. But all good.
Traffic is always a big issue in this race, particularly for the faster cars on the slower ones, when you've got such a big field. It's not the biggest field I've ever had here at the Pacquisa 200. Van Wyk back on track as he goes out of pit lane. Looking at Charles Larangi's into turn 5 past the Coke bottle. Coming up on the back end of one of the Golfs. That's DeLange's Roofsure Golf 1. So Philip Mayer continues to lead at this point, but he is in pit lane. Mel's car having the tyre change done. She'll be climbing into the wheel and looking for a chance to possibly redeem the puncture that Elna picked up on her slowdown lap. So Mel at the wheel, Elna waiting to slam the door and give her a chance to get back on track. Are they doing all 4 tyres on Mel's car? It looks like they're going to do that as a precautionary measure to make sure that nothing else goes wrong in the closing stages here of the Pacquisa 200. As you can see, it's not always easy to do the tyre changes with hand tools, but that's what you have to do. You're not allowed to use any power tools in your changing of the tyres on the cars. Dalton's done it all right. Now let's see what's going to happen at the front end. Is Philip Mayer still in pit lane? Family affair here on the sideline as well. Youngster loving the action. Good cap on that kid as well. So Adrian Dalton's going to make up 2 laps while Philip Mayer stays in pit lane getting his pit stop sorted. Have they timed this to perfection from the Extra Clothing and Shoes Golf team? This is where he'll make up 1. So as he comes across the line, he'll be making up that one lap of the 2 and should make his way back into the lead if he stays in front on this next lap. Philip Mayer will continue to stay in the front end for the next lap or so. Rangi's out the car. He's at the end of the Valve Fluid Systems Nissan. Or was that Charles just climbing out the car for a refresh and refuel himself? Definitely looks like there might be something terminal there down at Stradale Motorsport. We'll ensure that we get you that information as soon as we get it. Maybe Gary van der Spey can send us some information on that one. He's down at Stradale. Hopefully if he's watching, he can just give me some information on that one. That'll be great. This is Van Wyk now trying to push and get up into that top 10 overall for his SuperHatch side of things, and possibly for a top 10 overall in the 200. Ford Figo, that'll be an incredible little effort there from him. So it's Archer versus Van Wyk in an Archer Class A SuperHatch car, Class B SuperHatch car here of Van Wyk.
Come again. I don't know. Fuel pressure, all sorts of troubles. I must have talk already. It was lekker. Oh, do you want me to talk already? Okay, yeah, no, look, I mean, my dad had a relatively good start. I mean, we were in a good position that I would actually finish the race. And yeah, when he prematurely had to come in because of fuel pressure problems, and yeah, then I went out and the freaking fan belt came off, and yeah, fuel pressure problems again. So I don't know what's happening. Everything was fine on the car. It's just, you know, Pacquisa 200 gremlins. We hate it, but here we are.
Nice to pick up there from Charles Orange's personal point of view. Yeah, unfortunately with a big race like this, the gremlins can come in and it can affect your race big time. So there you heard from Charles, some fuel pressure problems and a fan belt issue. Mal Spur's back on track. All 4 tyres have been changed, refuel, and possibly about 20 or so laps to go for her, as she now comes under pressure now from the Grobler Polo. 2 of the PABAR cars that are out there, one of them being Charles Anderson, the other one of course being Michael Grobler. But coming in the mix of them at the moment, and Mal trying to make up some ground now that they lost on that last lap that Elner was out there with the flat front right, and it completely delaminated that front tyre as well. That's the kind of wear and tear that Pacquisa throws at these vehicles when you're in a 200 kilometer race, or 222 kilometers. Let's get down into pit lane as Pit Pacquisa gives us a little bit of insight as to what happened on his car.
Unfortunately, my car started overheating. It seems like the water pump wasn't circulating properly. Car overheated. We tried to remedy the situation. Didn't work. So we had to pull in. We were forced to pull in, unfortunately, eh? Sad.
So that was the issue there. We did see and hear from Stuart Mack as he came in that there was some overheating issues on the Rocky car. And yeah, Stuart Mack had to retire the car there for him and Pete Pacquisa. There was a slight knock in the front left wheel as well they were talking about. Don't know if they found that one just yet. But needless to say, there's still some work to be done out there for the rest of the competitors out there. We had a couple of retirements so far. Here is one of them, Pacquisa and the Orangis. Stuart Mack along with Pacquisa. It's also, of course, Carl Stoltz and Nick Martin, and also had some issues. Fans still on the sideline and enjoying all the race action, continuing that as well. Oh, big problems for Grobler. Grobler out of Uncini 1 and into the inside barrier of the straightaway between Uncini 1 and 2. Just catching the rear end of that one as the pest control specialist Polo looking for some pests on the inside of the circuit maybe. There you go. Oh, front of the bumper is a little bit concerning. He's going to have to get out of that one. Michael Krobler, that's not the best place to get out, but I can talk from experience there. He's just having a look to see what the front end looks like, I think, before he gets going. Looks like it might just be a little bit of cosmetic damage. I don't think there's any mechanical damage to that car, but he's just making sure. Looking at that front bumper. I wonder if there's a possibility of a safety car. He's in the inside of wall of Unchini 1 and 2, but while he's getting that sorted out, let's get down in the pit lane and find out from Graham Nathan how things have gone so far.
Graham, how was your stint out there?
Oh, I had a blast. As usual, getting in the car and driving after having not driven for a while. It was just... This format is just great fun. The people are nice. The track is awesome. This racetrack, apart from the exceptionally high degradation on the tyres, is unbelievable. This is a proper race circuit.
That's no doubt about it. I have to echo those sentiments, Graham, having driven here on a few occasions and ridden motorcycles and raced them here too. It is a superb race circuit and of course brings out some amazing race action as we've seen all day long. It also brings out safety cars when you've got two cars involved in an incident. Charles Anderson was one of them, the other one was Michael Krobler. Two of those PABAR Volkswagen Challenge cars, I think, getting involved in the mix there. So on the inside of Unchini 1 was Michael Krobler. On the outside of Unchini 1 is Charles Anderson. So possibilities of those two cars with some problems. Maybe the two of them came together. They are only a couple of meters apart. And that's potentially the reason for the safety car. They'll have to get out of harm's way. I can speak from experience about Unchini 1 and 2. Guys working on their cars in the middle of Unchini 1 and 2 and right in the middle of the race line as well. I had to take evasive action in my GNH Transport Monster Energy Mini during this race a couple of years ago. And ended up going around the outside of the Marshall point as well. So it can get really, really hectic out there if guys are parked on the sideline trying to work on their cars. So safety car has been deployed, which is going to concertina this pack up quite nicely. And considering the fact that we've completed 37 laps, we are looking forward to a phenomenal sprint to the end here. We've got about 17 or so laps to go. And that is second place, Philip Mayer at 1 point. He's now down in fourth. He's got to catch Aldrich and Voterus and then Adrian Dalton. And with the safety car going to concertina this field up, there is a good possibility that that could happen. Let's have a look and see once they get behind the safety car how the lead cars are positioned. Right now it's Dalton straight behind that Pretoria North Toyota. DeLange's behind him. Then it is Devin Piazza Musso, JP Nokia and Gavin Ross.
Yes.
As they get onto that pit straight away, we might be able to see the rest of the contenders coming into position. Behind Gavin and Dean Ross is Dan Hauser. Dan Hauser, of course, sitting currently in 6th place. Here we go, into turn 1. This is where things, as I said, could change up here dramatically for the leader. He had a comfortable margin. How far back is Voterus and how far back, more importantly, is Philip Mayer? He's the man who could potentially ruin the day here for Adrian Dalton. Did he go for a full set of new tyres as well? You can put under the safety car as well as they come in. And it's going to be a quick change here for the Aldrich boys. Clean the windscreen, that's done. Help with the refuel. Change the tyre, and back on track. Trying to get the bumper off. There you go. Just rip it off and chuck it over the wall. Or was it going to go into that flatbed? As the car stopped completely that they can't get it going. I think that's the reason why we had to go to safety car. That pest control specialist Polo was not able to get started again. Back into pit lane for all the pit stops that are happening down there. Remember, you can't use anything other than hand tools and hand-fed fuel rigs. No mechanical fuel rigs or tools can be used in the pit stop. Charles Anderson being escorted off by the Omega Towing Services cars. There they come down that back straight away. Let's have a look and see if we can still pick up on where the lead cars are. The concern I have is that when safety cars come out, in most cases in this country, the cars don't make up the ground between the last car and the back of the field. So slower cars in the background are still able to do up to 80% of their pace until they get to the back of the train. There is Philip Meyer. So he's sitting 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, didn't get to see, 7, 8, I think 8 cars behind as we come back into pit lane, trying to work out how far back that Porsche is. Let's have a look in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th place is the Porsche, in currently 2nd place. I think he might have just moved ahead. No, he hasn't moved ahead of Vota just yet, so Vota's still in 2nd according to the timing monitor, but let's have a look and see if I refresh that, if that is actually the case. Yes, he is still in 2nd. So what it's going to do is it's going to show that Philip Meyer has got a lap to make up on Vota and 2 laps to make up on Adrian Dalton. And we've got about 15 laps of race action to go, so I don't think there's enough time for him to do that. The safety car has not worked out for him. If he'd been on the same lap, it certainly would have. But he's not on the same lap, and there's Vota in 2nd at the back now of the train, behind that safety car. Some work being done in pit lane. And some work trying to not overheat these cars. You can't get too up close and personal behind the car in front of you either, because of the heat coming off that car. Could potentially cause some overheating issues on your own car. So you've got to give a little bit of a gap between the car in front of you so that you've got a little bit of air. Claudio's down in pit lane, catching up with a couple more drivers. Let's find out who he's got.
Andy, what's going on? The accelerator cable broke here, so we're helping Johan to sort it out. I think we're going to get it right. We didn't have a spare, but we're making a plan.
Andy Gossman making a plan in a race car. Never seen that in my life. Johan van Heerden's Golf is the car that they're working on. Trying to get that accelerator cable sorted out. Trying to keep some pace in these cars as well. You can't go around here too slowly. As Vanna Smith joins us all the way from New Zealand. Must be pretty late in the night for you to join us here at Pacquisa, mate. But I'm glad you have. Your favourite car is out front, and it looks like we're going for a restart here. The Pretoria North Toyota is pulling away from the front end. The pace has picked up ever so slightly, and Adrian Dalton leads out in a Golf 1 at the Pacquisa 200 with approximately 15 laps of race action to come your way. Aldrich will go through just before the pace car pulls into pit lane. Now Dalton will control things. There'll be no overtaking until you've crossed the start-finish line, so everybody has to stay line astern. You can see in the background the Porsche is itching to get out of that train. It will give Philip Meyer a chance to make up some ground now. He'll know how to do that. Now he's a seasoned campaigner in endurance racing. But it looks like he might have picked up a bit of an issue. Vanna Perufsky's just joined us as well. How are you doing there, big man? All the way from Fochville. The Water Ride Racing team are in the house here, watching us from that side of the world. And joined Vanna is also, of course, Vanna Smith from New Zealand. So we've got people from all around the world called Vanna joining us here on our live stream. Green flags all round. Safety car came out due to two polos coming together out of Uncini 1. And one ended up on the inside barrier, one ended up on the outside of the circuit, so had to get those two cars out of harm's way before we could resume the race here that Dalton controls from the front end in the extra clothing and shoes Golf 1. That's the man we're talking about right there. Francis and George Aldrich, they're way back in the pack, ahead of De Lange. Piazza Musa, there is second place car, Voterus. And as I said, the Porsche seemed to drop back on the start, and he's dropped right to the back of that pack, so I wonder why he was waiting so long to get going. ACD welcomes Leonard Archer, seems to have got that petrol leak sorted out. He's not sliding like he was earlier on, with the petrol dripping onto that back left Dunlop that he's got on. This is the pack down that back straight away. Ross going around the outside of Piazza Musa, and it's going to take Voterus on the inside. Oh, JP Nokia getting up close and personal there, trying to find a way through there on the Aldrich car. Did he squeeze through? Yes, he did. Piazza Musa is going to follow him through. So Claudio's back down in pit lane as we're watching the race action heading towards Kielkop once again. Let's head back down to pit lane with Claudio.
Chris, talk me through what does the mechanic do here? What are the rules?
We're looking at obviously refueling the car. One wheel has to come off, back on the floor and back onto the car. All with old-fashioned hand tools, no fancy pneumatic tools. And we get the driver out, cleans his windscreen, we give him a bottle of water, strap him back in, and all the best, and out he goes again very briefly.
Through that right-hand at turn 2. A couple of changes here in the SuperHatch category. You can see things starting to heat up there pretty dramatically in the SuperHatch battle. Andre Danhauser at the wheel of his own car now. The Pro Auto Rubber Opel Corsa. Push and butt Polo on his inside, and behind him comes Archer. But Leonard Archer's a couple of laps down there on the Pro Auto Rubber Opel Corsa. Through Coca-Cola. Inside there from the Polo. Getting the inside of Piazza Musa, who's now being caught now by Archer. Behind that you can see also manoeuvring there from Fanafefa's point of view. Trying to get back into the top 5. He's got to get through there on Danhauser. He's done that, so he's moved into the top 5. Danhauser down to 6th place. But Danhauser will lead things out at the moment in SuperHatch. ACD Valcom Hyundai got a lot of work to do because he was in pit lane for a while there with that petrol leak. And they come back down into the final corner. Autocraft Mechanical Masters Honda Civic of JP Nokia. He's had a good day in the saddle, piloting that car in the sprint race in this one, as well as fighting hard in the Lotus. Fanafefa now on the back end of Archer, trying to find a way past on him. Things could change up here in the next couple of laps because we're into the closing stages of this one. 41 laps done, and we've got 53 on the cards, so about 11 to go. 11 or 12 to go in this one. So Adrian Dalton leads out. Second place is Voterus and Graham Nathan. Third is Hopkins in the orange and white Polo that's in shot there, the Bush and Buck car. Philip Meyer is in 4th place. He's dropped back due to the fact that we heard from Dave Ledbetter from the pit lane saying that there's a possibility that that turbo's blown on the 924R. That's a pity. He's going to try and nurse it home on naturally aspirated power of the Porsche. Might not be as easily done though, that's for sure. Not with the fact that Johan van der Vyver is pushing as hard as what he is to try and make up ground on that Porsche. Danhauser leads out the SuperHatch battle. He's got Aldrich and Aldrich behind him. Maritz Leroux in the BMW is in 8th overall. De Lange in 9th, and then it's Donovan Leroux and JP Nokia who are 3rd in the SuperHatch class with 42 laps completed. Here they come. Coming up on Malspur now. Lapper as well. Van Wyk and Spur having their own little dice with Piazza Musa, but this is the lead car in the SuperHatch category. Danhauser at the wheel, partnering up this weekend with Brett Garland. Looks like there's going to be a fight continuing on there between those SuperHatch competitors. Even though they're not fighting for position on track, they're in their own little dice, and that's what's quite nice about this particular race, is that if you do get into a bit of a dice, it's usually amongst your peers from your own racing category, and that's exactly what's happening there in that second patch of SuperHatch competitors. So that's the man who sits in 5th at the moment. 3rd place is Hopkins. Most boys are just outside of the top 10. These cars also outside of top 10 except for Andre Danhauser. Currently sits 6th overall and leads out SuperHatch. Now doing everything she can to try and make up the ground that they lost after that puncture that her teammate Elna Cruiser picked up. JP Nokia side by side there with De Lange, looking for a chance to squeeze through, maybe make up one place. And he makes up that place up into 7th. That's the fight for 7th and 8th place. And it's now in the hands of JP Nokia, who's got through on Andre De Lange. Spur closing on Van Wyk and for Mark. Another lap down. 10 to go. It's kind of sprint race territory now for a lot of these drivers that are out there. Hoping they've got enough rubber. Hoping they've got enough fuel in the cars to get them to the end of this one. I'm doing a superb job to bring that Car Care Clinic Polo of voters into a potential 2nd place overall. Oh, Captain Kitty Litter into the kitty there for Van der Vyver. Had to wait for that one. He doesn't usually do a race without ending up in the kitty litter at some point. That's why Van der Vyver's got that nickname, and he's lived up to it to perfection. Barry Dunford has joined us on the live stream as well. He was in a race car only a couple of hours ago, if I'm not mistaken. So Van der Vyver with an off-track excursion that was not planned. He's probably taking it easy now to try and get rid of any rubble he might have picked up in that car. Back around the outside of De Lange to get one position back. Now looks to close down on Mal Spur just ahead of him. So far so good, Vic Bartle. It's been a tough day, been a long day. It's 9 laps to go in this one for the Pacquisa 200 or the Pacquisa 222 kilometre. I've got to give a shout out there to the loudest white boy on African soil for the incredible job he did last weekend at Red Bull Shire-Moto. If you didn't catch that, you can get it on Red Bull TV or get us on ESA as well. We did a bit of coverage on that this week too. So make sure you check out that action as well as the action that's happening right now here for the Last couple of laps into single digits now for the Pacquisa 222 kilometer. Inside line there from Van der Vyver on Mal Spur. Mal sees him coming. Not going to make it easy there for Van der Vyver to get past her. He'll probably have a little bit of additional squirt on the straight to get past. And there he goes into turn 1. So he maintains 5th place even though he went off track. But I can tell you it's not going to be an easy day to the end if he's starting to slip and slide. Heading down towards turn 3 now here at Pacquisa Freeway. Charles Anderson, Michael Krobler all out. Maritz Leroux also out at this point in time by the looks of it. I did see the BMW having some work done on it, so maybe they've got that sorted out. I know there were some problems there on Van Heerden's car on the Golf that Gavin Ross was trying to attempt to fix. Andy Gosman, not Gavin Ross, Andy Gosman was helping out on that car. So this is survival time now. Mistakes can't be made at this point in the day, otherwise they could be very, very vital. And exceptionally hard luck for a couple of drivers at this point if you're going to retire a car. So they're hoping that's not going to be the case. So it is Roland Hopkins who is flying high into turn 9 and continues to circulate in 3rd place overall. This is the 2nd place car, and that's how close it is, but of course there's a lap between them. So even though Vota is sitting with Roland Hopkins in 3rd place behind him, Hopkins has to make up 1 lap to try and overtake that car in front. Pit board about to be given here by Charisse van der Merwe from Hot 1027's race team to Devin Piazza-Musa out on track. Just telling him to maintain good pace, take it easy. Let's get this one finished, and a top 10 is yours. Top 10 would possibly also secure him, what is going to be 5th place overall in the SuperHatch category fight. Looking at that SuperHatch category fight, we've got Vermaak and Van Wyk closing in on JP Nokia and Donovan Leroux's car. So there's still a fight on here for 7th and 8th place. Behind that is Devin Piazza-Musa, and then the lead car, of course, is Dan Hauser behind them. So keep an eye on that one, Dave. We've got that JP Nokia's Honda, the lime green and blue one, and right behind it is the fight for 7th and 8th, Van Wyk and Vermaak. Hopkins in 3rd, behind Gavin Ross's car. It's about 3 cars back on these guys. This is the one we want to watch. There it is. So that is the fight for 7th and 8th, and it's the fight on track for position as well. They are on the same laps. And Van Wyk closing on JP Nokia, trying to find a way through on him. If he gets through, he'll get to 3rd place overall in SuperHatch. That fight's on for position on track and for overall as well. He'll be 3rd in the class and 7th and 8th overall. JP going to try and fend off the intentions there of Christian Van Wyk. Runs a bit wide. Van Wyk might capitalise on that, getting slightly better drive. Watch for his cut back here onto the main straight. Both of them are Class B SuperHatch competitors. So they'll be very evenly matched. Here they come. Slipstream City here for Van Wyk. Into turn 1, looking for a chance to get on the inside of JP Nokia. This is for 7th place on track. Very tight stuff, but Nokia just had slightly later braking into turn 1 to keep Van Wyk out. Gavin Ross. And here they come, continuing their fight for 7th and 8th place on track. It's literally one of the big dices that we're seeing out on circuit. The rest of the field have kind of sorted themselves out, and we're looking at 8 laps to go. Dalton is miles ahead of everybody. A minute ahead there of the second place car and 3 laps ahead of Roland Hopkins. So the Extra Clothing and Shoes team have done a superb job. He's now got to just bring it to the line. Nokia under pressure again, yeah, from Van Wyk. Youngster who, of course, according to his Facebook and social media post this week, he had a circuit where the love of motorsport was first shown by this youngster. We got 6 laps to go on the timing, and on the side of the circuit also 6 to go. So we're spot on in terms of lap timing now, and of course the timing board there on the start finish line. Fight on here for 3rd place in SuperHatch, 7 and 8th overall on track. JP Nokia getting through there on Roland Hopkins, putting himself between, or putting a car between himself and Van Wyk as the leader comes onto the back straight away again. Adrian Dalton doing it all right. A superb run here from the Extra Clothing and Shoes car. Just in the background I saw Johan van Heerden back on track as well, so well done to the team and to Andy Gosman for helping out there, getting that throttle cable sorted out. This is 2nd place, Voterus. His partner Graham Nathan in pit lane watching from the sideline. And with this Golf, or this Polo, can only rev up to 5,500. Can't go over that, otherwise the misfire kicks in. So he has to just try and nurse it to the line now. Just doing exactly what's required. The bare minimum in that car, but it's still going to give them a chance of 2nd place overall. Dalton's going to win triple ones. Voter is going to win the GT Sports and Saloons category. And it looks like Danhauser is going to win SuperHatch. I've got my classes right there, and I think I do. I'll get Paul to just confirm that with me at this stage. Adrian Dalton leading triple ones and overall. Voter and Graham leading the triple one GT Sports and Saloons, and 2nd. Are they also Class A? Okay, so that means Van der Pfeiffer will be leading the GT Sports and Saloons. Okay, Danhauser for SuperHatch. Alright, so that's basically how they're going to run to the line now for the next 5 laps or so. There is Roland Hopkins, 3rd place on track at the moment. And if I'm not mistaken, 3rd in Class A as well. That is the 3rd place car, Bush and Buck Resort. His sponsor on this car. Good run here from Roland Hopkins. He is one of the few PABAR Volkswagen Challenge cars that joined the category to race things out here today with Car Care Clinic's SuperHatch, triple ones, and the GT Sports and Saloons. Just behind him is Mel Spur. Just behind Mel comes Leonard Archer and Andre Danhauser. Laps completed there for the leader, so we're into the last 5 laps of race action, into 4 actually to go. Voterus still in 2nd, 2 laps up the road from that man, and 1 lap up the road from Roland Hopkins in the Polo. Philip Mayer with a bit of an issue there on the turbo in the closing stages, which is such a pity for him. car was going so well at the front end for the People Group racing team. Gerald Wright, of course, the man behind the preparation in that car, if I'm not mistaken. So the effort that was put in from Philip Meyer, Dr. Filthy as he's known, unfortunately going to drop him down to 4th place overall. That's potentially where he'll finish up. Waiting for another lap to be completed now as he comes across the line. With 4 laps to go. He completes lap 49 of 53. Anderson's back on track. They've got that car sorted out, and he comes just ahead there of the fight for 7th and 8th place. You can see Gavin Ross and Dean Ross's car in between JP Nokia and Van Wyck's Ford Figo. This should be interesting. Coming to the line and seeing that pit board. 26 car. Is that? No, that's not going to be him getting that. That pit board being shown to Devin Piazzamusa, telling him just to slow down. Remember, there's fuel. Save as much fuel as you can. And still in with a chance of top 10 overall and a top 5 in SuperHatch. Dalton not being told to slow for fuel. His fuel has been topped up, and so has a new set of fresh rubber being put onto that car before he headed out into the second half of this race. He's definitely going to be starting to feel the effects of 50 laps of racing. We saw how tired he was and how hot and bothered he was when he got out the car at 25 laps. So he's put another 28 laps in here by the time the race finishes. You're going to see a very, very tired man at the front end of this field. Adrian Dalton doing it all on his own sim here. It's one of the reasons a teammate is not a bad option in this one. But you definitely need to have a teammate that you can count on. That can do similar lap times or better, or just stay within the same index of performance that you'd provide. Dalton onto the back straight, about to come out the inside of Leonard Archer and Mal Spur. Fight little on here for honours in SuperHatch, but of course the car in the background is the SuperHatch leader at this stage. Andre Danhauser's Pro Auto Rubber Opel Corsa. Anderson running wide again into the dirty stuff. Starting to feel the effects of that race, and the tyres are absolutely trashed at this point. Van der Pfeiffer has moved up one position into the penultimate lap being started. He's got through there on Philip Meyer, due to the fact that Philip Meyer has had that turbo issue into the latter part of the race. So Van der Pfeiffer into the top 4. Philip Meyer still in 5th place and on the same lap as Danhauser. So with 3 laps to go, there's a possibility, or 2 laps to go I should say, there should be a chance that Danhauser might be able to get through there on Philip Meyer as well, if he's got enough time in hand. Anderson starting to slip and slide, and he's done that on a few occasions. Dalton wants to get past on him, and he goes and puts another lap into 3rd place, Roland Hopkins. That's an amazing bit of driving there from Adrian Dalton. He's lapped up to 3rd place twice today in the space of 51 laps. It's incredible driving there from Adrian Dalton in his extra clothing and shoes golf. Out of Coca-Cola, and definitely into the closing stages of this one. He's going to just try and nurse it home, not going to do anything too drastic. He heads down into turn 9. A fast right-hander here at Pacquisa for the penultimate time. And if you've just joined us, a big welcome here to the closing stages of the Pacquisa 200. 222 kilometers to be completed, 53 laps of race action. And it's Adrian Dalton in the extra clothing and shoes golf who leads things out over Wouter Roos and Graham Nathan, who've partnered up in the car care clinic polo. 1 lap to go. There it is. Dalton starts the final one. And this is where things are now going to be crucial, that no mistakes get made. They've got to stay upright, they've got to stay on track, they've got to stay clean and clear and focused. Here is Philip May in the background, being overtaken by a couple more cars as he's battling out there in that Porsche with no turbo. From a fast 924R to a relatively quick 924, naturally aspirated. And he's about to be caught and passed by his arch rival. That's a bit of a tough one, eh? On the last lap to be passed by the leader again, and another lap put into you with less than half a lap to go. Bit of a tough pill to swallow, I should say, for Philip. But he'll be back for more of this kind of action. He loves the endurance side of his racing. One of the top contenders in the Endurance Championship here in South Africa as well is Philip Meyer. Didn't quite work out for him today. He's dropped down to 5th place overall. He should be able to maintain 3rd place if he stays just within a couple of meters behind your race winner, by the looks of it, Adrian Dalton. Dalton on the back straight for the last time, coming up on the inside of the Ross car. Gets through on JP Nokia. They will follow him home to the checkered flag. Into Heel Cup corner for the last time today. Nice to see this race finish in the light. Normally finishes up in the dark. So this will be interesting. He nearly got to lap Voterus as well. That's how fast Adrian Dalton has been going on these last couple of laps. So to the flag and for the victory, it's Adrian Dalton taking the Pacquisa 200 for 2022, winning out and securing the deal there. 53 laps completed. Hopkins coming to the line is going to finish in 3rd place. Great drive from him. Just across the line ahead of him was Philip Meyer, who will finish up in the top 5 overall. Here comes Danhauser to the line for the win in SuperHatch. Andre Danhauser takes the SuperHatch category. He'll beat out Francis Aldrich and George Aldrich. Donovan Leroux and JP Nokia have already gone through there for 3rd place in the SuperHatch category. Christian van Verweyck and Adrian van Mark will share 4th ahead of Devin Piazza Musso, who's coming to the line now for the hot 1027 FM car. Freddie Watkins finishes up behind him, and then it's Andre De Lange and Leonard Archer. So that's how things are going to wrap up here for the Pacquisa 200 and the Regional Extreme Festival at Pacquisa Freeway. What an amazing way to finish things up here. So this is 2nd place. Voterus still going to line. He still has to pilot that car all the way around for one more lap. This is Ruiz into Incini 1 and 2 for the last time. Just nursing that machine of his as he heads down onto the back straight also for the last time and looking for 2nd place. So Class A in triple ones is Adrian Dalton and Wouter Ruiz, Roland Hopkins. That's also your top 3 overall for the Pacquisa 200. In 5th place, Philip Meyer, but winning things out in 4th for the GT Sports and Saloons will be Johan van der Vyver in the Dev Law Subaru. And then SuperHatch category, it's Andre Danhauser and Brett Garland ahead of the 2 Aldrich boys, Francis and George. And they beat out Donovan Leroux and JP Nokia. Last card across the line is the car in 2nd place on the track. And 2nd place overall in the standings as well. Wouter Ruiz and Graham Nathan. So, that is how we wrap things up here for the Pacquisa 200. 222 kilometers completed, 53 laps. And it's Adrian Dalton, Wouter Ruiz and Roland Hopkins, your top 3 overall. You can see that Wouter Ruiz and Graham Nathan, only 2 cars on the same lap. And then it was Johan van der Vyver ahead of Philip Meyer and Andre Danhauser. Danhauser wins out SuperHatch. Philip Meyer, unfortunately the man who led for a long time, finished down in 5th. And that'll be in 4th place overall for 111 Sports and Saloons. Johan van der Vyver wraps things up for the GT Sports and Saloons. And as I said, Danhauser and Garland ahead of Leroux and Nokia and Van Wyk and Vermaak for the top 3 in Class SuperHatch. So that is SuperHatch are going to be going down to the weighbridge. But that wraps up all of our coverage here of the race day. And what a race day it's been. Incredible action out of the BMW M Performance Parts Series, the Car Care Clinic, 111 Sports and Saloons, GT Sports and Saloons and SuperHatch, PABAR Volkswagen Challenge, DOE Formula Vee, and of course On Track Racing's Clubmans and the Sports Car Challenge as well. So here from Pacquisa Freeway on behalf of Two Wheels TV and up to 60 seconds. It's been a phenomenal effort there from the team. Great job from our cameramen. The marshals and medics have done an amazing job here, and it was fantastic to be back at the Pacquisa Freeway for the Pacquisa 200 and this round of the Regional Extreme Festival. We hope you've enjoyed all the action. Apologies, as I said, halfway through we had some issues with load shedding, which knocked down our two towers, and the cell signal went for a little bit of a balk, but we got everything sorted out. The camera crew has been thanked, but I'll thank them again, just in case, because Dave wasn't listening to the commentary at that point. They did an amazing job to ensure that we've got some super action out there on track, and we certainly hope you've enjoyed all that action brought to you here by Two Wheels TV and up to 60 seconds. From myself, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, take care then. Bye-bye now.